Chapter 30 of the Countess of Rudolstadt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Countess of Rudolstadt by George Sand, translated by Francis G. Shaw. Chapter 30. Consuelo remained buried in a strange stupor. That which astonished her the most, that of which the testimony of her senses could hardly persuade her, was not the magnanimous conduct of Albert, nor his heroic sentiments, but the miraculous facility with which he himself solved the terrible problem of the destiny which he had formed for her. Was it then so easy for Consuelo to be happy? Was Liverani's love so legitimate? She thought she must have dreamt what she had just heard. It was already permitted her to give herself up to her attachment for the unknown. The austere invisibles called him equal to Albert himself in greatness of mind, in courage and virtue. Albert himself justified her and defended her against the blame of Trenck. Finally, Albert and the invisibles, far from condemning their mutual passion, abandoned them to their free choice, to their invincible sympathy, and all this without conflict, without effort, without cause of regret or remorse, without its costing a single tear to anyone. Consuelo, trembling with emotion more than with cold, redescended to the vaulted hall and renewed the fire which Albert and Trenck had scattered on the hearth. She looked at the wet marks of their feet upon the dusty tiles. It was a testimony of the reality of their appearance which Consuelo had need of in order to believe it. Crouched under the arch of the chimney, like the dreamer's Cinderella, protected by the spirits of the hearthstone, she fell into a profound meditation. So easy a triumph of a destiny did not appear intended for her. Still no fear could prevail against Albert's marvelous serenity. It was precisely that respecting which Consuelo could least imagine a doubt. Albert did not suffer. His love did not revolt against his sense of justice. He accomplished, with a kind of enthusiastic joy, the greatest sacrifice which man can possibly offer to God. The strange virtue of that unique man struck Consuelo with surprise and horror. She asked herself if such a freedom from human weakness was consistent with human affections. Did not this apparent insensibility indicate a new phase of insanity in Albert? After the exaggeration of evils produced by memory and the exclusiveness of feeling, had he not undergone a sort of paralysis of the heart and recollection? Could he have been cured of his love? And was that love so small a thing that a simple act of his will, a single decision of his logic, could efface it even to the smallest trace? Even while admiring this triumph of philosophy, Consuelo could not escape a little humiliation at seeing thus destroyed, by a breath, that long passion of which he had been justly proud. She recalled the least words he had said, and the expression of his face when he uttered them was still before her eyes. It was an expression which Consuelo did not know in him. Albert was as much changed in his exterior as in his feelings. To speak truly, he was a new man, and if the sound of his voice, if the character of his features, if the reality of his words had not confirmed the truth, Consuelo might have thought she saw in his stead that pretended Socia, that imaginary Trismegistus, whom the doctor insisted on wishing to substitute for him. The modification which the state of calmness and of health had effected in Albert's person and manners seemed to confirm Sufferville's error. He had lost his frightful thinness, and he seemed grown taller. So much had his weakened and languishing form straightened and become younger. He had a different gait. His movements were more supple, his step more firm, his dress as elegant and elaborate as it had before been neglected, and, so to speak, despised by him. Even his smallest actions astonished Consuelo. Formerly, he would not have thought of making a fire. He would have pitied his friend Trank for being wet, and would not have bethought himself, so far were exterior objects and material cares foreign to him, of gathering together the brands scattered under his feet. He would not have shaken his hat before replacing it on his head, and would have allowed the rain to stream down his long locks without feeling it. Finally, he wore a sword, and never, in former times, would he have consented to handle, even in play, that arm of parade, that symbol of hatred and of murder. Now it did not interfere with his motions. He saw its blade glitter before the flame, and it did not recall to him the blood shed by his ancestors. The expiation imposed upon Jean Ziska in his person was a sorrowful dream, which a refreshing sleep had entirely effaced. Perhaps he had lost the remembrance of it in losing the other remembrances of his life and of his love, which seemed to have been, and no longer to be, his life itself. Something uncertain and inexplicable then took place in Consuelo, something which resembled sorrow, regret, and wounded pride. She repeated to herself Trank's last supposition respecting a new love in Albert, and this supposition appeared to her probable. Only a new love could give so much tolerance and so much mercy. The last words of Albert, as he led away his friend and promised him a tale, a romance, were they not a confirmation of that doubt, an avowal and explanation of that discreet and profound joy with which he appeared filled? Yes, his eyes shone with a brightness which I have never seen in them, thought Consuelo. His smile had an expression of triumph, of transport, and he did smile. He almost laughed, he to whom a laugh seemed formerly unknown. There was even, as it were, irony in his voice when he said to the Baron, "You will soon laugh also at the praises you now bestow upon me." There is no further doubt. He loves, and it is no longer me. He does not contend against it. He does not think of combating it. He blesses my unfaithfulness. He impels me to it. He rejoices at it. He does not blush for me. He abandons me to a weakness at which I alone must blush, and all the shame of which will fall upon my head. Oh, heaven, I was not alone culpable. Albert was still more so. Alas, why have I discovered the secret of a generosity which I should have so much admired, and which I never should have been willing to accept? I feel sensibly now there is something holy in sworn faith. God alone, who changes our hearts, can free us from it. Then the beings united by an oath can perhaps offer and accept the sacrifice of their rights. But when mutual inconstancy alone presides over the divorce, something horrible takes place, and it is a complicity of parricide between those two beings. They have coldly killed in their bosoms the love which united them. Consuelo regained the wood at the first dawn of day. She had passed the whole night in the deserted tower, engrossed by 1,000 gloomy and sorrowful thoughts. She had no difficulty in finding the road to her dwelling, though she had passed it in the darkness, and the hurry of her flight had made it appear shorter to her than it now did on her return. She descended the hill and went along the bank of the stream as far as the grating, which she adroitly passed by walking along the crosspiece which connected the bars at bottom on a level with the water. She was no longer timid or agitated. She cared little about being seen, decided as she was to relate all plainly to her confessor. Besides, the sentiment of her past life absorbed her so completely that she felt only a secondary interest in present things. Hardly did Liverani exist for her. The human heart is so formed Dawning love requires dangers and obstacles. Extinguished love is reanimated when it is no longer in our power to reawaken it in the heart of another. This time Consuelo's invisible watchers seemed to be asleep, and her nocturnal promenade did not appear to have been remarked by anyone. She found a new letter from the unknown on her harpsichord, as tenderly respectful as that of the day before had been bold and passionate. He complained that she had shut herself up in her apartment, as if she doubted his timid veneration. He humbly asked that she would sometimes permit him to see her in the garden at twilight. He promised not to speak to her, and not to show himself if she so required. Whether from indifference of heart or the decision of his conscience, added he, Albert renounces you, tranquilly, even coldly, in appearance. Duty speaks louder than love in his heart. In a few days the Invisibles will announce to you his resolution and will give the signal for your liberty. You can then remain here to be initiated into their mysteries if you persist in that generous intention. And until then I will keep my oath not to show myself to your eyes. But if you made that promise only from compassion for me, if you desire to be freed from it, speak, and I break all my engagements and fly with you. I am not Albert, not I. I have more love than virtue. Choose. Yes, that is certain, said Consuelo, letting fall the letter of the unknown upon the keys of the harpsichord. This one loves me, and Albert does not love me. It is possible that he has never loved me, and that my image was only a creation of his delirium. Yet that love appeared to me sublime, and would to heaven it were still enough so to compel mine by a painful and heroic sacrifice. That would be much better for us both than the tranquil disjunction of two unfaithful souls. It would be better also for Liverani to be abandoned by me, with effort and with anguish, than to be received as a necessity of my isolation. In a moment of indignation, of shame, and of sorrowful regret, she replied to Liverani these few words, I am too proud and too sincere to deceive you. I know what Albert thinks, what he has resolved. I have discovered the secret of his confidence to a mutual friend. He abandons me without regret, and it is not virtue alone which triumphs over his love. I will not follow the example which he gives me. I loved you, and I renounce you without loving another. I owe this sacrifice to my dignity, to my conscience. I hope that you will not again approach my dwelling. If you should yield to a blind passion, and if you should draw from me any new confession, you will repent it. You would perhaps owe my confidence to the just anger of a broken heart and to the terror of a forsaken soul. That would be my punishment and your own. If you persist, Liverani, you have not the love I have dreamed. Liverani did persist, nevertheless. He wrote again and was eloquent, persuasive, sincere in his humility. You make an appeal to my pride, said he, and I have no pride with you. If you regretted an absent one in my arms, I should suffer without being offended. I would ask of you, prostrate before you and bathing your feet with my tears, to forget him and to trust to me alone. In whatever manner you loved me, and however little it might be, I should be grateful as for an immense happiness. Such was the substance of a succession of ardent and timid, submissive and persevering letters. Consuelo felt her pride vanish before the penetrating charm of a true love. Insensibly she accustomed herself to the idea that she had never been loved before, not even by the Count de Rudolstadt. Repelling then the involuntary vexation she had experienced at that outrage, committed upon the holiness of her recollections, she feared, by manifesting it, to become an obstacle to the happiness which Albert might promise to himself in a new love. She therefore resolved to accept in silence the decree of separation which he appeared desirous of imposing upon the tribunal of the invisibles, and she abstained from writing his name in her replies to the unknown, requesting him at the same time to imitate this reserve. Moreover, those replies were full of prudence and delicacy. Consuelo, in detaching herself from Albert and receiving in her soul the thought of another affection, did not wish to yield to a blind attraction. She forbade the unknown appearing before her and breaking his vow of silence until the invisibles had released him from it. She declared to him that it was freely and voluntarily. She wished to adhere to that mysterious association which inspired her both with respect and confidence, that she was resolved to pursue the studies necessary to instruct herself in their doctrine, and to avoid all personal preoccupation until by a little virtue she had acquired the right to think of her own happiness. She had not strength enough to say that she did not love him, but she had enough to say that she did not wish to love him without reflection. Liverani appeared to submit, and Consuelo studied attentively several volumes, which Matthias brought to her one morning from the prince, saying that His Highness and his court had left the residence, but that she would soon have news. She contented herself with this message, addressed no question to Matthias, and read the history of the mysteries of antiquity, of Christianity, and the various sects and secret societies derived from it. A very learned manuscript compilation, made in the library of the Order of the Invisibles by some patient and conscientious adept. This serious and at first difficult reading by degrees seized upon her attention and even upon her imagination. The picture of the trials in the ancient Egyptian temples occasioned her many terrible and poetic dreams. The recital of the persecutions of the sects of the Middle Ages and of the Revival affected her heart more than ever, and this history of enthusiasm predisposed her soul to the religious fanaticism of her approaching initiation. During a fortnight she received no message from without, and lived in her retreat, surrounded by the mysterious attentions of the Chevalier, but firm in her resolution not to see him and not to give him too much hope. The summer heats began to be felt, and Consuelo, absorbed moreover in her studies, had no time to repose and breathe at her ease but the fresh hours of evening. By degrees she had resumed her slow and dreamy walks under the shades of the enclosure. She thought herself alone, and yet I know not what vague emotion made her sometimes imagine the presence of the unknown not far from her. Those delightful nights, those beautiful shades, that solitude, that languishing murmur of water running among the flowers, the perfume of the plants, the passionate voice of the nightingale, followed by silences more voluptuous still, the moon throwing her broad oblique rays under the transparent shadows of balmy arches, the setting of vesper behind the rosy clouds of the horizon. What can I say? All the classical but eternally fresh and powerful emotions of youth and love plunged Consuelo's soul into dangerous reveries. Her slender shadow upon the silvery sand of the alleys, the flight of a bird awakened by her approach, the rustling of a leaf shaken by the breeze, were enough to make her start and quicken her pace. But these slight terrors were hardly dissipated when they were replaced by an indefinable regret, and the palpitations of expectation were stronger than all the suggestions of her will. Once she was more than usually troubled by the rustling of the leaves and the uncertain noises of the night. It seemed to her that someone was walking not far from her, that he fled at her approach and came near when she was seated. Her agitation informed her still better. She felt herself without strength for a meeting in that magnificent spot and under that beautiful sky. The breath of the breeze passed burning over her brow. She fled towards the pavilion and shut herself up in her chamber. The candles were not lighted. She hid herself behind a blind and ardently desired to see him by whom she did not wish to be seen. She did in fact see appear a man who walked slowly beneath her windows, without calling, without making a gesture, submissive and apparently satisfied to look upon the walls which he inhabited. That man was indeed the unknown. At least Consuelo felt at first by her agitation, and thought she recognized his stature and gait. But soon strange doubts and painful fears seized upon her mind. That silent promenade recalled to her Albert as much as Liverani. They were of the same height, and now that Albert, transformed by new health, walked with ease and no longer kept his head bowed upon his bosom, or resting on his hand in a grieved or diseased attitude, Consuelo knew no more of his external appearance than that of the Chevalier. She had seen the latter a moment in the broad daylight, walking at a distance before her and enveloped in the folds of his cloak. She had seen Albert also for a few moments in the deserted tower, since he had become so different from what she knew him, and now she saw one or the other very vaguely by the light of the stars, and each time that she thought herself on the point of determining her doubts, he passed under the shadow of the trees and was there lost like a shadow himself. He disappeared at last entirely, and Consuelo remained divided between joy and fear, and reproached herself with having wanted courage to call Albert at every hazard, in order to promote a sincere and loyal explanation between them. This repentance became stronger in proportion as he withdrew, and at the same time the persuasion that it was indeed he whom she had just seen. Carried away by that habit of devotedness, which in her had always held the place of love for him, she said to herself that if he came thus to wander about her, it was in the timid hope of conversing with her. This was not the first time he had attempted it. He had told Trank so one evening, when he had perhaps passed Liverani in the dark. Consuelo resolved to bring about that necessary explanation. Her conscience made it her duty to enlighten her doubts respecting the true disposition of her husband, whether generous or inconstant. She redescended to the garden and ran after him, trembling and yet courageous, but she had lost all trace of him, and she searched the whole enclosure without meeting him. At last, as she issued from a grove, she suddenly saw a man standing beside the water. Was he indeed the same she sought? She called him by the name of Albert. He started, passed his hands over his face, and when he turned, the black mask already covered his features. "Albert, is it you?" cried Consuelo. "It is you, you alone whom I seek." A smothered exclamation betrayed in that unknown I know not what emotion of joy or of sorrow. He seemed to wish to fly. Consuelo thought she had recognized the voice of Albert. She rushed forward and retained him by his cloak, but she desisted. The cloak opening had allowed her to see upon the breast of the unknown quite a large silver cross, which Consuelo knew too well. It was her mother's, the same which she had confided to the Chevalier during her journey with him, as a pledge of gratitude and sympathy. "Liverani," said she, "always you. Since it is you, farewell. Why have you disobeyed me?" He threw himself at her feet, encircled her with his arms, and embraced her so ardently and respectfully that Consuelo had no longer strength to repel him. "If you love me, and if you wish me to love you, leave me," said she to him. "It is before the invisibles that I wish to see and hear you. Your mask terrifies me. Your silence freezes my heart." Liverani raised his hand to his mask. He was about to tear it off and speak. Consuelo, like the curious Psyche, had no longer the courage to shut her eyes, but suddenly the black veil of the messengers of the secret tribunal fell over her head. The hand of the unknown, which had suddenly seized her own, was withdrawn in silence. Consuelo felt herself drawn without violence and without apparent anger, but with rapidity. She was raised from the ground. She felt the boards of a boat bend under her feet. She descended the stream a long while without being spoken to by anyone, and when the light was restored to her, she found herself in the subterranean hall where she had first appeared before the tribunal of the invisibles. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of the Countess of Rudolstadt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Countess of Rudolstadt by George Sand, translated by Francis G. Shaw. Chapter 31. All the seven were there, as at the first time, masked, mute, impenetrable as phantoms. The eighth personage, who had then addressed Consuelo, and who seemed to be the interpreter of the council and the initiator of the adepts, spoke to her in these terms. Consuelo, you have already undergone some trials from which you have come forth to your glory and to our satisfaction. We can grant you our confidence, and we are about to prove it to you. Wait, said Consuelo. You think me without blame, and I am not. I have disobeyed you. I have been out of the retreat which you assigned to me. From curiosity? No. Can you tell us what you have learned? What I have learned is entirely personal to myself. I have among you a confessor to whom I can and wish to reveal it. The old man whom Consuelo invoked rose and said, I know all. The fault of this child is trifling. She knows nothing of which you wish her to remain ignorant. The confession of her feelings will be between herself and me. In the meanwhile, profit by this hour. Let what she is to know be revealed to her without delay. I hold myself responsible for her in all things. The initiator resumed his discourse after having turned towards the tribunal and received a sign of assent. Listen to me attentively, said he to her. I speak to you in the name of those whom you see here assembled. It is their spirit, and, so to speak, their breath which inspires me. It is their doctrine which I am about to lay before you. The distinctive characteristic of the religions of antiquity is to have two faces, one external and public, one internal and secret. One is the spirit, the other the form or the letter. Behind the material and gross symbol, the profound sense, the sublime idea. Egypt and India, great types of the ancient religions, mothers of pure doctrines, present in the highest state this duality of aspect, a necessary and fatal form of the infancy of society and of the misery attached to the development of the genius of man. You have recently learned in what consisted the great mysteries of Memphis and Eleusis, and you now know why the divine, political, and social science, concentrated with the triple religious, military, and industrial power in the hands of the Hierophants, did not descend so far as the lowest classes of those ancient societies. The Christian idea, enveloped in the word of the Revealer in more transparent and pure symbols, came into the world in order to bring down to the souls of the people the knowledge of truth and the light of faith. But the theocracy, an inevitable abuse of religions formed in trouble and in danger, soon endeavored once more to veil the doctrine, and in veiling altered it. Idolatry reappeared with the mysteries, and in the painful development of Christianity, we saw the Hierophants of apostolic Rome lose, by divine punishment, the divine light, and fall again into the errors into which they wished to plunge mankind. The development of human intelligence then proceeded in a sense entirely contrary to the advance of the past. The temple was no longer, as in ancient times, the sanctuary of truth. Superstition and ignorance, gross symbols, the dead letter, sat upon the altars and the thrones. The spirit at last descended into the classes too long debased. Poor monks, obscure doctors, humble penitents, virtuous apostles of primitive Christianity, made of the secret and persecuted religion an asylum for unknown truth. They endeavored to initiate the people into the religion of equality, and, in the name of St. John, they preached a new gospel, that is to say, a new interpretation, more free, more hearty, and more pure of the Christian revelation. You know the history of their labors, of their trials, of their martyrdom. You know the sufferings of the people, their ardent inspirations, their terrible outbursts, their deplorable weakness, their stormy awakenings, and through so many efforts by turns frightful and sublime, their heroic perseverance to escape from darkness and to find the way of God. The time is near when the veil of the temple shall be rent forever, and when the crowd shall take by storm the sanctuaries of the Holy Ark. Then symbols will disappear, and the entrances to truth will no longer be guarded by the dragons of religious and monarchical despotism. Every man will be able to walk in the path of light and to come nigh to God with all the power of his soul. No longer will anyone say to his brother, "Be ignorant and humble yourself. Close your eyes and receive the yoke." Everyone will, on the contrary, be able to ask of his brother the help of his eye, of his heart, and of his arm, to penetrate into the arcanas of the sacred science. But that time has not yet come, and at this hour we salute only the dawn trembling upon the horizon. The time of secret religion still exists. The work of mystery is not yet accomplished. We are still here, enclosed in the temple, busied in forging arms to drive away the keepers who interpose between the people and ourselves, and compelled still to keep our doors closed and our words secret, that no one may come and wrest from our hands the holy ark, saved with so much difficulty and reserved for the community of mankind. You are now received into the new temple, but that temple is still a fortress which has held out during ages for liberty without being able to win it. The war is around us. We wish to be liberators. We are as yet only combatants. You come here to receive the fraternal communion, the standard of salvation, the sign of liberty, and perhaps to perish on the breach in the midst of us. Such is the destiny which you have accepted. You will perhaps fall without having seen the pledge of victory wave over your head. It is still in the name of St. John that we call men to the crusade. It is still a symbol that we invoke. We are the heirs of the Johnites of former times, the unknown, mysterious, and persevering continuers of Wycliffe, of John Huss, and of Luther. We wish, as they wished, to free the human race. But, like them, we are not free ourselves, and like them, we perhaps march to execution. Still, the combat has changed its ground, and the arms their nature. We brave, still, the overshadowing rigor of the laws. We still expose ourselves to proscription, to misery, to captivity, even to death. For the methods of tyranny are always the same. But our methods are no longer an appeal to physical revolt, to the bloody preaching of the cross and the sword. Our war is entirely intellectual, as is our mission. We address ourselves to the mind. We act by the mind. It is not by armed force that we can overthrow governments, now organized and supported upon all the means of brutal force. We wage against them a war more slow, more silent, and more profound. We attack them at the heart. We shake their bases by destroying the blind faith and the idolatrous respect which they seek to inspire. We cause to penetrate everywhere, and even into courts, even into the troubled and fascinated minds of princes and kings, what no one dares any longer to call the poison of philosophy. We destroy all their charms. We discharge, from the height of our fortress, all the hot shot of burning truth and implacable reason upon the altars and the thrones. We shall conquer. Do not doubt it. In how many years, in how many days, we do not know. But our enterprise dates from such remote antiquity. It has been conducted with so much faith, stifled with so little success, resumed with so much ardor, pursued with so much enthusiasm, that it cannot fail. It has become immortal in its nature, like the immortal good it has resolved to win. Our ancestors began it, and each generation has hoped to finish it. If we did not also hope a little ourselves, perhaps our zeal would be less fervent and less efficacious. But if the spirit of doubt and of irony, which now governs the world, should succeed in proving to us by its cold calculations and its abusive reasonings that we pursue a dream which can be realized only in several centuries, our conviction in the holiness of our cause would not be shaken, and because we should labor with a little more effort and a little more sorrow, we should not the less labor for the men of the future. There is between us and the men of the past, and the generations yet unborn, a religious bond, so close and so firm that we have almost stifled in ourselves the selfish and personal portion of human individuality. This is what the vulgar cannot comprehend, and yet there is in the pride of the nobility something which resembles our hereditary religious enthusiasm. Among the great, many sacrifices are made for glory, in order to be worthy of their ancestors and to bequeath much honor to their posterity. Among us, architects of the temple of truth, many sacrifices are made to virtue, in order to continue the edifice of our masters and to form laborious apprentices. We live by the mind and by the heart in the past, in the future, and in the present all at once. Our predecessors and our successors are as much us as we ourselves are. We believe in the transmission of life, of sentiments, of generous instincts and souls, as the patricians believe in that of an excellence of race in their veins. We go still further. We believe in the transmission of the life, of the individuality of the soul, and of the human person. We feel ourselves fatally and providentially called to continue the work we have already dreamed, always pursued, and advanced from age to age among us. There are even some among us who have carried their contemplation of the past and of the future so far almost to lose all notion of the present. That is the sublime fever. That is the ecstasy of our believers and our saints. For we have our saints, our prophets, perhaps also our exaltes and visionaries. But whatever be the wandering or the sublimity of their transports, we respect their inspiration. And among us, Albert the ecstatic and the seer has found only brothers full of sympathy for his sorrows and of admiration for his enthusiasm. We have faith also in the conviction of the Count de Saint-Germain, considered an impostor or deranged in the world. Though his reminiscences of a past inaccessible to human memory have a character more calm, more precise, and more inconceivable still than the ecstasies of Albert, they have also a character of good faith and a lucidity at which it is impossible for us to scoff. We count among ourselves many other exaltes, mystics, poets, men of the people, philosophers, artists, ardent sectarians rallied around the banners of various chiefs, poemists, Theosophites, Moravians, Herrnhuters, Quakers, even pantheists, Pythagoreans, Xerophagists, Illuminates, Joannites, Templars, Millarians, Jacobites, etc. All these ancient sects, in spite of their having no longer the development which they possessed at the time of their unfolding, are nonetheless existing and even but a little modified. The characteristic of our epoch is to reproduce at once all those forms which the innovating or reforming genius has given by turns in past ages to the religious and philosophical idea. We therefore recruit our adepts in these various groups, without requiring an absolute identity of precepts, which is impossible in the time in which we live. It is enough for us to find in them an artful destruction in order to call them into our ranks. All our organizing science consists in choosing our builders only among spirits superior to the disputes of schools, in whom the passion of truth, the thirst of justice, and the instinct of a pure morality prevail over the habits of family and the rivalries of sect. Besides, it is not so difficult, as is thought, to cause to work in concert very dissimilar elements. Those dissimilarities are more apparent than real. At bottom, all these heretics, it is with respect I use that name, agree upon the principal point that of destroying intellectual and physical tyranny, or at least of protesting against it. The antagonisms which have hitherto retarded the fusion of all these generous and useful resistances come from self-love and from jealousy, vices inherent to the human condition, fatal and inevitable counterpoises to all progress in humanity. By sparing these susceptibilities, by permitting each communion to keep its master, its institutions, and its rights, we can constitute, if not a society, at least an army. And I have told you we are still only an army, marching to the conquest of a promised land, of an ideal society. At the stage in which human nature still is, there are so many shades of character in individuals, so many different degrees in the conception of truth, so many varied aspects, ingenious manifestations of the rich nature which created the human race, that it is absolutely necessary to leave to each the conditions of his life and the elements of his power of action. Our work is grand, our task immense. We wish not only to found a universal empire upon a new order and upon equitable basis. It is a religion that we wish to reconstruct. We feel, moreover, that the one is impossible without the other. Thus we have two modes of action, one all material, to undermine and cause to crumble the old world by criticism, by examination, even by sneering, by Voltaireanism and all connected with it. The formidable concourse of all wills and of all strong passions hurries our march in that direction. Our other mode of action is all spiritual. It is to build up the religion of the future. The elect in intelligence and virtue assist us in this incessant labor of our thought. The work of the invisibles is a counsel which the persecution of the official world prevents from assembling publicly, but which deliberates without relaxation, and which labors under the same inspiration in all points of the civilized world. Mysterious communications carry the seed in the air as fast as it ripens, sow it in the field of humanity as fast as we clear it from the husk. It is in this last subterranean labor that you can be associated. We can tell you how, when you shall have accepted it. I accept it, replied Consuelo in a firm voice, and raising her arms to heaven in the form of an oath. Be not in haste to promise, woman of generous instincts, of an enterprising soul. Perhaps you have not all the virtues which such a mission would require. You have traversed the world. You have already gathered therein the notions of prudence, of what is called savoir vivre, discretion, the spirit of conduct. I do not so flatter myself, replied Consuelo, smiling with a modest pride. Well, you have there learned at least to doubt, to discuss, to sneer, to suspect. To doubt, perhaps. Take from me the doubt which was not in my nature, and which has made me suffer, and I will bless you. Take from me especially the doubt of myself, which would strike me with impotence. We cannot relieve you of doubt except by developing our principles to you. As to giving to you material guarantees of our sincerity and our power, we shall not do so otherwise than we have hitherto done. Let the services we have rendered be sufficient for you. We will always assist you on occasion, but we will not associate you in the mysteries of our thought and of our action, except according to that part of action which we give to yourself. You will not know us. You will never see our features. You will never know our names, unless a great interest of the cause compels us to infringe the law, which renders us unknown and invisible to our disciples. Can you submit and trust blindly to men who will never be to you other than abstract beings, living ideas, mysterious aids and counsels? A vain curiosity only could impel me to wish to know you otherwise. I hope that childish feeling will never enter my bosom. We have no reference to curiosity, but to mistrust. Yours would be well-founded, according to the logic and the prudence of the world. A man is answerable for his actions. His name is a pledge or a warning. His reputation supports or belies his acts or his projects. Do you reflect that you can never compare the conduct of any one of us, in particular with the precepts of the order? You must believe in us as saints, without knowing that we are not hypocrites. You must even see apparent injustice, perfidy, cruelty, emanate from our decisions. You can no more control our operations than you can our intentions. Will you have faith enough to walk with closed eyes upon the brink of an abyss? In the practice of Catholicism, I did so in my childhood, replied Consuelo after a moment's reflection. I opened my heart and gave up the direction of my conscience to a priest whose features I did not see behind the veil of the confessional and whose name in life I did not know. I saw in him only the priesthood. The man was nothing to me. I obeyed the Christ and did not trouble myself about his minister. Do you think that very difficult? Raise your hand now if you persist. Wait, said Consuelo. Your reply would decide upon my destiny. But will you permit me to interrogate you once, for the first and the last time? You see, already you hesitate. Already you seek for guarantees elsewhere than in your spontaneous inspiration and in the bounding of your heart towards the idea which we represent. Speak, however. The question you wish to make will enlighten us, respecting the disposition of your mind. This is it. Is Albert initiated into all your secrets? Yes. Without the least restriction? Without the least restriction. And he walks with you? Say rather that we walk with him. He is one of the lights of our council, the purest, the most divine, perhaps. Why did you not tell me this at first? I should not have hesitated a moment. Lead me where you will. Dispose of my life. I am yours, and I swear it. You extend your hand, but upon what do you swear? Upon the image of the Christ which I see here. What is the Christ? The divine thought revealed to humanity. Is that thought entire in the letter of the gospel? I do not believe that it is, but I do believe that it is entire in its spirit. We are satisfied with your answer, and we accept the oath you have just taken. Now we are about to instruct you in your duties towards God and toward us. Learn, therefore, beforehand, the 3 words which are all the secret of our mysteries and which are only revealed to most of the affiliated with so many delays and precautions. You have no need of a long apprenticeship, and yet you will require some reflection to understand their whole extent. Liberty, fraternity, equality. This is the mysterious and profound formula of the work of the invisibles. Is that in fact all the mystery? It does not seem to you to be one, but examine the state of societies and you will see that. To men accustomed to be governed by despotism, inequality, antagonism, it is an entire education, an entire conversion, a whole revelation, to come to understand clearly the human possibility, the social necessity, and the moral self-denial of this triple precept: liberty, equality, fraternity. The small number of upright minds and pure hearts who protest naturally against the injustice and the disorder of tyranny sees the secret doctrine at the first step. Their progress in it is rapid, for with them it is only requisite to teach them the processes of application which we have discovered. But for the greater number, with the people of the world, the courtiers and the powerful, imagine what precaution and discretion are necessary before submitting to their examination the sacred formula of the eternal work. It is necessary to surround it with symbols and evasions. It is necessary to persuade them that it refers only to a fictitious liberty, confined to the exercise of individual thought, of a relative equality, extended only to the members of the association and practicable only in its secret and benevolent assemblies. In fine, to a romantic brotherhood, agreed upon between a certain number of persons and limited to temporary services, to some good works, to mutual assistance. For these slaves of custom and prejudice, our mysteries are only the statutes of heroic orders, renewed from ancient chivalry, and offering no attack upon constituted powers, no remedy to the miseries of the people. For them we have only insignificant grades, degrees of frivolous science or of hackneyed antiquity, a series of initiations, the strange rites of which amuse their curiosity without enlightening their minds. They believe they know everything, and they know nothing. Of what use are they, said Consuelo, who listened attentively. To protect the exercise and the freedom of labor of those who do understand and know, replied the initiator. This will be explained to you. Listen first to what we expect from you. Europe, Germany and France especially, is filled with secret societies, subterranean laboratories in which is being prepared a great revolution of which Germany or France will be the crater. We have the key, and we endeavor to have the direction of all those associations, without the knowledge of the greater part of their members, and without any one of them having knowledge of our connection with others. Although our object has not yet been attained, we have succeeded in placing our foot everywhere, and the most eminent among the different associates are with us and second our efforts. We will procure for you an admission into all those holy sanctuaries, into all those profane temples, for corruption and frivolity have likewise built their cities, and in some, vice and virtue labor in the same work of destruction, without the evil understanding its association with the good. Such is the law of conspiracies. You will know the secret of the Freemasons, a great brotherhood which, under the most varied forms and with the most different ideas, labors to organize the practice and to spread the notion of equality. You will receive all the degrees of all the rights. The women are admitted to them only by adoption, and do not share in all the secrets of the doctrine. We shall treat you as a man. We shall give you all the insignia, all the titles, all the formulas necessary for the relations which we shall cause you to establish with the lodges and for the negotiations with them, which we shall entrust to you, and your profession, your traveling life, your talents, the fascination of your sex, your youth and your beauty, your virtues, your courage, your uprightness, and your discretion. Fit you for that part and give us the necessary guarantees. Your past life, the smallest details of which we know, is a sufficient pledge to us. You have voluntarily undergone more trials than the Masonic mysteries could invent, and you have come out from them stronger and more victorious than their adepts from the vain forms intended to try their constancy. Moreover, the wife and the pupil of Albert de Rudolstadt is our daughter, our sister, and our equal. Like Albert, we profess the precept of the divine equality of the man and the woman, but compelled to recognize in the unhappy results of the education of your sex, in its social position and its customs, a dangerous frivolity and capricious instincts. We cannot practice that precept in all its extent. We can trust in only a small number of women, and there are secrets which we shall confide to you alone. The other secret societies of the different nations of Europe will also be opened to you by the talisman of our investiture, in order that, through whatever country you pass, you may there find an opportunity to second us and to serve our cause. You will even penetrate, if necessary, into the impure society of the mopses, and into the other mysterious retreats of the gallantry and of the incredulity of the age. You will carry their reform and the idea of a pure and better understood brotherhood. You will not be sullied in your mission by the spectacle of the debauchery of the great, any more than you have been by that of the freedom of the stage. You will be a sister of charity to wounded souls. We shall give you, moreover, the means of destroying those associations which you cannot correct. You will act principally upon women. Your genius and your fame will open to you the gates of palaces. The love of Trank and our protection have already given you the heart and the secrets of an illustrious princess. You will see closely still more powerful personages and will make of them our auxiliaries. The means of attaining this will be the object of private communications and of an entirely special education which you will here receive. In all the courts and in all the cities of Europe towards which you wish to turn your steps, we shall cause you to find friends, associates, brothers to second you, powerful protectors to secure you from the dangers of your enterprise. Large sums will be entrusted to you to relieve the misfortunes of our brothers and those of all the unhappy who by means of the signals of distress may invoke the assistance of our order in places where you may be. You will institute among women new secret societies, founded by us upon the principles of our own, but adapted, in their forms and their composition, to the usages and the manners of different countries and different classes. You will endeavor as much as possible to bring about the cordial and sincere union of the great lady and the citizen's wife, of the rich woman and the poor seamstress, of the virtuous matron and the adventurous female artist. Tolerance and benevolence. Such will be the formula softened for the persons of the world of our real and austere formula. Equality, fraternity. You see, at first sight your mission is sweet for your heart and glorious for your life. Still it is not without danger. We are powerful, but treachery may destroy our enterprise and overwhelm you in our disaster. Spandau may not be the last of your prisons, nor the rage of Frederick II, the only royal rage you may have to encounter. Are you prepared for all, and devoted beforehand to the martyrdom of persecution? I am, replied Consuelo. We are certain of it, and if we fear anything, it is not the weakness of your character, but the dejection of your mind. From this moment we must put you on your guard against the principal disgust attached to your mission. The lower grades of the secret societies, and especially of Masonry, are almost insignificant in our eyes and serve us only to try the instincts and the dispositions of the candidates. The greater part never pass those first degrees, in which, as I have already said, vain ceremonies amuse their frivolous curiosity. Into the following grades are admitted only persons who give us hopes, and yet these are still kept at a distance from the end. They are examined, They are tried, their souls are probed, they are prepared for a more complete initiation, or they are given up to an interpretation which they could not pass without danger to the cause and to themselves. That is still only a nursery from which we choose the strong plants, destined to be transplanted into the sacred forest. To the highest grades alone belong the important revelations, and it is by them that you will enter upon the career. But the part of master imposes many duties, and there ceases the charm of curiosity, the intoxication of mystery, the illusion of hope. You have no longer to learn, in the midst of enthusiasm and emotion, that law which transforms the neophyte into an apostle, the novice into a priestess. You have to practice it in instructing others and in seeking to recruit, among the clean in heart and the poor in spirit, Levites for the sanctuary. It is there, poor Consuelo, that you will know the bitterness of hopes deceived and the hard labors of perseverance, when you shall see, among so many greedy, curious, and boasting seekers after truth, so few serious, firm, and sincere minds, so few souls worthy of receiving and capable of understanding it. For hundreds of children full of vanity and employing the formulas of equality and affecting its appearance, you will hardly find one man penetrated with their importance and courageous in their interpretation. You will be obliged to speak to them in enigmas, and to make to yourself a sad jest in deceiving them respecting the fundamentals of the doctrine. The greater part of the princes, whom we enroll under our banner, are in this situation, and, adorned with vain Masonic titles which amuse their foolish pride, serve only to guarantee to us the liberty of our movements and the tolerance of the police. Some, nevertheless, are sincere, or have been so. Frederick, surnamed the Great, and certainly capable of being great, was received as a Freemason before he was king. And at that time, liberty spoke to his heart, equality to his reason. Still we surrounded his initiation with skillful and prudent men, who did not reveal to him the secrets of the doctrine. How we should have repented had they done so. At this moment, Frederick suspects, watches, and persecutes another Masonic rite, which has been established at Berlin in competition with the lodge over which he presides, and other secret societies at the head of which Prince Henry, his brother, has placed himself with ardor. And yet Prince Henry, as also the Abbess of Quedlinburg, is not, and never will be, more than an initiate of the second degree. We know the princes, Consuelo, and we know that we must never repose entire confidence in them or in their courtiers. Frederick's brother and sister suffer from his tyranny and curse it. They willingly conspire against it, but for their own advantage. Notwithstanding the eminent qualities of these two princes, we shall never place the reins of our enterprise in their hands. They conspire, it is true, but they do not know to what a terrible work they lend the support of their name, their fortune, and their credit. They imagine that they labor only to diminish the authority of their master, and to paralyze the encroachments of his ambition. The Princess Amelia even carries into her zeal a sort of republican enthusiasm, and she is not the only crowned head whom a certain dream of antique grandeur and philosophic revolution has agitated in these times. All the little sovereigns of Germany learnt Fenelon's Telemachus by heart in their childhood, and now they are fed on Montesquieu, Voltaire, and Helvetius. But they do not go beyond a certain ideal of aristocratic government, wisely balanced, in which they, of right, are to have the first places. You can judge of the logic and good faith of all of them by the strange contrast you have seen in Frederick between maxims and actions, words and deeds. They are no more than copies, more or less obliterated, more or less exaggerated of those models of philosophic tyrants. But as they have not absolute power in their hands, their conduct is less shocking, and people may form illusions respecting the use they would make of that power. We do not allow ourselves to be deceived. We permit these wearied masters, these dangerous friends, to sit upon the thrones of our symbolic temples. They think themselves the pontiffs. They imagine that they hold the key of the sacred mysteries. As formerly the chief of the Holy Empire, fictitiously chosen Grand Master of the secret tribunal, was persuaded that he commanded the terrible army of the Frank judges, masters of his power, of his designs, and of his life. But while they believe themselves our generals, they serve us as lieutenants. And never before the fatal day marked for their fall, in the book of destiny, will they know that they assist us to labor against themselves. Such is the gloomy and bitter side of our work. It is necessary to make a compromise with certain laws of one's peaceful conscience, on opening the soul to our holy fanaticism. Will you have that courage, young priestess of pure heart and candid speech? After all that you have told me, I am no longer permitted to draw back, replied Consuelo, after a moment of silence. A first scruple might lead me into a series of reservations and terrors which would end in cowardice. I have received your austere confidences. I feel that I no longer belong to myself. Alas, yes, I confess it. I shall often suffer at the part with which you invest me, for I have already suffered bitterly at being obliged to deceive King Frederick in order to save friends in danger. Let me blush for the last time with the blush of souls virgin to all deception, and weep for the candor of my ignorant and peaceful youth. I cannot avoid these regrets, but I shall retain no tardy and pusillanimous remorse. I cannot henceforth be the inoffensive and useless child I have formerly been. I am no longer so, since I am placed between the necessity of conspiring against the oppressors of humanity, or of betraying its liberators. I have touched the tree of knowledge. Its fruits are bitter, but I shall not throw them from me. To know is a misfortune, but to refuse to act is a crime, when we do know what we should do. That is replying with wisdom and courage, returned the initiator. We are satisfied with you. Tomorrow evening we will proceed with your initiation. Prepare yourself during the whole day for a new baptism, for a formidable engagement, by meditation and prayer, by confession even, if your soul is not free from all personal feeling. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of the Countess of Rudolstadt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Countess of Rudolstadt by George Sand, translated by Francis G. Shaw. Chapter 32. Consuelo was awakened at break of day by the sound of horns and the barking of dogs. When Matthias brought her breakfast, he informed her that there was a great battue of deer and wild boars in the forest, situated behind a rock on the confines of the park. More than 100 guests, he said, were assembled at the chateau for this lordly diversion. Consuelo understood that a great number of the associates of the order had come together under pretext of hunting at this chateau, the principal rendezvous of their most important meetings. She was rather frightened at the idea that she would perhaps have all these men as witnesses of her initiation, and asked herself if it was indeed a matter sufficiently interesting in the eyes of the order to occasion so great a concourse of its members. She endeavored to read and to meditate in order to conform to the prescriptions of the initiator. But she was still more distracted by an internal emotion and by vague fears than by the flourishes of horns, the galloping of horses, and the baying of the bloodhounds, which made the surrounding woods echo all day long. Was this hunt real or pretended? Had Albert been so converted to all the customs of common life as to take part in it and to shed without terror the blood of innocent animals? Would not Liverani quit this party of pleasure and under cover of the disorder come to trouble the neophyte in the secret of her retreat? Consuelo saw nothing of what passed without, and Liverani did not come. Mateus, too busy, doubtless, at the chateau to think of her, brought her no dinner. Was this, as Supperville pretended, a fast designedly imposed in order to weaken the mental powers of the adept? She was resigned. Towards night, when she returned to the library which she had left an hour before in order to take the air, she recoiled with affright at seeing a man, clothed in red and masked, seated in her armchair. But she was immediately reassured, for she recognized the feeble old man who served her, so to speak, as spiritual father. "My child," said he, rising and coming to meet her, "have you nothing to say to me? Have I still your confidence?" "You have, sir," replied Consuelo, making him resume his seat in the armchair and taking a stool beside him in the embrasure of the window. "I have earnestly desired to speak with you, and for a long time." Then she faithfully related to him all that had passed between herself, Albert, and the unknown since her last confession, and she concealed none of the involuntary emotion she had experienced. When she had concluded, the old man kept silence so long as to trouble and embarrass Consuelo. Pressed by her to judge her conduct and feelings, he replied at last, "Your conduct is excusable, almost irreproachable. But what can I say of your feelings? That sudden, insurmountable, and violent affection which is called love is a consequence of the good or bad instincts which God has placed in souls or allowed to penetrate them that they may be perfected or punished in this life. Bad human laws, which thwart in almost all things the will of nature and the designs of providence, often make that a crime which is an inspiration from God, and curse the feeling which he had blessed, while they sanction infamous unions, degrading instincts. It belongs to us, exceptional legislators, hidden architects of a new society, to distinguish as far as possible legitimate and true love from culpable and vain love, in order to pronounce, in the name of a purer, more generous, and more moral law than that of the world, upon the lot which you deserve. Are you willing to trust in this to our decision? Will you grant us the power to bind and to loose you? You inspire me with an absolute confidence. I have told you so, and I repeat it. Well, Consuelo, we will deliberate upon this question of life and death for your soul and that of Albert. And shall I not have the right to cause the cry of my conscience to be heard? Yes, to enlighten us. I, who have heard it, will be your advocate. You must release me from the secret of your confession. What? Will you no longer be the only confidant of my private feelings, of my combats, of my sufferings? If you were to request a divorce before a tribunal, would you not be obliged to make public complaints? That suffering will be spared you. You have no complaint to make of anyone. Is it not more pleasant to confess love than to declare hatred? Is it enough to feel a new love in order to have a right to abjure the old? You have never felt love, Albert. It seems to me that I have not, yet I would not swear it. You would have no doubt if you had loved him. Besides, the question which you ask carries its own answer. Every new love excludes the old by the force of things. Do not decide that too quickly, my father, said Consuelo with a sad smile, because I love Albert otherwise than the other. I do not love him less than in the past. Who knows if I do not love him more? I feel ready to sacrifice to him this unknown, the thought of whom deprives me of sleep and makes my heart beat at this moment while speaking to you. Is it not the pride of duty the ardor of sacrifice rather than affection, which counsels you to this kind of preference for Albert? I believe not. Are you very sure of it? Recollect that you are here far from the world, protected from its judgments, beyond its laws. If we give you a new formula and new notions of duty, will you persist in preferring the happiness of the man whom you do not love to that of him whom you do love? Have I ever said that I did not love Albert? Cried Consuelo quickly. I can only answer your question by other questions, my daughter. Can you have two loves at the same time in your heart? Yes, two different loves. A woman loves her brother and her husband at the same time, but not her husband and her lover. The rights of the husband and of the brother are different, in fact. Those of the husband and the lover would be the same, unless the husband consented to become a brother. Then the law of marriage would be broken in what it has most mysterious, most private, and most holy. It would be a divorce, wanting only the publicity. Answer me, Consuelo. I am an old man on the brink of the grave, and you a child. I am here as your father, as your confessor. I cannot alarm your modesty by this delicate question, and I hope that you will reply with courage. In the enthusiastic friendship with which Albert inspired you, have you not always felt a secret and insurmountable terror at the idea of his caresses? It is true, replied Consuelo, blushing. That idea was not ordinarily mingled with that of his love. It seemed foreign to it, but when it did present itself, the chill of death passed through my veins. And the breath of the man whom you know under the name of Liverani has given you the fire of life? That also is true, but should not such instincts be stifled by the will? By what right? Has God suggested them for nothing? Has he authorized you to abjure your sex, to pronounce in marriage the vow of virginity, or that more horrible and more degrading still of serfdom? The passiveness of the slave has in it something which resembles the coldness and brutishness of prostitution. Is it in the designs of God that a being such as you are should be so far degraded? Woe to the children that are born of such unions. God inflicts upon them some disgrace, an incomplete, delirious, or stupid organization. They bear the seal of disobedience. They do not belong entirely to humanity, for they have not been conceived according to the law of humanity, which wills a reciprocity of ardor, a community of aspirations between the man and the woman. There where this reciprocity does not exist, there is no equality, and there where equality is broken, there is no real union. Be certain, therefore, that God, far from commanding such sacrifices to your sex, rejects them and denies to it the right of making them. That suicide is as criminal and still more cowardly than the renunciation of life. The vow of virginity is anti-human and anti-social, but the sacrifice without love is something monstrous in that sense. Think well of it, Consuelo, and if you persist in annihilating yourself to that degree, reflect upon the part which you would reserve to your husband if he accepted your submission without understanding it. Unless he were deceived, he would never accept it, as I need not tell you. But, abused by your devotedness, transported by your generosity, would he not soon appear to you strangely selfish or gross in his error? Would you not degrade him in your own eyes? Would you not degrade him in reality before God by laying that snare for his candor and by furnishing to him that almost irresistible opportunity to succumb? Where would be his greatness? Where would be his delicacy if he did not perceive the paleness on your lips and the tears rolling in your eyes? Can you flatter yourself that hatred would not, in spite of yourself, enter your heart with the shame and the grief of not having been understood or divined? No, woman, You have not the right to deceive love in your bosom. You would rather have that of suppressing it. Whatever cynical philosophers may have said respecting the passive condition of the feminine species in the order of nature, that which will always distinguish the companion of man from that of the brute is discernment in love and the right of choice. Vanity and cupidity make the greater part of marriages a legalized prostitution, according to the expression of the ancient Lollards. Devotedness and generosity may lead a simple mind to similar results. Virgin, it was my duty to instruct you in delicate matters which the purity of your life and of your thoughts prevented you from foreseeing or analyzing. When a mother gives her daughter in marriage, she half reveals to her, with more or less wisdom and modesty, the mysteries which she had concealed from her until that hour. A mother was wanting to you when you pronounced, with an enthusiasm more fanatical than human, the oath to belong to a man whom you loved in an incomplete manner. A mother is given to you at this day to assist and enlighten you in new resolutions at the hour of divorce or of the definitive sanction of that strange wedding. That mother is myself, Consuelo, who am not a man but a woman. You a woman, said Consuelo, looking with surprise at the thin and bluish, but delicate and truly feminine hand which had taken her own during this discourse. This little worn and wasted old man, replied the problematical confessor. This exhausted and suffering being, whose broken voice has no longer any sex, is a woman worn by sorrow, disease and anxiety more than by age. I am not more than 60, Consuelo, though under this dress, which I do not wear except in my office as an invisible, I have the aspect of an imbecile octogenarian. However, in the garments of my sex, as in these, I am nothing but a wreck. Yet I was a large, strong, and beautiful woman of an imposing exterior. But at 30 I was already bent and trembling, as you see me now. And do you know, my child, the cause of that precocious sinking? It was the unhappiness from which I wished to preserve you. It was an incomplete affection, an unhappy union, a horrible effort of courage and resolution which bound me for 10 years to a man whom I esteemed and respected without being able to love. A man could not have told you what are the holy rights and the true duties of woman in love. They have formed their laws and their ideas without consulting us. I have, nevertheless, often enlightened the consciences of my associates in that respect, and they have had the courage and the loyalty to listen to me. But believe me, I well knew that if they did not place me in direct communication with you, they would never have the key to your heart, and would perhaps condemn you to an eternal suffering, to a complete abasement, while thinking to ensure your happiness in strength and in virtue. Now open your heart to me entirely. Tell me if this Liverani— Alas, I love him, this Liverani. That is only too true, said Consuelo, carrying the hand of the mysterious Sibyl to her lips. His presence causes me still more fear than that of Albert. But how different is that fear, and how mingled with strange delights. His arms are a magnet which attracts me, and his kiss upon my forehead makes me enter another world in which I breathe, in which I exist otherwise than in this. Well, Consuelo, you must love that man and forget the other. I pronounce your divorce from this moment. It is my duty and my right. Whatever you may have said, I cannot accept this sentence before having seen Albert, before he has spoken to me and told me himself that he renounces me without regret, that he returns to me my word without contempt. You do not yet know Albert, or you fear him. But I know him. I have rights over him, even more than over you, and I can speak in his name. We are alone, Consuelo, and it is not forbidden me to reveal myself entirely to you. although I form part of the Supreme Council, whom their nearest disciples never know. But my situation and yours are exceptional. Look therefore upon my faded features, and tell me if they seem unknown to you." Saying this, the Sibyl took off at the same time her mask and her false beard, her skullcap and her false hair, and Consuelo saw the head of a woman, aged and suffering in truth, but of an incomparable beauty of lines, and with a sublime expression of goodness, sadness, and strength. These three habits of the soul, so different and so rarely united in one and the same being, were depicted in the vast forehead, in the maternal smile, and in the deep look of this unknown woman. The form of her head and the lower part of her face announced great strength of primitive organization, but the ravages of sorrow were only too visible, and a kind of nervous tremulousness imparted a vacillation to that beautiful head, which recalled that of Niobe expiring, or rather that of Mary fainting at the foot of the cross. Gray hair, fine and smooth as virgin silk, separated upon her broad forehead, and closed in small bands upon her temples, completed the noble strangeness of that captivating face. At that epoch all women wore their hair powdered and frizzled, raised behind, and leaving uncovered the bare and bold forehead. The Sibyl had tied hers in the manner least embarrassing under her disguise, without thinking that she adopted the style most in harmony with the cut and expression of her face. Consuelo contemplated her a long while, with respect and admiration. Then suddenly, struck with surprise, she cried out, seizing both her hands, "Oh, my God, how you do resemble him!" "Yes, I resemble Albert, or rather Albert resembles me prodigiously," replied she. "But have you never seen a portrait of me?" And seeing that Consuelo made vain efforts of memory, she added to assist her, "A portrait which resembled me as much as art is permitted to approach reality, and of which I am now only the shadow. A large portrait of a young, fresh, brilliant woman, with a waist of gold brocade covered with flowers in precious stones, a purple mantle, and black hair escaping from clasps of rubies and of pearls to fall in curls upon the shoulders. That is the dress I wore, more than 40 years ago, on the day after my marriage. I was beautiful, but I was not to be so long. I already had death in my soul." "The portrait of which you speak," said Consuelo, becoming pale, "is at Giant's Castle, in the chamber which Albert inhabited. It is that of his mother, whom he had hardly known, and whom he nevertheless adored, whom he thought he saw and heard in his ecstasies. Can you then be a near relative of the noble Wanda du Proclus, and consequently—" "I am Wanda du Proclus herself," replied the Sibyl, recovering some firmness in her voice and attitude. "I am the mother of Albert, and the widow of Christian de Rudolstadt. I am the descendant of Jean Siska of the Chalice, and the mother-in-law of Consuelo. But I wish no longer to be other than her friend and her adopted mother, because Consuelo does not love Albert, and Albert must not be happy at the expense of the happiness of his companion." "His mother? You his mother?" cried Consuelo, trembling, as she fell at the knees of Wanda. "Are you then a spectre? Were you not mourned as dead at Giant's Castle?" "It is now 27 years," replied the Sibyl, "since Wanda de Proclus, Countess de Rudolstadt, was buried at Giant's Castle, in the same chapel and under the same stone where Albert de Rudolstadt, attacked by the same disease and subject to the same epileptic crisis, was buried last year, a victim to the same error. The sun would never have risen from that horrible tomb if the mother, attentive to the danger which threatened him, had not watched, invisible, over his agony, and had not presided with anguish at his inhumation. It was his mother who saved a being, still full of strength and life, from the worms of the sepulchre to which he had already been abandoned. It was his mother who rescued him from the yoke of a world in which he had lived only too long and in which he could no longer live, to transport him to this mysterious world, to this impenetrable asylum in which she herself had recovered, if not health of body, at least the life of the soul. It is a strange history, Consuelo, and you must know it in order to understand that of Albert, his sad life, his pretended death, and his miraculous resurrection. The Invisibles will not open their session for your initiation until midnight. Listen to me then, and may the emotion caused by this strange recital prepare you for those which still await you. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of The Countess of Rudolstadt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Countess of Rudolstadt by George Sand, translated by Francis G. Shaw. Chapter 33. Rich, beautiful, and of illustrious birth, I was married at 20 to Count Christian, who was already more than 40. He might have been my father, and he inspired me with affection and respect, but not with love. I had been educated in ignorance of what such a feeling may be in the life of a woman. My parents, austere Lutherans, but compelled to practice their worship as secretly as possible, had in their habits and in their ideas an excessive strictness and a great strength of mind. Their extravagant hatred of foreigners, their inward revolt against the religious and political yoke of Austria, their fanatical attachment to the ancient liberties of their country, had passed into my bosom, and these passions sufficed for my proud youth. I did not suspect that there were others, and my mother, who had never known aught besides duty, would have thought she committed a crime, had she permitted me to imagine them. The Emperor Charles, Maria Theresa's father, persecuted my family for a long while on account of heresy, and set a price upon our fortune, our liberty, and almost upon our lives. I could ransom my parents by marrying a Catholic lord devoted to the empire, and I sacrificed myself with a kind of enthusiastic pride. From among those who were designated to me, I chose Count Christian because his character, gentle, conciliating, and even weak in appearance, gave me hopes of secretly converting him to the political ideas of my family. My family accepted my devotedness and blessed it. I thought that I should be happy from virtue, but the unhappiness of which we understand the extent and feel the injustice is not a medium in which the soul can easily be developed. I soon discovered that the wise and calm Christian concealed under his precise and benevolent gentleness an invincible obstinacy, a bigoted attachment to the customs of his caste and to the prejudices of his neighborhood, a kind of merciful hatred and of sorrowful contempt for every idea of combat and resistance to established things. His sister Wenceslawa, tender, watchful, generous, but bound even more than he to the minutiae of her devotion and the pride of her rank, was to me a companion both sweet and bitter, a caressing but overpowering tyrant, a friend devoted but irritating to the last degree. I suffered mortally at the absence of sympathizing and intellectual connection with beings whom I nevertheless loved, but the contact with whom killed me, whose atmosphere slowly wasted me. You know the history of Albert's youth, his suppressed enthusiasm, his misunderstood religion, his evangelical ideas accused of heresy and madness. My life was a prelude to his, and you must have sometimes heard uttered in the family of Rudolstadt exclamations of terror and of sorrow at that fatal resemblance between the son and the mother, in mind as well as in body. The absence of love was the greatest evil in my life, and from that flowed all the others. I loved Christian with a strong friendship, but nothing in him could inspire me with enthusiasm, and an enthusiastic affection would have been necessary to repress the profound disunion of our understandings. The religious and severe education I had received did not permit me to separate understanding from love. I devoured myself. My health became affected. An extraordinary excitement seized upon my nervous system. I had hallucinations, ecstasies which were called attacks of madness, and which they concealed with care instead of trying to cure. Still, they tried to divert me and to carry me into the world, as if balls, performances, and feasts could supply to me the want of sympathy, of love, and of confidence. I fell so ill at Vienna that I was carried back to Giant's Castle. I preferred even that dull abode, the exorcisms of the chaplain and the cruel friendship of the canoness, to the court of our tyrants. The consecutive loss of my 5 children gave me the final blow. It seemed to me that heaven had cursed my marriage. I desired death with fervor. I had no more hope in life. I strove not to love Albert, my last born, persuaded that he was condemned like the others, and that all my cares could not save him. A last misfortune brought the exasperation of my faculties to its height. I loved, I was beloved, and the austerity of my principles constrained me to stifle in my bosom even the inward confession of that terrible feeling. The physician who attended me in my frequent and painful crises was less young in appearance, and not so handsome as Christian. It was not, therefore, the graces of his person which affected me, but the profound sympathy of our minds, the conformity of our ideas, or at least of our religious and philosophical instincts, an incredible resemblance of characters. Marcus, I can indicate him to you only by that name, had the same energy, the same activity of mind, the same patriotism as myself. Of him could be said, as well as of me, what Shakespeare has put in the mouth of Brutus. I am not of those who bear injustice with a smiling face. The misery and degradation of the poor, serfdom, the despotic laws and their monstrous abuses, all the impious rites of conquest excited in him tempests of indignation. Oh, what torrents of tears we have shed together over the sufferings of our country and those of the human race, everywhere enslaved or cheated, here brutified by ignorance, there decimated by the rapacity of the avaricious, elsewhere violated and degraded by the ravages of war, debased and unfortunate over the whole face of the earth. Still Marcus, more learned than I, conceived a remedy for all these evils, and often conversed with me respecting strange and mysterious projects for organizing a universal conspiracy against despotism and intolerance. I listened to his designs as to romantic dreams. I could not hope. I was too ill and too much broken to believe in the future. He loved me ardently. I saw it, I felt it, I shared his passion. And yet, during 5 years of apparent friendship and chaste intimacy, we did not once reveal to each other the fatal secret which united us. He did not usually dwell in the Burma Vault. At least he was frequently absent from that region under pretext of going to attend upon distant patients, but in fact for the purpose of organizing that conspiracy, of which he incessantly spoke to me, without being able to persuade me of its results. Each time that I again saw him, I felt more inflamed by his genius, his courage, and his perseverance. Each time that he returned, he found me more weakened, more devoured by an inward fire, more wasted by physical suffering. During one of those absences, I had horrible convulsions, to which the ignorant and conceited Dr. Witzelius, whom you know, and who attended me in the absence of Marcus, gave the name of malignant fever. After the crisis, I fell into a state of complete prostration, which was taken for death. My pulse did not beat. My respiration was insensible. Still, I had all my consciousness. I heard the prayers of the chaplain and the tears of my family. I heard the heart-rending cries of my only child, of my poor Albert, and I could not make a motion. I could not even see. My eyes had been closed. It was impossible for me to open them. I asked myself if this was death, and if the soul, deprived of its means of action upon the corpse, preserved in its decease the sorrows of life and the horror of the tomb. I heard terrible things around my bed of death. The chaplain, endeavoring to calm the strong and sincere regret of the canoness, told her that it was necessary to thank God for all things, and that it was a great happiness for my husband to be delivered from the anguish of my continual agony and from the storms of my reprobate soul. He did not use quite such harsh words, but the meaning was the same, and the canoness listened to him and by degrees assented. I even heard him afterwards try to console Christian by the same arguments, rather more softened in expression, but quite as cruel to me. I heard distinctly. I understood frightfully. It was, thought they, the will of God that I should not bring up my son, and that he should be withdrawn in his tender years from the poison of the heresy with which I was infected. This was what they found to say to my husband when he cried, pressing Albert to his bosom, "Poor child, what will become of thee without thy mother?" The reply of the chaplain was, "You will educate him according to the will of God." Finally, after 3 days of motionless and mute despair, I was carried to the tomb, without having recovered strength to make a movement, without having lost for an instant the certainty of the horrible death to which they were about to condemn me. I was covered with diamonds. I was dressed in my wedding garments, that magnificent costume in which you saw me in my portrait. A crown of flowers was placed upon my head, a crucifix of gold upon my chest, and I was deposited in a long coffin of white marble, cut in the subterranean pavement of the chapel. I felt neither the cold nor the want of air. I lived only in thought. Marcus arrived an hour after. His consternation took from him all reflection. He came mechanically to prostrate himself upon my tomb. He was torn from it. He returned in the night. This time he was provided with a hammer and a lever. An ominous idea had crossed his mind. He knew my lethargic crises. He had never seen them so long, so complete, but from some instance of that strange state before observed by him. He imagined the possibility of a frightful error. He had no faith in the science of Witzelius. I heard him walking above my head. I recognized his step. The clang of the iron which raised the stone made me shudder, but I could not utter a cry, a groan. When he raised the veil which covered my face, I was so exhausted by the efforts I had made to call him that I seemed more dead than ever. He hesitated for a long while. He interrogated 1,000 times my extinguished breath, my frozen heart and hands. I had all the stiffness of a corpse. I heard him murmur in a heart-rending voice, "It is done then. No more hope. Dead, dead, oh Wanda." He let the veil fall again, but he did not replace the stone. A horrible silence once more prevailed. Had he fainted? Would he abandon me? He also, forgetting, in the horror inspired by the sight of what he had loved, to close my sepulchre? Marcus, plunged in a gloomy meditation, formed a project dismal as his sorrow, strange as his character. He wished to save my body from the ravages of destruction. He wished to carry it away secretly, to embalm it, to seal it in a metal coffin and keep it always by his side. He asked himself if he would have so much courage, and suddenly, in a kind of fanatic transport, he said that he would. He took me in his arms, and without knowing if his strength would permit him to carry a dead body so far as his dwelling, which was more than a league distant, he laid me upon the pavement and replaced the stone with that terrible sang-froid which often accompanies acts of delirium. Then he wrapped me up and hid me entirely under his cloak, and left the chateau, which was not then closed with the same care as now, because the bands of malefactors rendered desperate by the war had not yet shown themselves in the environs. I had become so thin that I was not, to tell the truth, a very heavy burden. Marcus crossed the woods, choosing the least frequented paths. He deposited me several times upon the rocks, overpowered by sorrow and dismay more than by fatigue. He has told me since that more than once he felt a horror of this theft, of a dead body, and was tempted to carry me back to my tomb. At last he reached his dwelling, penetrated without noise through his garden, and carried me, without being seen by anyone, into an isolated pavilion which he used as a private study. It was there only that the joy of seeing myself saved, the first feeling of joy I had had for 10 years, unbound my tongue, and I was able to articulate a feeble exclamation. A new and violent crisis followed the lethargy. I suddenly recovered an exuberant strength. I uttered cries, groans. Marcus's maidservant and gardener ran towards the pavilion, thinking that someone was assassinating him. He had the presence of mind to throw himself before them, saying that a lady had come there to be secretly confined, and that he would kill anyone who attempted to see her, as he would discharge whomsoever said a word about the matter. This feint succeeded. I was dangerously ill in the pavilion for 3 days. Marcus, shut up with me, attended me with a zeal and an intelligence worthy of his will. When I was saved and could collect my ideas, I threw myself into his arms with terror at the thought that we should be obliged to separate. "Oh, Marcus," cried I, "why did you not let me die here in your arms? If you love me, kill me. To return to my family is worse than death to me." "Madam," replied he with firmness, "you never shall return there. I have made an oath to God and to myself. You henceforth belong only to me. You will not leave me again, or you will go hence only over my dead body." This terrible resolution shocked and charmed me at the same moment. I was too much troubled and too weak to perceive its extent. I listened to it with the at once timid and confiding submission of a child. I allowed myself to be nursed, cured, and by degrees accustomed myself to the idea of never returning to Riesenberg and of never contradicting the appearances of my death. Marcus displayed an exalted eloquence to convince me. He told me that I could not live in that marriage, and that I had no right to go to certain death. He swore to me that he had the means of withdrawing me from the sight of men for a long time, and for my whole life from that of persons who knew me. He promised me that he would watch over my son and provide a way for me to see him in secret. He even gave me sure pledges of these strange possibilities, and I allowed myself to be convinced. I consented to depart with them and never again to become the Countess of Rudolstadt. But at the moment when we were about to depart, Marcus was sent for to attend Albert, who was said to be dangerously ill. Maternal tenderness, which unhappiness seemed to have stifled, was reawakened in my bosom. I wished to follow Marcus to Riesenberg. No human power, not even his, could have dissuaded me. I entered his carriage and, enveloped in a long veil, waited with anxiety at some distance from the chateau for him to go and see my son and bring me news of him. He soon returned, in fact, assured me that the child was not in danger, and wished to reconduct me to his house and afterwards return and pass the night with Albert. I could not resolve to do this. I wished still to wait for him, hidden behind the dark walls of the chateau, trembling and agitated, while he returned to take care of my son. I was hardly alone when 1,000 anxieties consumed my heart. I imagined that Marcus concealed from me the real situation of Albert, that perhaps he was dying, that he would expire without receiving my last kiss. Overcome by this fatal persuasion, I rushed through the porch of the chateau. A servant, whom I met in the court, let fall his torch and fled crossing himself. My veil hid my features, but the appearance of a woman in the middle of the night was enough to awaken the superstitious ideas of those credulous domestics. They had no doubt that I was the ghost of the unhappy and impious Countess Wanda. An unexpected chance allowed me to penetrate to my son's chamber without meeting any other persons, and the canoness had fortunately gone out for that moment to get some medicine prescribed by Marcus. My husband, according to his custom, had gone to pray in his oratory instead of acting to avert the danger. I precipitated myself upon my son. I pressed him to my bosom. He was not afraid of me. He returned my caresses. He had not comprehended my death. At this moment the chaplain appeared upon the threshold of the chamber. Marcus thought that all was lost. Still, with a rare presence of mind, he remained motionless and appeared not to see me beside him. The chaplain pronounced, with an interrupted voice, some words of exorcism, and fainted away before he had dared to make a step towards me. Then I resigned myself to fly by another door, and I regained in the darkness the place where Marcus had left me. I was reassured. I had seen Albert relieved. His little hands were moist, and the fire of the fever was no longer on his cheeks. The fainting and the terror of the chaplain were attributed to a vision. He insisted that he had seen me beside Marcus, holding Albert in my arms. Marcus insisted that he had seen nothing. Albert had gone to sleep, but on the next day he again asked for me, and the following nights, convinced that I had not fallen asleep forever, as they endeavored to persuade him, he dreamt of me, thought he saw me again, and called me several times. From that moment, Albert's childhood was closely watched, and the superstitious souls of Riesenberg made abundance of prayers to drive the fatal assiduities of my phantom from around his cradle. Marcus reconducted me to his house before day. We put off our departure for a week longer, and when my son was entirely re-established, we left Bohemia. Since that time, I have led a wandering and mysterious life, always concealed at my resting places, always veiled in my journeys, bearing a false name, and having for a long while no other confidant in the world but Marcus. I passed several years with him in foreign countries. He maintained a constant correspondence with a friend who kept him informed of all that took place at Riesenberg, and who gave him ample details respecting the health, the character, and the education of my son. The deplorable state of my health authorized me to lead the most retired life and to see no one. I passed for the sister of Marcus, and lived several years in the interior of Italy, in an isolated villa, while for a part of each year Marcus continued his journeys and pursued the accomplishment of his vast projects. I was not the mistress of Marcus. I had remained under the empire of my religious scruples, and I required more than 10 years of meditation to conceive the right of human beings to shake off the yoke of the laws, without pity and without intelligence, which govern human society. Being considered dead, and not wishing to risk the liberty I had so dearly bought, I could not invoke any civil or religious power to break my marriage with Christian, and I could not desire, moreover, to reawaken his sleeping sorrows. He knew not how unhappy I had been with him. He believed that, for my happiness and for the peace of his family, and for the salvation of his son, I had descended to the repose of the tomb. In this situation I looked upon myself as eternally condemned to be faithful to him. Afterwards, when by the exertions of Marcus the disciples of a new faith had united and secretly constituted themselves a religious power, when I had modified my ideas sufficiently to accept this new counsel and to enter this new church, which could have pronounced my divorce and consecrated our union, it was no longer time. Marcus, fatigued by my obstinacy, had felt the necessity of loving elsewhere, and I had heroically impelled him to it. He was married. I was the friend of his wife. Still, he was not happy. That wife had not a mind and heart sufficiently great to satisfy the mind and heart of a man like him. He had not been able to make her understand his plans. He was careful not to inform her of his success. She died after some years, without having imagined that Marcus still loved me. I nursed her in her last illness. I closed her eyes without having any reproach to make against myself respecting her, without rejoicing at the removal of this obstacle to my long and cruel passion. My youth had departed. I was broken. I had led too grave and too austere a life to change when age began to bleach my hair. I entered at last into the calmness of old age, and I felt deeply all that there is august and holy in that phase of our woman's life. Yes, our old age, like our whole life, when we understand it aright, is something much more serious than that of men. They can cheat the course of years. They can still love and become parents at a more advanced age than we. While nature marks for us a bound beyond which there is something monstrous and impious in the wish to reawaken love and to encroach by ridiculous transports upon the brilliant privileges of the generation which already succeeds and effaces us. The lessons and the examples which it expects from us in that solemn moment require, moreover, a life of contemplation and of concentration which the agitations of love would fruitlessly disturb. Youth can be inspired by its own ardor and find therein high revelations. Ripe age has no longer any commerce with God, but in the august serenity which is granted to it as a last benefit. God himself gently aids us by an insensible transformation to enter upon that path. He takes care to calm our passions and to change them into peaceful friendships. He takes from us the fascination of beauty, thus withdrawing us from dangerous temptations. Nothing then is so easy as to grow old. Whatever may say and whatever may think about it, those women diseased in mind, whom we see move about in the world, victims to a kind of fury, obstinate to conceal from others and from themselves the diminution of their charms and the termination of their mission as women. What? Age takes from us our sex. It frees us from the terrible labors of maternity, and we do not recognize that this is the moment to raise ourselves to a kind of angelic state. But, my dear daughter, you are so far from that bound, fearful and yet desirable as a port against a tempest, that all my reflections on the subject are out of place. Let them therefore only be of use to you to understand my history. I remained what I had always been, the sister of Marcus, and those repressed emotions, that conquered love which had tortured our youth, gave at least to the friendship of riper age a character of strength and of enthusiastic confidence which is not to be found in common friendships. I have as yet told you nothing, moreover, of the mental labors and the important occupations which, during the first 15 years, prevented us from being absorbed by our sufferings, and which since that time have prevented our regretting them. You know their nature, their object, and their result. You were informed of them last night. You will be more fully so this evening by the organ of the invisibles. I can only say to you that Marcus sits among them, and that he has himself formed their secret council and organized their whole society with the assistance of a virtuous prince, whose entire fortune is consecrated to the mysterious and mighty enterprise with which you are acquainted. I have likewise consecrated my whole life to it for 15 years. After 12 years of absence, I was too much forgotten on the one hand, and too much changed on the other, not to be able to reappear in Germany. The strange life which befits certain employments of our order moreover favored my incognito, and trusted, not with the active propagandism which is reserved to your life of brilliancy, but with secret missions which my prudence could execute. I have made several journeys which I will describe to you directly, and since then I have lived here entirely concealed, exercising in appearance the obscure functions of housekeeper to a part of the prince's mansion, but in fact earnestly engaged in nothing but the hidden work, holding a vast correspondence in the name of the council with all the important associates, receiving them here, and often presiding over their conferences alone with Marcus when the prince and the other supreme chiefs were absent. In fine, exercising at all times quite a decided influence upon those of their decisions which seem to demand the delicate perceptions and the peculiar sense with which the female mind is endowed. Apart from the philosophical questions which are brought forward and weighed here, and from which, besides, I have, by the maturity of my understanding, acquired the right not to be excluded, there are often questions of feeling to be discussed and judged. You may well think that in our attempts abroad, we often find an assistance or an obstacle in particular passions, love, hatred, jealousy. I have had, by the intervention of my son, and even in person and under the disguises much in fashion at courts among women, of sorceress or of prophetess, frequent connections with the Princess Amelia of Prussia, with the interesting and unhappy Princess of Kulmbach, finally with the young Margravine of Brize, Frederick's sister. We were obliged to win those women more by the heart than by the mind. I have worked nobly, I dare to say it, to attach them to us, and have succeeded. But that phase of my life is not the one with which I am to acquaint you. In your future enterprises, you will find my trace, and you will continue what I have begun. I wish to speak to you of Albert, and inform you of all that side of his existence which you do not know. We have still time. Give me yet a little of your attention. You will understand how, in this terrible and strange life, I have made for myself. I at last knew tender emotions and maternal joys. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of the Countess of Rudolstadt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Countess of Rudolstadt by George Sand, translated by Francis G. Shaw. Chapter 34. Minutely informed by the cares of Marcus of all that occurred at Giant's Castle, I no sooner learnt the resolution which had been taken to make Albert travel, and the direction he was to follow, than I hastened to place myself in his path. This was at the period of those journeys of which I spoke just now, and in many of which Marcus accompanied me. The tutor and the domestics who had been provided for Albert had not known me. I therefore did not fear being seen by them. I was so impatient to see my son that I had much difficulty in abstaining, as I traveled behind him at 1 hour's distance, and thus reaching Venice, where he was to make his first stopping place. But I was resolved not to show myself to him without a species of mysterious solemnity, for my object was not only the ardent maternal instinct which impelled me to his arms. I had a more important design, a duty still more maternal to fulfill. I wished to free Albert from the narrow superstitions in which his family had attempted to enclose him. It was necessary that I should obtain possession of his imagination, of his confidence, of his mind, of his whole soul. I thought him a fervent Catholic. He was so in appearance. He followed regularly all the external practices of the Roman Church. The persons who had informed Marcus of these details were ignorant of the inner heart of Albert. His father and his aunt knew it no better. They could reproach him with nothing but a savage rigorism, a too simple and too ardent manner of interpreting the gospel. They did not understand that in his rigid logic and in his loyal candor, my noble child, obstinate in the practice of true Christianity, was already an impassioned and incorrigible heretic. I was somewhat frightened by that Jesuit tutor who had been attached to his steps. I feared that I could not approach him without being observed and thwarted by a fanatical Argus. But I soon knew that the unworthy Abbé Blanc did not even attend to his health, and that Albert, neglected also by the servants whom he felt a repugnance at commanding, lived almost alone and abandoned to himself in all the cities in which he made any stay. I observed all his motions with anxiety. Lodging in the same hotel with him at Venice, I at last met him alone and pensive on the staircase, in the galleries, on the quays. Oh, you may imagine how my heart beat at the sight of him, how my affections yearned towards him, and what torrents of tears escaped from my dismayed and ravished eyes. He seemed to me so handsome, so noble, so sad, alas, that only object permitted to my love upon the earth. I followed him with precaution. Night approached. He entered the church of Saints John and Paul, an austere basilic filled with tombs, with which you are doubtless well acquainted. Albert knelt in a corner. I glided there with him. I hid myself behind a tomb. The church was deserted. The darkness became every moment more profound. Albert was motionless as a statue. Still he appeared absorbed in reverie rather than in prayer. The lamp of the sanctuary feebly illumined his features. He was so pale. I was terrified at it. His fixed eyes, his half-open lips, I know not what of despairing in his attitude and physiognomy, broke my heart. I trembled like the vacillating flame of the lamp. It seemed to me that if I should reveal myself at that moment, he would fall annihilated. I recalled all that Marcus had told me of his nervous susceptibility and of the danger of sudden emotions upon so impressible an organization. I went out that I might not yield to the impulses of my love. I waited for him under the portico. I had thrown over my garments, which were quite simple and dark, a brown cloak, the hood of which hid my face and gave me the appearance of a woman of the people of that country. When he came out, I involuntarily made a step towards him. He stopped, and thinking me a beggar, took a piece of gold at random from his pocket and presented it to me. Oh, with what pride and what gratitude I received that alms. Here, Consuelo, it is a sequin of Venice. I have had it bored to pass a chain through it, and I wear it always on my bosom as a precious jewel, as a relic. It has never left me since that day, this pledge which my child had sanctified. I was not mistress of my transport. I seized that dear hand and carried it to my lips. He drew it back with a kind of terror. It was wet with my tears. "What are you doing, woman?" said he to me in a voice, the pure and sonorous tones of which resounded to the middle of my bones. "Why do you bless me thus for so trifling a gift? Doubtless you are very unhappy, and I have given you too little. How much do you require to relieve you from suffering? Speak, I wish to console you. I hope I may be able." And he took in his hands, without looking at it, all the gold he had about him. "Thou hast given me enough, good young man," replied I. "I am satisfied." "But why do you weep?" said he, struck by the sobs which choked my voice. "Have you then any sorrow which my riches cannot remedy?" "No," replied I. "I weep from emotion and joy." From joy. Are there then tears of joy, and such tears for a piece of gold? O human misery! Woman, take all the rest, I beseech you. But do not weep for joy. Think of your brothers the poor, so numerous, so debased, so miserable, all of whom I cannot comfort. He went away sighing. I dared not follow him for fear of betraying myself. He had left his gold upon the pavement as he handed it to me in a kind of haste to get rid of it. I gathered it up and put it into the box for the poor in order to satisfy the noble charity of my son. The next day I watched him again and saw him enter St. Mark's. I had resolved to be stronger and more calm. I was so. We were once more alone in the semi-obscurity of the church. He mused for a long time, and suddenly I heard him murmur as he rose, "O Christ, they crucify thee all the days of their life." "Yes," replied I, half reading his thought, "the Pharisees and the doctors of the law." He shuddered, remained silent for a moment, and said in a low voice, without turning and without endeavoring to see who thus addressed him, "Again, the voice of my mother." Consuelo, I almost fainted on hearing Albert thus invoke my memory and keep in his heart the instinct of this filial divination. But the fear of troubling his reason, already so excited, restrained me still. I went again to wait for him under the porch, and when he passed, satisfied with seeing him, I did not approach him. But he came near to me, and recoiled with a movement of horror. "Signora," said he to me after a moment's hesitation, "why do you beg today? Is it then indeed a trade, as the pitiless rich say? Have you no family? Can you not be useful to someone, instead of wandering at night like a spectre around the churches? Was not what I gave you yesterday sufficient to provide for today? Do you wish, then, to forestall the part which might fall to your brethren?" "I do not beg," replied I. "I have put thy gold into the box of the poor, except one sequin which I wish to keep for love of thee." "Who are you, then?" cried he, seizing me by the arm. "Your voice agitates me to the very depths of my soul. It seems to me that I know you. Show me your face. But no, I do not wish to see it. You make me afraid." "Oh, Albert," said I, beside myself and forgetting all prudence, "thou also, hast thou then fear of me?" He shuddered from head to foot, and murmured again with an expression of terror and of religious respect, "Yes, it is her voice. It is the voice of my mother." "I do not know who is thy mother," returned I, frightened by my imprudence. "I only know thy name because the poor know thee already. Why should I frighten thee? Is thy mother then dead?" "They say that she is dead," replied he, "but my mother is not dead to me." "Where does she live, then?" "In my heart, in my thought, continually, eternally. I have dreamt her voice. I have dreamt her features 100 times, 1,000 times." I was terrified as much as charmed by this imperious expansion, which thus drew him towards me. I saw in him signs of wandering. I overcame my tenderness to calm him. "Albert," said I to him, "I did know your mother. I was her friend. I was charged by her to speak to you of her some day when you should be old enough to understand what I have to say to you. I am not what I appear. I followed you yesterday and today in order to have an opportunity to converse with you. Listen to me, therefore, with calmness, and do not allow yourself to be troubled by vain superstitions. Will you follow me under the arcades of the procurators, which are now deserted, and talk with me? Do you feel yourself quiet enough, concentrated enough for that purpose?" "You, the friend of my mother," cried he. "You, charged by her to speak to me of her. Oh, yes, speak, speak. You see well that I was not deceived, that an inward voice gave me warning. I felt that there was something of her in you. No, I am not superstitious. I am not insensate. Only I have a heart more alive and more susceptible than many others to certain things which others do not understand and do not feel. You understand that, if you understood my mother. Speak to me then of her. Speak to me again with her voice, with her spirit. Having thus succeeded, although imperfectly, in relieving his emotion, I led him under the arcades and began by questioning him respecting his childhood, his recollections, the principles which had been communicated to him, and the conception he had formed of the principles and the ideas of his mother. My questions clearly proved to him that I was acquainted with the secrets of his family and capable of understanding those of his heart. Oh, my daughter, what enthusiastic pride took possession of me when I saw the ardent love which Albert cherished for me, the faith he had in my piety and virtue, the horror with which he was inspired by the superstitious detestation of the Catholics of Riesenberg for my memory, the purity of his soul, the grandeur of his religious and patriotic sentiment, finally, all the sublime instincts which a Catholic education had not been able to stifle in him. But at the same time, with what a profound sorrow was I affected by the precocious and incurable sadness of that young soul, and the struggles which already crushed it as they had attempted to crush my own. Albert believed himself still a Catholic. He did not revolt openly against the decrees of the Church. He needed to believe in a constituted religion. Already more instructed and meditative than belonged to his years. He was hardly 20. He had reflected much upon the long and gloomy history of the heresies, and he could not resolve to condemn certain of our doctrines. Compelled, nevertheless, to mistrust the errors of innovators so exaggerated and distorted by ecclesiastical historians, he floated on a sea of uncertainties, at one time condemning revolt, at another cursing tyranny, and unable to conclude anything except that men of good had erred in their attempts at reform, and that men of blood had stained the sanctuary in their wish to defend it. It was therefore necessary to throw light upon his mind, to exhibit the faults and excesses of both parties, to teach him to embrace courageously the defense of the innovators, even while lamenting their inevitable excesses, to exhort him to abandon the support of craft, of violence and subjection, even while recognizing the excellence of a certain mission in a more distant past. I had no difficulty in enlightening him. He had already foreseen, already divined, already concluded before I had finished the proof. His admirable instincts responded to my inspirations, but when he understood completely, a sorrow more overpowering than that of uncertainty seized upon his dismayed mind. Truth was not then recognized anywhere upon the earth. The law of God was no longer living in any sanctuary. No people, no caste, no school practiced the Christian virtue and endeavored to illustrate and develop it. Both Catholic and Protestant had abandoned the divine path. Everywhere prevailed the law of the strongest. Everywhere the weak were oppressed, the poor chained and debased. The Christ was crucified every day upon all the altars erected by men. The night passed in this bitter and engrossing conversation. The clock slowly struck the hours without Albert's thinking to count them. I was affrighted at this power of intellectual tension, which made me foresee in him so much inclination for strife and so many facilities for sorrow. I admired the manly pride, the heart-rending expression of my noble and unhappy child. I again found myself entire in him. I thought I read my past life, and recommenced with him the history of the long tortures of my heart and brain. I contemplated upon his broad brow, illumined by the moon, the useless outward and moral beauty of my solitary and uncomprehended youth. I wept over him and over myself at the same time. His lamentations were long and heartrending. I dare not yet disclose to him the secrets of our conspiracy. I feared that he would not understand them at once, and that, in his grief, he might reject them as useless and dangerous efforts. Anxious at seeing him kept awake and walking for so long a time, I promised to show to him a harbor of safety, if he would consent to wait and to prepare himself for austere confidences. I gently excited his imagination by the hope of a new revelation, and I reconducted him to the hotel in which we both lived, promising another interview, which I put off for several days in order not to abuse the tension of his faculties. Only at the moment of leaving me did he think of asking me who I was. "I cannot tell you," replied I. "I bear a false name. I have reasons for concealing myself. Do not speak of me to anyone." He never asked me any other questions, and appeared to content himself with my answer. But his delicate reserve was accompanied by another feeling, strange as his character, gloomy as his mental habits. He told me a long while afterwards that he always considered me thenceforth as the soul of his mother appearing to him under a real form and with circumstances explicable to the vulgar, but in fact supernatural. Thus my dear Albert persisted in recognizing me in spite of myself. He preferred to invent a supernatural world rather than to doubt my presence, and I could not succeed in deceiving the victorious instinct of his heart. All my efforts to appease his excitement served only to fix it in a kind of calm and restrained delirium, which had no conductor nor confidant, not even myself, who was its object. He submitted religiously to the will of the spirit which forbade him to recognize, to name it, but he persisted in believing himself under the power of a spirit. From this frightful tranquillity which Albert preserved thenceforth in the wanderings of his imagination, from that sombre and stoical courage which has made him always meet, without paleness, the phantoms produced by his brain, there resulted to me for a long time a fatal error. I knew not the strange idea he had formed of my reappearance upon the earth. I thought that he accepted me as a mysterious friend of his deceased mother and of his own childhood. I was amazed, it is true, at the little curiosity which he testified to me, and the little astonishment caused in him by the assiduity of my cares. But this blind respect, this delicate submission, this absence of anxiety with regard to all the realities of life, appeared to me so conformable with his reserved, pensive, and contemplative character that I did not sufficiently seek to account for them and to fathom their secret causes. While laboring, therefore, to fortify his reasoning powers against the excesses of his enthusiasm, I contributed, without knowing it, to develop in him that kind of delirium at once sublime and deplorable, of which he was so long the sport and the victim. Little by little, in a succession of interviews which had neither confidants nor witnesses, I developed to him the doctrines of which our order has made itself the depository and the secret propagator. I initiated him into our project of universal reform. At Rome, in the subterraneans reserved to our mysteries, Marcus presented him and caused him to be admitted to the first grade of masonry, reserving to himself the power of revealing to him beforehand the symbols hidden under those vague and strange forms, the many-faced interpretation of which adapts itself so well to the measure of intelligence and courage in the initiated. During 7 years I followed my son in all his journeys, always departing from the places he had left a day after him, and reaching those he was to visit the day after his arrival. I was always careful to lodge at a certain distance, and never to show myself either to his tutor or to his servants, whom, moreover, according to my advice, he took the precaution to change frequently and to keep always at a distance from his person. I sometimes asked him if he was not surprised to find me everywhere. "Oh, no," replied he. "I know very well that you will follow me everywhere." And when I wished him to express the reason of that confidence, "My mother has charged you to give me life," replied he, "and you know very well that if you abandoned me now, I should die." He spoke always in an enthusiastic and as if inspired manner. I accustomed myself to see him so, and became so also without my knowledge, while conversing with him. Marcus has often reproached me, and I have often reproached myself, for having in this manner fed the internal flame which consumed Albert. Marcus would have wished to enlighten him by more positive lessons and by a colder logic, but at other moments I have been reassured by the thought that, but for the aliments with which I furnished him, that flame would have consumed him more quickly and more cruelly. My other children had shown the same disposition to enthusiasm. Their souls had been crushed. They had been extinguished like torches, the brightness of which is feared. They had sunk before acquiring strength to resist. Without my breath, which incessantly revived the sacred spark in a free and pure air, Albert's soul would perhaps have gone to join his brothers, as, without the breath of Marcus, I should have been extinguished before having lived. I frequently applied myself, moreover, to distract his mind from that eternal aspiration towards ideal things. I advised him. I required of him positive studies. He obeyed me with gentleness, with conscientiousness. He studied the natural sciences, the languages of the various countries through which he passed. He read assiduously. He cultivated the arts and devoted himself, without a master, to music. All this was but a recreation, a rest to his ardent and broad understanding. A stranger to all the excitements of his age, born enemy of the world and its vanities. He lived everywhere in a deep seclusion, and resisting with obstinacy the advice of his tutor. He did not wish to enter any saloon, to be brought forward in any court. He hardly saw, in 2 or 3 of the capitals, his father's oldest and most serious friends. He assumed before them a grave and reserved demeanor which left no room for criticism, and he had expansion and intimacy only with some adepts of our order, to whom Marcus particularly recommended him. However, he requested us not to exact of him that he should busy himself with propagandism before he felt the gift of persuasion developed within him. And he often declared to me with frankness that he had it not, because he had not as yet a faith sufficiently complete in the excellence of our methods. He allowed himself to be carried from grade to grade, like a docile pupil, but whilst examining everything with a severe logic and a scrupulous uprightness, he always reserved to himself, he told me, the right of proposing to us reforms and ameliorations whenever he felt himself enlightened enough to dare to yield to his personal inspirations. Until then, he wished to remain humble, patient, and submissive to the forms established in our secret society. Buried in study and meditation, he kept his tutor in respect for the seriousness of his character and the coldness of his demeanor. The abbé came therefore to consider him as a sad bookworm, and withdrew from him as much as possible, to busy himself only with the intrigues of his order. He was a Jesuit. Albert even made quite long residences in France and in England without his company. He was often 100 leagues from him, and was contented with appointing a place of meeting when he wished to see another country. Often, indeed, they did not travel together. At those periods I had the greatest liberty to see my son, and his exclusive tenderness repaid me 100-fold for the care I bestowed upon him. My health had become reestablished, as it sometimes happens to constitutions greatly changed, to become habituated to their sufferings, and not to feel them. I hardly perceived mine any longer. Fatigue, watchings, long conversations, painful journeys, instead of overpowering me, sustained me in a state of slow and continued fever, which became and has remained my normal condition. Fragile and trembling as you see me, there are no labors or fatigues which I cannot endure better than you, beautiful flower of the spring. Agitation has become my element, and I repose in continued action, like those couriers by profession who have learned to sleep as they gallop on their horses. This experience of what an energetic soul in a diseased body could bear and accomplish gave me more confidence in Albert's strength. I became accustomed to see him sometimes languishing and broken like myself, animated and feverish like me at other hours. We have suffered together the same physical pains resulting from the same mental emotions, and never perhaps has our intimacy been more sweet and more tender than in those hours of trial when the same fever burned in our veins, or the same exhaustion mingled our feeble sighs. How many times has it seemed to us that we were the same being? How many times have we broken the silence into which the same reverie plunged us, to address to each mutually the same words? How many times, finally, agitated or exhausted in a contrary manner, have we communicated by clasping our hands, languor or animation each to the other? How much good and how much evil have we known in common? O my son, O my only passion, O flesh of my flesh and bone of my bone, how many tempests have we passed through, covered by the same celestial aegis? How many ravages have we resisted by drawing towards each other and pronouncing the same formula of salvation: love, truth, justice. We were in Poland on the frontiers of Turkey, and Albert, having gone through all the successive initiations of Masonry and of the higher grades which form the last link between that preparatory society and our own, was about to direct his steps toward this part of Germany in order to be admitted to the sacred banquet of the Invisibles, when Count Christian de Rudolstadt recalled him to his side. This was a thunderbolt to me. As to my son, in spite of the care I had taken to prevent his forgetting his family, he loved them no longer, but as a tender remembrance of the past. He no longer comprehended existence with them. It did not, however, come into our minds to resist that order, issued with the cold dignity and the confidence of paternal authority, as understood in the Catholic and patrician families of our country. Albert prepared to leave me without knowing for how long a time we were to be separated, but without imagining that he would not see me again, and strengthened with Marcus the bonds of the association which called upon him. Albert had little notion of time, and still less appreciation of the material eventualities of life. "Are we leaving each other?" said he, seeing me weep in spite of myself. "We cannot leave each other. Every time that I have called you in the depths of my heart, you have appeared to me. I shall call you again." "Albert, Albert," cried I cannot follow you this time where you go." He became pale and clung to me like a frightened child. The moment had come to reveal to him my secret. "I am not the soul of thy mother," said I to him after some preamble. "I am thy mother herself." "Why do you tell me that?" replied he with a strange smile. "Did I not know it? Do we not resemble each other? Have I not seen your portrait at Riesenberg? Had I ever forgotten you moreover? Have I not always seen you, always known you? And thou wert not surprised to see me living? Me, who am supposed to be buried in the chapel of Giant's Castle?" "No," replied he, "I was not surprised. I was too happy for that. God has the power of miracles, and it is not for man to be astonished at them. That strange child had more difficulty in understanding the frightful realities of my history than the miracle which he had cherished. He had believed in my resurrection as in that of the Christ. He had received literally my doctrines respecting the transmission of life. He believed in it with excess, that is to say, he was not astonished at my preserving the remembrance and the certainty of my individuality, after having put off my body in order to assume another. I do not even know if I convinced him that my life was uninterrupted by my trance, and that my mortal covering did not remain in the sepulchre. He listened to me with an absent yet excited face, as if he heard from my mouth other words than those which I uttered. There passed in him at that moment something mysterious and inexplicable. One would have said that the destiny which reserved for him a lot similar to my own denied to him the faculty of foreseeing and understanding it. A terrible bond still kept Albert upon the brink of the abyss. Actual life could not take possession of him before he had undergone that last crisis from which I had miraculously issued, that apparent death which was to be in him the last effort of the notion of eternity struggling against the notion of time. My heart was broken in separating from him. A sorrowful presentiment vaguely warned me that he was about to enter into that phase which might be called climacteric, and which had so violently disturbed my existence that the hour was not far distant in which Albert would be annihilated or renewed. I had remarked in him a tendency to the cataleptic state. He had had under my eyes fits of sleep so long, so profound, so frightful. His breathing was then so weak, his pulse so little felt, that I did not cease saying or writing to Marcus, "We must never let Albert be buried, or we must not fear to break open his tomb." Unhappily for us, Marcus could no longer present himself at Giant's Castle. He could no longer set foot upon the soil of the empire. He had been seriously compromised by an insurrection at Prague, to which, indeed, his influence had not been wanting. He had only escaped by flight from the rigor of the Austrian laws. Consumed by anxiety, I returned here. Albert had promised to write to me every day. I promised myself on my side that as soon as a letter failed me, I would start for Bohemia and present myself at Riesenberg at every risk in any event. The grief occasioned by our separation was at first less cruel to him than to myself. He did not understand what took place. He seemed not to believe it. But when he had entered under that fatal roof, the atmosphere which seems a poison to the ardent bosoms of the descendants of Ziska, he received a terrible shock in his whole being. He ran and shut himself up in the chamber I had inhabited. He called me, and not seeing me appear, he persuaded himself that I was dead a second time, and that I should not be restored to him in the course of the present life. At least it is thus he has since explained to me what took place in him at that fatal hour when his reason and his faith was shaken for whole years. He looked at my portrait for a long time. A portrait is never more than an imperfect resemblance, and a particular conception which the artist has formed of us is always so much below the feeling conceived and preserved by those who have ardently loved us, that no resemblance can satisfy them. It even afflicts them, and sometimes excites their indignation. Albert, on comparing that representation of my youth and my past beauty, did not find his dear old mother, her gray hairs, which seemed to him most august, and this extreme paleness which spoke to his heart. He withdrew from the portrait with terror, and reappeared before his relatives, somber, taciturn, and dismayed. He visited my tomb. He was seized there with dizziness and horror. The idea of death appeared monstrous to him, and yet, to console him, his father told him that I was there, that he must prostrate himself and pray for the repose of my soul. Repose, cried Albert beside himself. The repose of the soul. No, the soul of my mother is not made for such an extinction any more than my own. Neither my mother nor I wish to repose in a tomb. Never, never. This Catholic cavern, these sealed sepulchres, this abandonment of life, this divorce between heaven and earth, between the body and the soul, horrifies me. It was by such exclamations that Albert began to cast fear into the simple and timid soul of his father. His words were reported to the chaplain that he might endeavor to explain them. That narrow-minded man saw in them only a cry torn from him by the feeling of my eternal damnation. The superstitious fear which took possession of the minds of those around Albert, the efforts of his family to bring him back to Catholic submissiveness, soon succeeded in torturing him, and his excitement assumed wholly the diseased character which you saw in him. His ideas became confused. In consequence of seeing and touching the proofs of my death, he forgot that he had known me living, and I seemed to him only a wandering spectre, always ready to abandon him. His fantasy invoked that spectre, and attributed to it no other than incoherent words, sorrowful cries, ominous threats. When calmness returned to him, his reason remained as if veiled by a cloud. He had lost the memory of recent events. He persuaded himself that he had had a dream of 8 years by my side, or rather those 8 years of happiness, of activity, of strength, appeared to him like the dream of an hour. Receiving no letter, I was about to fly to him. Marcus restrained me. The post, said he, intercepted our letters, or the family of Rudolstadt suppressed them. He constantly received news from Riesenberg through his faithful correspondent. My son was considered calm, well, happy in his family. You know what care was taken to conceal his situation, and it was with success at first. In his journeys, Albert had become acquainted with young Trenck. He was attached to him by a warm friendship. Trenck, beloved by the Princess of Prussia and persecuted by King Frederick, wrote to my son of his joys and sorrows. He earnestly requested him to come to him at Dresden and give him advice and assistance. Albert made the journey, and hardly had he left the gloomy chateau of Riesenberg when memory, zeal, reason were restored to him. Trenck had met my son in the militia of the invisible neophytes. There they had comprehended each other and sworn a chivalric brotherhood. Informed by Marcus of their intended interview, I hastened to Dresden. I saw Albert again. I followed him to Prussia, where he introduced himself into the king's palace under a disguise, in order to serve the love of Trenck and execute a message of the Invisibles. Marcus judged that this activity and the consciousness of a useful and generous part would save Albert from his dangerous melancholy. He was right. Albert recovered life among us. Marcus wished on his return to bring him here and keep him for some time in the society of the venerable chiefs of the order. He was convinced that by breathing this true atmosphere of his superior soul, Albert would recover the lucidity of his genius. But an unfortunate circumstance suddenly disturbed the confidence of my son. He had met upon his route the impostor Cagliostro, initiated by the imprudence of the Rosicrucians into some of their mysteries. Albert, long since received Rosicrucian, had passed that grade and presided at one of their assemblies as Grand Master. He then saw near at hand what he had before only guessed. He touched all the various elements which composed the Masonic associations. He recognized the error, the infatuation, the vanity, the imposture, the fraud even, which then began to creep into these sanctuaries already invaded by the insanity and the vices of the age. Cagliostro, with his vigilant police of the little secrets of the world, which he brought forward as the revelations of a familiar spirit, with his captious eloquence, which parodied great revolutionary inspirations, with his witchcraft, which invoked pretended ghosts. Cagliostro, the intriguing and the avaricious, horrified the noble adept. The credulity of the people of the world, the low superstition of a great number of Freemasons, the shameful avidity excited by promises of the philosopher's stone, and of so many other fooleries of the time in which we live, threw a fatal light upon his soul. In a life of seclusion and of study, he had not sufficiently known mankind. He was not prepared to struggle with so many bad instincts. He could not bear with such vanities. He wished that charlatans and sorcerers should be unmasked and driven with shame from the portals of our temples. He could not allow that the degrading presence of Cagliostro should be suffered because it was too late to get rid of him, because that man, if irritated, could destroy many estimable persons, while, if flattered by their protection and apparent confidence, he could render great services to the cause, without really knowing it. Albert was indignant and pronounced upon our work the anathema of a firm and ardent soul. He predicted to us that we should fail in consequence of permitting the alloy to penetrate too deeply into the chain of gold. He left us, saying that he would reflect upon what we endeavored to make him understand of the terrible necessities of the work of conspiracies, and that he would return to ask of us a baptism when his poignant doubts were dissipated. We did not know, alas, what gloomy reflections were his in the solitude of Riesenberg. He did not tell us of them. Perhaps he did not remember them when their bitterness had passed. He lived there yet a year in an alternation of calmness and of transport, of exuberant strength and sorrowful depression. He sometimes wrote to us, without informing us of his sufferings and the failure of his health. He bitterly combated our politic measures. He wished us at once to cease laboring in the dark and deceiving men in order to induce them to drink of the cup of regeneration. "Throw aside your black mask," said he. "Come out from your caverns. Efface from the pediment of your temple the word mystery, which you have stolen from the Roman Church and which does not befit the men of the future. Do you not see that you have assumed the methods of the order of the Jesuits? No, I cannot labor with you. It is seeking life in the midst of corpses. Appear at once in the light of day. Lose not the time which is precious to organize your army. Trust to the enthusiasm, to the sympathy of the people, and to the spontaneity of generous instincts. Besides, an army is corrupted in repose, and the craft which it employs in concealing itself takes from it the power and life necessary for the fight. Albert was right in principle, but the time had not come for him to be right in practice. That time is perhaps still far off. At last you came to Riesenberg. You surprised him in the greatest distresses of his soul. You know, or rather do not know, what action you had upon him, even to give him a new life, even to give him death. When he thought that all was at an end between yourself and him, all his strength forsook him, he allowed himself to pine away. Until then I was ignorant of the true nature and of the degree of intensity of his disease. Marcus's correspondent informed him that Giant's Castle was closed more and more to strangers, that Albert no longer left it, that he passed for a monomaniac in the eyes of the world, but that the poor still loved and blessed him, and that some persons of superior sense who had seen him, after having been struck by the eccentricity of his manners, on leaving him, did justice to his eloquence, to his wisdom, to the grandeur of his conceptions. But finally, I learnt that Supperville had been sent for, and I flew to Riesenberg, in spite of Marcus, who, seeing me resolved upon everything, exposed himself to everything in order to follow me. Disguised as beggars, we reached the walls of the chateau. No one recognized us. It was 27 years since I had been seen there, 10 since they had seen Marcus. They gave us alms and ordered us away. But we met a friend, an unexpected savior in the person of poor Zdenko. He treated us as brothers and conceived an affection for us, because he understood how much we were interested for Albert. We knew how to speak to him, the language which gratified his enthusiasm and induced him to reveal all the secrets of the mortal sorrows of his friend. Zdenko was no longer the furious man by whom your life had been threatened. Dejected and broken, he came like ourselves to ask humbly at the gate of the chateau for tidings of Albert, and like us, he was sent away with vague replies, frightful to our anguish. By a strange coincidence with Albert's visions, Zdenko pretended to have known me. I had appeared to him in his dreams, in his ecstasies, and without accounting for anything, he abandoned his will to an artless attraction. "Woman," said he often to me, "I do not know your name, but you are the good angel of my Potebrad." Very often have I seen him draw your face upon paper, and describe your voice, your look and your step in his good hours, when heaven opened before him and he saw appear around his bed those who are no more, as men say. Far from repelling the effusions of Zdenko, I encouraged them. I flattered his illusions and persuaded him to receive us, Marcus and myself, in the grotto of the Schreckenstein. On seeing that subterranean abode and learning that my son had lived there for weeks and almost for whole months, concealed from everyone, I understood the gloomy color of his thoughts. I saw a tomb, to which Zdenko seemed to render a kind of worship, and it was not without difficulty that I learnt its destination. It was the greatest secret of Albert and Zdenko, and that respecting which they were most reserved. "Alas, it is there," said the insensate to me, "that we have buried Wanda de Prachalich, the mother of my Albert. She did not wish to remain in that chapel, where they had sealed her in the stone. Her bones constantly moved and bounded, and these here," added he, pointing to the ossuary of the Taborites on the banks of the fountain, "constantly reproached us for not bringing her to their side. We searched for that sacred tomb, and we have buried her here, and every day we brought flowers and kisses." Terrified by this circumstance, which might at a future period occasion the discovery of my secret, Marcus questioned Zdenko, and learnt that they buried my coffin without opening it. This Albert had been so ill, so delirious as not to remember my existence and to persist in the idea of my death. But was not all this a dream of Zdenko's? I could not believe my ears. "Oh, my friend," said I to Marcus in despair, "if the torch of his reason be so far extinguished, and forever, may God grant him the favor of death." Master at last of all Zdenko's secrets, we knew that we could introduce ourselves into Giant's Castle by subterranean passages and unknown galleries. We followed him there one night and waited at the entrance of the cistern while he stole into the interior of the mansion. He returned, laughing and singing, to tell us that Albert was cured, that he slept, that new garments and a crown had been put on him. I felt as if thunderstruck. I understood that Albert was dead. I do not know what happened afterwards. I woke several times in the midst of a fever. I was lying upon bearskins and dried leaves in the subterranean chamber which Albert had inhabited under the Schreckenstein. Zdenko and Marcus watched me by turns. The one said to me with an air of joy and triumph that his Potebrad was cured, that he would soon come to see me. The other, pale and pensive, said to me, "Perhaps all is not lost. Let us not give up the hope of the miracle which rescued you from the tomb." I understood no more. I was delirious. I wished to rise, to run, to cry out. I could not, and the desolate Marcus, seeing me in this state, had neither strength nor leisure to attend to me seriously. All his mind, all his thoughts were absorbed by an anxiety far more terrible. At last one night, I think it was the third of my crisis, I found myself calm and felt my strength return to me. I tried to recollect my ideas. I succeeded in rising. I was alone in that horrible cavern, dimly lighted by a sepulchral lamp. I wished to go out. I was shut in. Where were Marcus, Zdenko, and especially Albert? My memory returned to me. I uttered a cry, to which the frozen vaults gave back so gloomy an echo that the sweat poured from my forehead, cold as the dampness of the sepulchre. I thought myself again buried alive. What had happened? What was now happening? I fell upon my knees. I wrung my hands in a despairing prayer. I called Albert with furious cries. At last I heard dull and uneven steps, as of persons approaching laden with a burden. A dog barked and whined, and more quick than they, came several times to scratch at the door. It opened, and I saw Marcus and Zdenko bringing to me Albert, stiff, discolored, dead and fine, according to all appearances. His dog Cinnabar leaped about him and licked his down-hanging hands. Zdenko sang as he improvised in a sweet and impressive voice, "Come and sleep upon the bosom of your mother. Poor friend long deprived of rest, come and sleep until the day. We will wake you to see the sunrise." I threw myself upon my son. "He is not dead," cried I. "Oh, Marcus, you have saved him, have you not? He is not dead. He will wake again." "Madam, do not flatter yourself," replied Marcus with a horrible firmness. "I know nothing. I can believe nothing. Be courageous, whatever may happen. Help me. Forget yourself." I need not tell you what pains we took to reanimate Albert. Thank heaven there was a stove in that cavern. We succeeded in warming his limbs. "See," said I to Marcus, "his hands are warm." "We can give warmth to marble," replied he in an ominous tone. "That is not giving life. This heart is motionless as a stone." Horrible hours dragged along in this expectation, in this terror, in this discouragement. Marcus on his knees, with his ear glued against the chest of my son, his face gloomy, sought in vain for a feeble indication of life. Fainting, exhausted, I no longer dared to utter a word or address a question. I interrogated the terrible brow of Marcus. A moment came when I dared no longer look at him. I thought I read the final sentence. Zdenko, seated in a corner, played with Cinnabar like a child, and continued to sing. He sometimes interrupted himself to tell us that we were tormenting Albert, that we ought to let him sleep, that he, Zdenko, had seen him thus for whole weeks, and that he would soon awake of himself. Marcus suffered cruelly at the confidence of that innocent. He could not share it, but I persisted in giving faith to it, and I was really inspired. Zdenko had the celestial divination and angelic certainty of the truth. At last I thought I caught an imperceptible motion upon Marcus's brow of brass. It seemed to me that his contracted eyebrows were unbent. I saw his hand tremble, then stiffen again in a new effort of courage. Then he sighed deeply, withdrew his ear from the place where my son's heart had perhaps beat, tried to speak, restrained himself, frightened at the perhaps chimerical joy he was about to give me, leaned forward again, listened anew, shuddered, and suddenly rising and throwing himself back, wavered and again fell as if dying. "No more hope," cried I, tearing my hair. "Wanda," replied Marcus with a stifled voice, "your son lives." And broken by the effort of his attention, of his courage, of his solicitude, my stoical and tender friend staggered and fell exhausted by the side of Zdenko. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of the Countess of Rudolstadt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Countess of Rudolstadt by George Sand, translated by Francis G. Shaw. Chapter 35. The Countess Wanda, shaken by the emotion of such a recollection, resumed her recital after some minutes' silence. We passed several days in the cavern, during which strength and health returned to my son with astonishing rapidity. Marcus, surprised to find in him no organic lesion, no deep-seated alteration in the functions of life, was nevertheless frightened at his savage silence and his apparent or real indifference to our transports and the strangeness of his situation. Albert had completely lost his memory. Buried in a gloomy reverie, he vainly made secret efforts to understand what was passing around him. As to myself, who knew very well that grief was the only cause of his illness and of the catastrophe which had succeeded it, I was not so impatient as Marcus to see him recover the poignant recollections of his love. Marcus himself confessed that this entire extinction of the past in his mind could alone explain the rapid return of his physical strength. His body was reanimated at the expense of his mind, as quickly as it had been broken under the sorrowful efforts of his thought. He lives, and he will live assuredly, said Marcus to me. But is his reason forever obscured? Let us remove him from this tomb as soon as possible, replied I. The air, the sun, and motion will doubtless awaken him from this slumber of the soul. Let us remove him above all from this false and impossible life, which has killed him, returned Marcus. Let us withdraw him from this family and this world which thwart all his instincts. Let us conduct him to the side of those sympathizing souls, at whose contact his own will recover its clearness and vigor. Could I hesitate? While wandering with precaution at the decline of day in the environs of the Schreckenstein, where I pretended to ask charity of the few passers-by, I had learnt that Count Christian had fallen into a kind of childhood. He would not have understood the restoration of his son, and the spectacle of that anticipated death, had Albert understood it in his turn, would have completed the work of crushing him. Was it necessary, then, to restore and abandon him to the misdirected cares of that old aunt, of that ignorant chaplain, and of that stupid uncle, who had caused him to live so poorly and to die so sadly? Ah, let us fly with him, said I at last to Marcus. Let him not have under his eyes the agony of his father and that frightful spectacle of Catholic idolatry with which the beds of the dying are surrounded. My heart is broken at thinking that the husband who did not comprehend me, but whose pure and simple virtues I have always revered, and whom I have respected since my abandonment as religiously as during my union with him, is about to leave the earth without the possibility of our exchanging a mutual forgiveness. But since it must be so, since my appearance and that of my son could only be indifferent or fatal to him, let us depart. Let us not restore to that tomb of Riesenberg him whom we have reconquered from death, and to whom life still opens, as I hope, a sublime future. Ah, let us follow the first impulse which made us come here. Let us snatch Albert from the captivity of the false duties created by rank and riches. Those duties will always be crimes in his eyes, and if he persists in fulfilling them for the sake of pleasing relatives whom old age and death already dispute with him, he will himself die in the attempt. He will die the first. I know what I suffered in that slavery of the thought, in that mortal and incessant contradiction between the life of the soul and positive life, between principles, instincts, and forced habits. I see clearly that he has passed by the same paths, that he has gathered their poisons. Let us save him then, and if he wishes to return hereafter, contrary to this decision which we are about to take, will he not be free to do so? If the existence of his father is prolonged and his own moral health permits, will it not always be time to come back and console Christian's last days by his presence and his love? With difficulty, replied Marcus. I see terrible obstacles in the future if Albert should wish to return from his divorce with constituted society, with the world and his family. But why should Albert wish it? His family will perhaps be extinct before he has recovered his memory, and I know well what he will think on the day when he again becomes himself, of that which will remain to be recovered from the world. Name, honors, and riches. May heaven grant that day may come. Our most important and most urgent task is to place him in a condition where his cure may be possible. We therefore left the grotto by night as soon as Albert could stand. At a small distance from the Schreckenstein, we placed him on a horse, and thus reached the frontier, which is quite near that spot, as you know, and where we found more easy and more rapid means of conveyance. The connection which our order maintains with the numerous associates of the Masonic order assures us, in the whole interior of Germany, the facility of traveling without being known and without being subjected to the investigations of the police. Bohemia was the only country dangerous to us, in consequence of the recent movements at Prague and the jealous surveillance of the Austrian power. And what became of Zdenko? Asked the young Countess to Rudolstadt. Zdenko almost ruined us by his obstinacy in preventing our departure, or at least that of Albert, from whom he did not wish to be separated and whom he did not wish to follow. He persisted in thinking that Albert could not live out of the fatal and gloomy abode of the Schreckenstein. It is only there, said he, that my Potebrad is tranquil. Everywhere else men torment him, prevent him from sleeping, compel him to deny his fathers of Mount Tabor, and to lead a life of shame and perjury which exasperates him. Leave him here with me. I will take good care of him, as I have often done. I will not trouble his meditations. When he wishes to remain silent, I will walk without any noise, and will hold Cinnabar's muzzle whole hours in my hands, that he may not go and make him shudder by licking his. When he wishes to be cheerful, I will sing to him the songs he loves. I will compose new ones for him, which he will also love. For he loved all my compositions, and he alone understood them. Leave my Potebrad with me, I tell you. I know better than you do what is proper for him, and when you wish to see him again, you will find him playing on his violin, or planting beautiful branches of cypress, which I go and cut for him in the forest in order to ornament the tomb of his dearly loved mother. I will nourish him well, that will I. I know all the cabins in which they never refuse bread or milk or fruits to good old Zdenko, and for a long while the poor peasants of the Burmerwald have been accustomed to feed, without knowing it, their noble master, the rich Potebrad. Albert does not love the feasts in which they eat the flesh of animals. He prefers the life of innocence and simplicity. He does not need to see the sun. He prefers the rays of the moon through the woods, and when he wants society, I lead him to the glades, to the wild places where in camp at night our good friends the Zagari, those children of the Lord, who know neither laws nor riches. I listened attentively to Zdenko, because his artless talk revealed to me the strange life which Albert had led with him in his frequent retreats to the Schreckenstein. Do not fear, added he, that I shall ever disclose to his enemies the secret of his abode. They are such liars and such fools that they'd say now, our child is dead, our friend is dead, our master is dead. They could not believe that he was living, even if they saw him. Besides, was I not accustomed to say to them when they asked if I had seen Count Albert, "Doubtless he is dead"? And as I laughed when I said this, they pretended that I was mad. But I spoke of death to laugh at them, because they believe or feign to believe in death. And when the people of the chateau wanted to follow me, had I not 1,000 good tricks to mislead them? Oh, I know all the windings of the hare and the partridge. I know, like them, how to hide in a thicket, to disappear under the heath, to make a false track, to leap, to clear a rivulet, to stop in a hiding place in order that my pursuers may pass me, and, like the meteor of the night, to make them lose themselves and sink, to their great danger, in the swamps and quagmires. They call Zdenko the Innocent. The innocent is more crafty than all of them. There was only one maiden, a holy maiden, who could deceive the prudence of Zdenko. She knew magic words to chain his anger. She had talismans to overcome all snares and all dangers. Her name was Consuelo. When Zdenko pronounced your name, Albert shuddered slightly and turned his head, but he immediately let it fall again upon his chest, and his memory was not awakened. I tried in vain to come to an agreement with this guardian, so devoted and so blind, by promising to bring Albert back to the Schreckenstein, on condition that he would first follow him to a place whither Albert wished to go. I could not persuade him, and when at last, half by good words, half by force, we had compelled him to let my son leave the cavern, he followed us weeping, murmuring and singing in a lamentable voice, to beyond the mines of Kuttenberg. When he had reached a celebrated place, where Ziska had formerly gained one of his great victories over Sigismund, Zdenko quickly recognized the rocks which marked the frontier, for no one has explored all the paths of that country like him in his vagabond journeys. There he stopped and said, striking the ground with his foot, "Never again will Zdenko leave the soil which covers the skeletons of his fathers. It is not long since, exiled and banished by my Protobrod by having misunderstood and threatened the holy maiden whom he loves. I passed weeks and months in foreign countries. I thought I should become mad there. I returned a short time since to my dear forest, in order to see Albert sleep, because a voice had sung to me in my slumbers that his anger was dispelled. Now that he no longer curses me, you steal him from me. If it be to conduct him to his Consuelo, I consent. But as to quitting my country again, as to speaking the language of our enemies, as to extending my hand to them, as to leaving the Schreckenstein deserted and abandoned, I will never do it. That is beyond my strength, and besides, the voices of my sleep have forbidden me. Zdenko must live and die upon the ground of the slaves. He must live and die singing the glory of the slaves and their misfortunes in the tongue of his fathers. Adieu, and depart. If Albert had not forbidden me to shed human blood, you would not take him from me thus. But he would curse me again if I should raise my hand on you, and I prefer not to see him more rather than to see him irritated against me. You hear me, O my Protobrod, cried he, pressing against his lips the hands of my son, who looked at and listened to him without understanding him. I obey you, and I go. When you return, you will find your stove kindled, your books arranged, your bed of leaves renewed, and the tomb of your mother covered with palms, always green. If it be in the season of flowers, there will be flowers upon her, and upon the bones of our martyrs on the banks of the fountain. Goodbye, Cinnabar." And saying this, in a voice interrupted by tears, Zdenko rushed down the declivity of the rocks which sloped towards Bohemia, and disappeared with the rapidity of a deer at the first light of day. I will not relate to you, dear Consuelo, the anxieties of our expectation during the first weeks which Albert passed here with us. Concealed in this pavilion which you now inhabit, he returned by degrees to the mental life which we endeavored to reawaken in him, though with slowness and precaution. The first word which escaped from his lips after 2 months of absolute silence was called forth by a musical emotion. Marcus had comprehended that Albert's life was bound to his love for you, and he had resolved not to invoke the recollection of that love until he knew that you were worthy to inspire it, and free to respond to it at some future day. He therefore obtained the most minute information respecting you, and in a short time he knew the smallest details of your character, the most trifling particulars of your past and present life. Thanks to the skillful organization of our order, to the connections established with all other secret societies, to a large number of neophytes and adepts whose province it is to examine with the most scrupulous attention those things and persons which interest us. Nothing can escape our investigations. There are no secrets for us in the world. We know how to penetrate into the arcana of politics, as well as into the intrigues of courts. Your life without stain, your character without evasion, were not therefore very difficult to know and to judge. The Baron shrank as soon as he knew that the man by whom you were beloved, and whom you had never named to him, was no other than his friend Albert, spoke to us of you with enthusiasm. The Count de Saint-Germain, one of the most absent men in appearance and the most clear-sighted in reality, that strange visionary, that superior mind, who seems to live only in the past and whom nothing escapes in the present, soon furnished us with the most complete informations respecting you. They were such that I became at once tenderly attached to you and looked upon you as my own daughter. When we were sufficiently informed to proceed with certainty, we caused skillful musicians to come under the window at which we are now seated. Albert was there where you are, leaning against that curtain and contemplating the sunset. Marcus held one of his hands and I the other. In the midst of a symphony composed expressly for 4 instruments, in which had been introduced various motives from the Bohemian airs which Albert plays with so much soul and religious feeling, he was made to hear that canticle to the Virgin with which you formerly charmed him. O Consuelo de mi alma. At this moment Albert, who had appeared somewhat agitated at hearing the chants of our old Bohemia, threw himself into my arms and burst into tears, crying, "Oh, my mother! Oh, my mother!" Marcus stopped the music. He was satisfied with the emotion produced. He did not wish to abuse it the first time. Albert had spoken. He had recognized me. He had recovered strength to love. Many days still passed before his mind was restored to its full liberty. Still he had no attack of delirium. When he appeared fatigued by the exercise of his faculties, he fell into a gloomy silence, but insensibly his face assumed a less melancholy expression, and by degrees we combated this taciturn disposition with gentleness and precaution. At last we had the happiness to see disappear in him this need of intellectual repose, and there was no longer any suspension in the labor of his thought, but during the hours of a regular and peaceful sleep, almost like that of other men. Albert recovered the consciousness of his life, of his love for you and for me, of his charity and his enthusiasm for his fellow men and for virtue, of his faith and of the necessity that he should cause it to triumph. He continued to cherish you without bitterness, without mistrust, and without regretting all that he had suffered for you. But in spite of the care he took to reassure us and to show us his courage and self-denial, we saw clearly that his passion had lost none of its intensity. He had only acquired more moral and physical strength to support it. We did not seek to combat it. Far from this. We united our efforts, Marcus and I, to give him hope, and we resolved to inform you of the existence of that husband for whom you religiously wore mourning, not on your garments but in your soul. But Albert, with a generous resignation and a just sense of his position with regard to you, prevented us from hastening. She has never loved me with love, said he to us. She had pity on me in my agony. She would not without terror, and perhaps not without despair, have bound herself to pass her life with me. She would now return to me from a sense of duty. How unhappy should I be to deprive her of her liberty, of the emotions of her art, and perhaps of the joys of a new love. It is quite enough to have been the object of her compassion. Do not reduce me to that of her painful devotedness. Let her live. Let her know the pleasure of independence, the intoxications of joy, and even greater happiness if need be. It is not for myself that I love her, and if it be too true that she is necessary to my happiness, I shall know how to give up being happy if my sacrifice is for her advantage. Besides, was I born for happiness? Have I a right to it while everything in the world suffers and groans? Have I no other duties than that of laboring for my own satisfaction? Can I not find in the exercise of those duties the strength to forget myself and no longer desire anything for myself? I wish at least to attempt it. If I fail, you will have pity on me. You will strive to give me courage. That will be better than to flatter me with vain hopes, and to recall to me without ceasing that my heart is sick and devoured with the selfish desire of being happy. Love me, O my friends. Bless me, O my mother, and do not speak to me of that which takes from me all strength and virtue, when in spite of myself I feel the sting of my torments. I know that the greatest evil I underwent at Riesenberg was that which I inflicted upon others. I should again become mad. I should perhaps die blaspheming, if I saw Consuelo suffer the anguish which I knew not how to spare to the other objects of my affection. His health appeared completely re-established, and other helps than those of my tenderness assisted him to combat his unhappy passion. Marcus and some of the chiefs of our order initiated him with fervor into the mysteries of our enterprise. He found serious and melancholy joys in those vast projects, in those bold hopes, and especially in those philosophical conversations in which, if there was not always an entire similarity of opinions between him and his noble friends, he at least felt his soul unite with theirs in all that related to deep and ardent feeling, to the love of good, to the desire of justice and truth. This aspiration towards ideal things, long repressed and driven back in him by the narrow terrors of his family, found at last a free space in which to develop itself, and that development, seconded by noble sympathies, even excited by frank and friendly contradictions, was the vital atmosphere in which he could breathe and act although consumed by a secret sorrow. Albert has an exceedingly metaphysical mind. Nothing had ever pleased him in the frivolous life in which selfishness seeks its support. He was born for the contemplation of the most exalted truths and for the practice of the most austere virtues. But at the same time, by a perfection of moral beauty very rare among men, he is endowed with an essentially tender and loving soul. Charity is not sufficient for him. He requires the affections. His love extends to all, and yet he needs to concentrate it more particularly upon some. He is fanatical in his devotedness, but there is nothing savage in his virtue. Love intoxicates him, friendship governs him, and his life is fruitfully, inexhaustibly divided between the abstract being which he passionately reveres under the name of humanity, and the particular beings whom he cherishes with delight. In fine, his sublime heart is a center of love. All the noble passions there find place and live without rivalry. If we could represent to ourselves the divinity under the aspect of a finite and perishable being, I would dare to say that the soul of my son is the image of the universal soul whom we call God. This is why a weak human creature, infinite in his aspiration and limited in his means, he could not live with his relatives. If he had not ardently loved them, he might have made in the midst of them a life apart, a strong and calm faith different from theirs, and indulgent towards their inoffensive blindness. But this strength would have required a certain coldness, which was as impossible for him as it had been for myself. He could not live isolated in mind and heart. With anguish he had invoked their sympathy and called with despair for communion of ideas between himself and those beings so dear to him. This is why, enclosed alone in the brazen wall of their Catholic obstinacy, of their social prejudices, in their hatred for the religion of equality, he broke himself against their bosom with groans. He dried up like a plant deprived of dew, calling for the rain of heaven which would have given him a common existence with the objects of his affection. Weary of suffering alone, of loving alone, of believing and praying alone, he thought he had again found life in you, and when you accepted and shared his ideas, he recovered calmness and reason. But you did not share his feelings, and separation from you necessarily reduced him to a more profound and more insupportable isolation. His faith, incessantly denied and combated, became a torture beyond human strength. Dizziness seized upon him. Unable to temper the most sublime essence of his life, in souls similar to his own, he must needs allow himself to die. As soon as he had found these hearts made to comprehend and to second him, we were astonished at his gentleness in discussion, at his tolerance, at his confidence and his modesty. We had feared from his past life something too savage, opinions too personal, a bitterness of words respectable in a convinced and enthusiastic mind, but dangerous to his progress and hurtful to an association of the nature of ours. He astonished us by the candor of his character and the charm of his companionship. He, who rendered us better and stronger by his conversation and teaching, persuaded himself that he received all that he gave us. Here he was soon the object of a boundless veneration, and you must not be astonished that so many persons busied themselves in bringing you back to him, when you know that his happiness became the aim of the united efforts, the necessity of all those who approached him, were it but for an instant. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of the Countess of Rudolstadt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Countess of Rudolstadt by George Sand, translated by Francis G. Shaw. Chapter 36. But the cruel destiny of our race was not yet accomplished. Albert was still to suffer. His heart was to bleed eternally for that family, innocent of all his ills, but condemned by a strange fatality to crush him while breaking itself against him. We had not hidden from him, as soon as he had strength to bear the tidings, the death of his respectable father, which happened shortly after his own. For I must use this strange expression to characterize so strange an event. Albert had wept for his father with enthusiastic tenderness, with the certainty that he had not quitted this life to enter into the nothingness of the paradise or of the hell of the Catholics, with the kind of solemn joy which was inspired by the hope of a better and more enlarged life here below for that man so pure and so deserving of recompense. He was therefore much more afflicted by the abandonment in which his other relatives, the Baron Frederick and the canoness Wenceslao were left, then by the departure of his father. He reproached himself for enjoying far from them consolations which they did not share, and he had resolved to go and visit them for some time, to let them know the secret of his cure, of his miraculous resurrection, and to establish them in the most happy manner possible. He was ignorant of the disappearance of his cousin Amelia, which occurred during his illness at Riesenberg, and which had been carefully concealed from him in order to spare him an additional sorrow. We had not thought it best to inform him. We had not been able to withdraw my niece from a deplorable error, and when we were about to seize upon her seducer, the pride of the Saxon Rudolstadts had anticipated us. They had caused Amelia to be secretly arrested in the territories of Prussia, where she had flattered herself she could find a refuge. They had delivered her to the rigors of King Frederick, and that monarch had given them a gracious mark of his protection by confining an unfortunate young girl in the fortress of Spandau. She has passed nearly a year there in a horrible captivity, having had no communication with anyone, and ought to consider herself fortunate that the secret of her dishonor was closely guarded by the generous protection of the jailer monarch. "Oh, madam," interrupted Consuelo with emotion, "is she then still at Spandau?" "We have succeeded in procuring her release. Albert and Liverani could not carry her away at the same time with yourself, because she was much more closely watched. Her revolts, her imprudent attempts to escape, her impatience, and her bursts of passion having aggravated the rigors of her slavery. But we have other means than those to which you owed your salvation. Our adepts are everywhere, and some seek the favor of courts in order to contribute to the success of our designs. We have caused to be obtained for Amelia the protection of the young Margravine of Brize, sister to the King of Prussia, who has asked for and obtained her liberty, on promising to take charge of her and to be answerable for her conduct in future. In a few days the young Baroness will be with the Princess Sophia Wilhelmina, whose heart is as good as her tongue is wicked, and who will grant to her the same indulgences and the same generosity which she has manifested toward the Princess of Kulmbach, another unfortunate, dishonored in the eyes of the world like Amelia, and like her a victim of the penitentiary discipline of the royal fortresses. Albert was therefore ignorant of the misfortunes of his cousin when he took the resolution of going to see his uncle and his aunt at Giant's Castle. He could not have realized the inertia of that Baron Frederick, who had animal strength enough to live, to drink and to hunt after so many disasters, and the devout impassiveness of that canoness, who feared lest by taking any measures to discover her niece, she might give more publicity to the scandal of her adventure. We combated Albert's project from fear, but he persisted without our knowledge. He departed one night, leaving for us a letter which promised a speedy return. His absence was short, in fact, but what sorrows did he bring back? Concealed under a disguise, he entered Bohemia and went to surprise the solitary Zdenko in the grotto of the Schreckenstein. Thence he intended writing to his relatives in order to inform them of the truth and to prepare them for the shock of his return. He knew that Amelia was the most courageous as well as the most frivolous, and it was to her that he intended sending his first missive by Zdenko. At the moment of doing so, and when Zdenko had gone out upon the mountain, it was at the approach of dawn. He heard the report of a gun and a heart-rending cry. He rushed out, and the first object that met his view was Zdenko, bringing back in his arms Cinnabar covered with blood. To run towards his poor old dog, without thinking to conceal his face, was Albert's first impulse. But as he carried the faithful animal, mortally wounded, towards the place called the Cave of the Monk, he saw running towards him, as fast as old age and fat could permit, a hunter earnest to pick up his game. It was Baron Frederick who, hunting in the covert, with the first glimmer of day, had taken Cinnabar's fawn-colored skin in the twilight for the hide of a wild beast. He had aimed through the branches. Alas, his eye was still true and his hand firm. He had touched him. He had put 2 balls in his side. Suddenly he perceived Albert, and thinking that he saw a spectre, stopped frozen with terror. Having no longer the consciousness of a real danger, he recoiled to the brink of the craggy path he was following, and rolling over the precipice, fell broken upon the rocks. He expired on the spot at the fatal place where the cursed tree, the famous oak of the Schreckenstein, called the Hussite, formerly witness and accomplice of the most horrible catastrophes, had reared its head for centuries. Albert saw his uncle fall, and left Zdenko to run to the edge of the abyss. He then saw the Baron's followers who hastened to raise him, while they filled the air with their groans, for he gave no sign of life. Albert heard these words ascend even to him. "He is dead, our poor master. Alas, what will Madame the Canoness say?" Albert thought no longer of himself. He cried out. He called. As soon as he was perceived, a panic terror seized upon the credulous servants. They had already abandoned the body of their master and begun to fly, when old Hans, the most superstitious and also the most courageous of all, stopped them and said, crossing himself, "My children, it is not our master Albert who appears to us. It is the spirit of the Schreckenstein that takes his form to make us all perish here if we are cowards. I saw him well. It was he who made Monsieur the Baron fall. He wished to carry off his body to devour it. He is a vampire. Come, take heart, my children. They say that the devil is a coward. I will take aim at him. Meanwhile, say Sir Chaplain's prayer of exorcism." Saying this, Hans, having again crossed himself several times, raised his gun and fired upon Albert, while the other servants gathered round the corpse of the Baron. Happily, Hans was too much agitated and frightened to take good aim. He acted in a kind of delirium. The ball, nevertheless, was so close to Albert's head, for Hans was the best shot in the country, and if he had been cool, would infallibly have killed my son. Albert stopped irresolute. "Courage, children, courage," cried Hans, reloading his gun. "Fire at him. He is afraid. You will not kill him. Your balls cannot hit him, but you will drive him back, and we shall have time to carry off our poor master's body." Albert, seeing all the guns pointed at him, retired into the thicket, and descending the slope of the mountain without being seen, soon assured himself of the horrible reality with his own eyes. The broken body of his unfortunate uncle lay upon the bloody stones. His skull was open, and all hands cried out with a disconsolate voice these horrible words: "Gather up his brains and leave none of them upon the rocks, for the vampire's dog would come and lick them." "Yes, yes, there was a dog," replied another servant, "a dog which I took for Cinnabar at first." "But Cinnabar has disappeared ever since the death of Count Albert," said a third. "He has not been seen anywhere since. He must have died in some corner, and the Cinnabar that we saw up there is a shadow, as this vampire is also a shadow resembling Count Albert. Abominable vision! I shall have it always before my eyes. Lord God, have pity upon us and upon the soul of Sir Baron, dead without the sacraments, from the malice of the spirit." "Alas, I told him some misfortune would happen to him," resumed Hans in a lamentable tone, as he collected the shreds of the Baron's garments with hands dyed in his blood. "He wanted always to come and hunt in this thrice cursed place. He was convinced that because nobody came here, all the game of the forest found shelter here. And yet God knows that there never was any other game on this infernal mountain but that which still hung in my youth upon the branches of the oak. Cursed Hussite, tree of perdition, the fire of heaven has devoured it. But so long as there remains a root in the earth, The wicked Hussites will come here to avenge themselves on the Catholics. Come, come, make up the litter quickly and let us go. We are not safe here. Ah, Madam the Canoness, poor mistress, what will become of her? Who will dare to present himself first before her, and say as on other days, Sir Baron is returning from the hunt? She will say, have breakfast served up very quickly. Ah, yes, breakfast. It will be long before anyone feels an appetite in the chateau. Well, there are too many misfortunes in this family, and I know well whence they come. That do I. While they were placing the body on the litter, Hans, pressed by questions, replied, shaking his head. In that family everybody was pious, and died in a Christian manner up to the day when the Countess Wanda, to whom, may God be merciful, died without confession. Since that time all must end in the same way. Monsieur the Count Albert did not die in a state of grace, whatever they may have said to him, and his worthy father bore the penalty. He gave up his soul without knowing what he did. Here is another who goes without sacraments, and I'll bet that the canoness will finish also without having time to think about it. Happily for that holy woman, she is always in a state of grace. Albert lost none of this deplorable speech, the rude expression of a real sorrow and the terrible reflection of the fanatical horror with which we were both regarded at Riesenberg. Long struck with stupor, he saw the gloomy train disappear afar in the paths of the ravine, and did not dare to follow it, although he felt that in the natural order of things he should have been the first to carry the sad tidings to his old aunt, that he might comfort her in her mortal sadness. But it was very certain that if he had done so, his apparition would have struck her with death or insanity. He understood this, and retired despairing to his cabin, where Zdenko, who had seen nothing of the more serious accident of that fatal morning, was busy bathing Cinnabar's wound. But it was too late. Cinnabar, on seeing his master return, uttered a groan of distress, crawled to him in spite of his broken loins, and expired at his feet as he received his last caresses. 4 days afterward we saw Albert return, pale and overpowered by these new blows. He remained several days without speaking, without weeping. At last his tears flowed on my bosom. I am cursed among men, said he to me, and it seems that God wishes to close against me this world in which I ought not to have loved anyone. I can no longer appear in it without occasioning horror, death, or madness. The die is cast. I must not again see those who took care of my childhood. Their ideas of the separation of the soul and body are so absolute, so frightful, that they prefer to believe me forever chained in the tomb rather than be exposed to see again my ominous features. Strange and horrible notion of life. The dead become objects of hatred to those who have most cherished them, and if their specters appear, they are supposed to be vomited by hell instead of being believed to be sent by heaven. Oh, my poor uncle! Oh, my noble father! You were heretics in my eyes as I was in yours. And yet if you should appear to me, if I had the happiness again to see your image, now destroyed by death, I should receive it on my knees. I should extend my arms to it. I should think it detached from the bosom of God, where souls go to be renewed, and where forms are recomposed. I would not say to you your abominable formulas of dismissal and malediction, impious exorcisms of fear and abandonment. On the contrary, I would call to you. I would wish to contemplate you with love and to retain you about me as succoring influences. Oh, my mother, it is determined. I must be dead to them, and they must die through my means or without me. Albert had not left his country before being assured that the canoness had resisted this last shock of misfortune. That old woman, as diseased and as strongly constituted as myself, also knows how to live from a feeling of duty. Respectable in her convictions and in her misfortunes, she counts with resignation the bitter days which God still imposes upon her. But in her sorrow, she preserves a certain stiffness of pride which survives the affections. She lately said to a person who wrote of it to us, "If we did not endure life from a sense of duty, it would still be necessary to endure it from regard to propriety." This sentence describes to you all the canoness. Thenceforth, Albert no longer thought of leaving us, and his courage seemed to increase with his trials. He even seemed to have overcome his love, and throwing himself into an entirely philosophical life, he no longer appeared interested in anything but religion, moral science, and revolutionary actions. He gave himself up to the most serious labors, and his vast intellect thus received a development as serene and magnificent as his sad heart had had an excessive and feverish one when far from us. This strange man, whose delirium had dismayed Catholic souls, became a torch of wisdom for minds of a superior order. He was initiated into the most private confidences of the Invisibles, and took rank among the chiefs and fathers of this new church. He brought to them many lights, which they received with love and gratitude. The reforms which he proposed were assented to, and in the exercise of a faith militant, he returned to the hope and the serenity of mind which makes heroes and martyrs. We thought he had triumphed over his love for you. So much care had he taken to conceal from us his struggles and his sufferings. But one day, the correspondence of the adepts, which it was no longer possible to withhold from him, brought to our sanctuary a notice which was very cruel, in spite of the uncertainty with which it remained surrounded. You were considered in the minds of some persons at Berlin as the mistress of the King of Prussia, and appearances did not contradict this supposition. Albert said nothing, and became pale. "My well-beloved friend," said he to me after some moments' silence, "this time you will let me depart without fear. The duty of my love calls me to Berlin. My place is by the side of her whom I love, and who has accepted my protection. I do not arrogate to myself any right over her. If she be intoxicated by the sad honor that is attributed to her, I shall not employ any authority to induce her to renounce it. But if, as I am certain, she is surrounded with snares and dangers, I shall know how to save her from them." "Stop, Albert," said I to him, "and dread the power of that fatal passion which has already wrought you so much suffering. The evil which will come to you from that direction is the only one that is beyond your strength. I see well that you no longer live, but by your virtue and your love. If that love perish in you, will virtue suffice you?" "And why should my love perish?" returned Albert with enthusiasm. "You then think that she may have already ceased to be worthy of it. And if it were so, Albert, what would you do?" He smiled with those pale lips and that brilliant glance which are given him by his strong and sorrowful enthusiasm. "If it were so," replied he, "I should continue to love her, for the past is not a dream that is effaced in me, and you know that I have often confounded it with the present so far as to be no longer able to distinguish one from the other. Well, I would again do so. I would love in the past that angel face, that poet soul, by which my dark life has been lighted and suddenly inflamed. And I should not perceive that the past is behind me. I should preserve in my bosom its burning trace. The erring being, the fallen angel, would still inspire me with so much solicitude and tenderness that my life should be consecrated to the work of consoling her for her fall and removing her from the contempt of cruel men." Albert departed for Berlin with several of our friends, and had for a pretext with the Princess Amelia, his protectress, to converse with her about Trenck, then a prisoner at Glatz, and about the Masonic operations into which she was initiated. You saw him presiding over a lodge of Rosicrucians, and he did not know at the time that Cagliostro, informed in spite of us respecting his secrets, had made use of that circumstance to bewilder your reason by secretly causing you to see him as a spectre. From this sole fact of having allowed a profane person to cast a glance upon the Masonic mysteries, the intriguing Cagliostro would have deserved to be forever excluded from them. But it was unknown for a long time, and you must remember the terror he experienced while conducting you to the precincts of the temple. The punishments due to this treachery are rigorously inflicted by the adepts, and the magician, in making the mysteries of his orders serve as pretended prodigies of his marvelous art, risked perhaps his life, certainly at least his great reputation as a necromancer, for he would have been unmasked and driven away immediately. In the short and mysterious stay which he made in Berlin at that period, Albert was enabled to penetrate your actions and your thoughts sufficiently to be reassured respecting your position. He watched you closely without your knowledge, and returned tranquil in appearance but more ardently in love than ever. During several months he traveled in foreign countries and served our cause with activity. But having been warned that some intriguers, perhaps spies of the King of Prussia, were endeavoring to frame at Berlin a particular conspiracy, dangerous to the existence of Masonry and probably fatal to Prince Henry and to his sister the Abbess of Quedlinburg, Albert hastened thither in order to warn those princes of the absurdity of such an attempt and to put them on their guard against the snare which it seemed to cover. You saw him then, and though terrified at his apparition, you showed so much courage afterwards, and you expressed to his friends so much devotedness and respect for his memory, that he recovered the hope of being loved by you. It was therefore resolved that you should be informed of the truth of his existence by a succession of mysterious revelations. He was often near you, and even hidden in your apartment during your stormy conferences with the king. In the meanwhile, the conspirators became irritated by the obstacles which Albert and his friends presented to their culpable or foolish designs. Frederick II conceived suspicions. The appearance of the sweeper, that spectre which all conspirators set in motion in the galleries of the palace in order to create disorder and fear, awakened his watchfulness. The creation of a Masonic lodge at the head of which Prince Henry placed himself, and which was found at the first, in an opposition of doctrines with that over which the king presides in person, appeared to the latter an act significative of revolt, and perhaps, in fact, that creation of a new lodge was a clumsy mask assumed by certain conspirators or an attempt to compromise illustrious personages. Happily, they saved themselves from it, and the king, apparently furious at finding only obscure criminals, but secretly satisfied at not having to be severe towards his own family, wished at least to make an example. My son, the most innocent of all, was arrested and transferred to Spandau, almost at the same time with yourself, whose innocence was not less apparent. But you were both guilty of not being willing to save yourselves at the expense of anyone, and you paid for all the others. You passed several months in prison not far from Albert's cell, and you must have heard the passionate accents of his violin, as he also heard those of your voice. He had prompt and certain means of escape at his command, but he did not wish to use them before having secured yours. The key of gold is more powerful than all the bolts of the royal prisons, and the Prussian jailers, for the most part discontented soldiers or officers in disgrace, are very easily corrupted. Albert escaped at the same time with yourself, but you did not see him, and for reasons which you will know hereafter. Liverani was charged to bring you here. Now you know the rest. Albert loves you more than ever, but he loves you more than he does himself, and he will be 1,000 times less unhappy at your happiness with another than he would be at his own. Did you not share it? The moral and philosophical laws, the religious authority under which you are both placed henceforth, permit his sacrifice and render your choice free and respectable. Choose then, my daughter, but remember that Albert's mother requests you on her knees not to do injustice to the sublime candor of her son by making for him a sacrifice, the bitterness of which would fall upon his life. Your desertion will make him suffer, but your pity, without your love, will kill him. The hour has come for you to pronounce. I must not know your decision. Pass into your chamber. You will there find two very different costumes. That which you choose will decide the lot of my son. And which of the two must signify my divorce from him? Asked Consuelo, trembling. I was to have informed you, but I will not. I wish to know if you will divine it. The Countess Wanda, having thus spoken, resumed her mask, pressed Consuelo to her heart, and rapidly departed. The end of chapter 36.
Chapter 37 of the Countess of Rudolstadt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Countess of Rudolstadt by George Sand. Translated by Francis G. Shaw. Chapter 37. The two costumes which the neophyte found displayed in her chamber were a brilliant bride's dress and a mourning garment, with all the distinctive signs of widowhood. She hesitated some moments. Her resolution as to the choice of husband was taken, but which of these two costumes would externally testify her intention? After a little reflection, she put on the white robe, the veil, the flowers, and the pearls of a bride. This attire was pure in taste and extremely elegant. Consuelo was soon ready, but on looking at herself in the mirror framed with threatening sentences, she had no longer an inclination to smile as on the first occasion. A mortal paleness was on her features, and terror in her heart. Whichever course she had resolved to take, she felt that there would remain to her a regret or a remorse. That a soul would be broken by her desertion, and her own experienced a horrible anguish in anticipation. On seeing her cheek and her lips as white as her veil, and her orange flowers, she feared for Albert and for Liverani equally the effect of so violent an emotion, and she was tempted to put on rouge, but she renounced the thought at once. If my face lies, thought she, can my heart lie? She knelt by the side of her bed, and hiding her face in the drapery, she remained absorbed in sorrowful meditation until the moment when the clock struck midnight. She rose immediately and saw an invisible, with a black mask, standing behind her. I know not what instinct made her presume this to be Marcus. She was not deceived, and yet he did not make himself known, but only said to her in a gentle and sad voice, "Madam, all is ready. Please to cover yourself with this cloak and to follow me." "Ah," said Consuelo, as she wrapped herself in the black cloak that was presented to her, "this is Cagliostro's hood." "There is no Cagliostro here," replied Marcus, "and our mysteries are neither treacheries nor impostors. Do not bring the hood over your head. It is not yet time." Consuelo followed the invisible to the extremity of the garden, to the place where the stream lost itself under the verdant arcade of the park. There she found an uncovered gondola, entirely black, similar in every respect to the gondolas of Venice, and in the gigantic rower at the prow she recognized Karl, who crossed himself on seeing her. "Am I permitted to speak to him?" asked Consuelo of her guide. "You may," replied the latter. "Say a few words to him aloud." "Well, my dear Karl, my liberator and my friend," said she, agitated at again seeing a familiar face after so long a seclusion among mysterious beings, "can I hope that nothing disturbs the pleasure you feel at finding me again?" "Nothing, signora," replied Karl in an assured voice. "Nothing, unless it be the remembrance of her who is no longer in this world, and whom I always think I see by the side of you. Courage and contentment, my good mistress, my good sister. We are now as we were on the night when we escaped from Spandau." "This is also a day of deliverance, brother," said Marcus. Come, row with the skill and the vigour with which you are gifted, and which are now equalled by the prudence of your tongue and the strength of your soul. This indeed resembles a flight, madam," added he, addressing Consuelo, "but the principal deliverer is no longer the same." As he uttered these last words, Marcus presented his hand to assist her to a seat upon a bench covered with cushions. He felt her tremble slightly at the remembrance of Liverani, and requested her to cover her face for a few moments only. Consuelo obeyed, and the gondola, impelled by the stout arm of the deserter, glided rapidly over the dark and silent waters. After a passage, the duration of which could by no means be appreciated by the pensive Consuelo, she heard the sound of voices and instruments at a little distance. The bark diminished its speed, and received without entirely stopping the slight shocks of the border. The hood fell softly, and the neophyte thought she passed from one dream to another on contemplating the fairy-like spectacle presented to her eyes. The bark glided along, grazing a level bank covered with flowers and fresh grass. The water of the stream, widened and motionless in a vast basin, was as if on fire, and reflected colonnades of light, which intertwined in fiery serpents, or were broken in showers of sparkles under the slow and measured motion of the gondola. Admirable music filled the echoing air, and seemed to hover over the thickets of roses and balmy jessamines. When Consuelo's eyes became accustomed to this sudden brightness, she could fix them upon the illuminated façade of the palace, which rose at a very small distance, and was depicted in the mirror of the basin with a magic splendour. That elegant edifice, delineated upon the starry sky, those harmonious voices, that concert of excellent instruments, those open windows before which, between the purple curtains enkindled by the light, Consuelo saw slowly moving men and women richly dressed, glittering with embroidery, diamonds, gold, and pearls, with powdered heads which gave to the general aspect of the assemblies of that age a reflection of brightness, a something I know not what, of effeminate and fantastic. All that princely fete, combined with the beauty of a warm and serene night, which wafted perfume and freshness even into the splendid halls, filled Consuelo with a vivid emotion, and caused in her a kind of intoxication. She, a daughter of the people, the queen of patrician faiths, could not see a spectacle of this kind after so many days of captivity, of solitude and dark reveries, without experiencing a sort of transport, a necessity for singing, a peculiar thrill at the approach of a public. She therefore rose erect in the bark which approached the palace nearer and nearer, and suddenly, excited by Handel's chorus, "Chantons le gloire de Juda vainqueur," she forgot everything to mingle her voice in that song of majestic enthusiasm. But a new shock of the bark, which while grazing the bank of the lake sometimes encountered a branch or a tuft of trees, made her totter. Compelled to seize the first hand that presented itself for her support, she only then perceived that there was a fourth person in the bark, a masked invisible who certainly was not there when she entered it. An immense dark grey cloak with long folds, a broad-brimmed hat worn in a peculiar manner, I know not what in the features of that mask through which the human face seemed to speak, but more than all the rest, the pressure of that trembling hand which did not wish to withdraw from hers, caused Consuelo to recognize the man whom she loved, the Chevalier Liverani, as he had first shown himself to her on the Lake of Spandau. Then the music, the illumination, the enchanted palace, the intoxicating fete, and even the approach of that solemn moment which was to determine her destiny, all that was not the present emotion, was effaced from Consuelo's memory. Agitated, and as if overcome by superhuman force, she again fell palpitating upon the cushions of the bark by the side of Liverani. The other unknown, Marcus, was standing at the prow, with his back turned towards them. Her fasting, the Countess Wanda's recital, the expectation of a terrible denouement, the unexpectedness of this fate seen in passing, had broken all Consuelo's strength. She felt nothing but Liverani's hand clasping her own, his arm grazing her waist, ready to prevent her withdrawing from him, and that divine agitation which the presence of a beloved object diffuses even in the air we breathe. Consuelo remained some minutes thus, not seeing the glittering palace any more than if it had sunk into the deep night, sensible of nothing but the burning breath of her lover by her side and the beatings of her own heart. "Madam," said Marcus, suddenly turning towards her, "do you not know that air, and would you not be pleased to stop and hear that magnificent tenor?" "Whatever be the air and the voice," replied Consuelo absently, "let us stop or go on. Do as you please." The bark almost touched the walls of the chateau. They could distinguish the figures standing in the embrasures of the windows, and even those who passed in the depths of the apartments. These were no longer spectres floating as in a dream, but real personages, lords, great ladies, learned men, artists, several of whom were not unknown to Consuelo, but she made no effort of memory to distinguish their names nor the theatres or palaces in which she had before seen them. The world had suddenly become to her a magic lantern, without significance and without interest. The only being who appeared living to her in the universe was that one whose hand was secretly burning hers under the folds of their cloaks. "Do you not know that fine voice which is singing a Venetian air?" asked Marcus anew, surprised at Consuelo's immobility and apparent indifference. And as she did not appear to hear either the voice which spake to her nor that which sang, he approached a little nearer and seated himself on the bench opposite her, in order to renew his question. "A thousand pardons, sir," replied Consuelo, after having made an effort to listen. "I was not paying attention. I do know that voice, in fact, and that air. It was I who composed it a long while ago. It is very bad, and very badly sung." "What, then," returned Marcus, "is the name of that singer with respect to whom you seem to me so severe? I consider him admirable myself." "Ah, you have not lost it," said Consuelo in a low voice to Liverani, who had just made her feel in the hollow of her hand the little cross of filigree with which she had parted for the first time in her life when she confided it to him on her journey from Spandau to . "Do you not remember the name of that singer?" obstinately resumed Marcus, attentively examining Consuelo's features. "Excuse me, sir," replied she, with a little impatience. "His name is Ansoletto. Ah, the bad re! He has lost that note. Would you not like to see his face? You're mistaken, perhaps. From here you could distinguish him perfectly, for I see him very well. He's a very handsome young man." "What good would it do to look at him?" returned Consuelo, a little vexed. "I'm very sure he's still the same." Marcus gently took Consuelo's hand, and Liverani seconded him to assist her to rise and look through the window, which was wide open. Consuelo, who would perhaps have resisted the one, yielded to the other, cast a glance upon the singer, upon that handsome Venetian who was at that moment the central point of attraction for 100 feminine glances. "He has grown very fat," said Consuelo, reseating herself and secretly resisting the fingers of Liverani, who wished to recover the little cross, and did so, in fact. "Is that all the remembrance you grant to an old friend?" returned Marcus, who still fastened a lynx-eyed glance upon her through his mask. "He's only a comrade," replied Consuelo, "and among comrades in our profession we're not always friends." "But would you have no pleasure in speaking to him? What if we should enter the palace, and you were requested to sing with him?" "If this be a trial," said Consuelo with a little malice, for she began to notice Marcus's persistence, "as I must obey you in all things, I will readily undergo it. But if it be for my pleasure that you make me this offer, I like as well to be excused." "Must I stop here, brother?" asked Karl, making a military gesture with his oar. "Pass, brother, and push off," replied Marcus. Karl obeyed, and in a few moments the bark, having crossed the basin, was enclosed by dense thickets. The darkness became profound. The little lantern suspended from the gondola alone threw bluish rays upon the surrounding foliage. From time to time, through the vistas of dark verdure, they still saw the lights of the palace glitter faintly from afar. The sounds of the orchestra slowly died away. The bark, as it grazed the bank, touched the flowering branches, and Consuelo's black cloak was covered with their balmy petals. She began to return to herself and to combat that indefinable emotion of love and might. She had withdrawn her hand from Liverani, and her heart was oppressed in proportion as the veil of intoxication fell before the lights of reason and of will. "Listen, madam," said Marcus. "Do you not hear? even from this distance, the applauses of the audience? Yes, truly, there are clappings of hands and acclamations. They are delighted with what they've just heard, that Anzoletto has a great success at the palace. They are not good judges, said Consuelo, hurriedly seizing a magnolia which Liverani had gathered in passing and stealthily thrown upon her lap. She convulsively pressed the flower in her hands and hid it in her bosom, as the last relic of an unconquered love which the fatal trial was about to sanctify or to break forever. End of chapter 37, read by Czandra, near Montreal, 2022.
Chapter 38 of the Countess of Rudolstadt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Countess of Rudolstadt by George Sand, translated by Francis G. Shaw. Chapter 38. The bark grounded definitively at the termination of the gardens and the woods, in a picturesque spot where the stream buried itself among aged rocks and ceased to be navigable. Consuelo had a little time to contemplate the austere landscape lighted by the moon. They were still in the vast enclosure of the residence, but art had been applied in this place only to preserve the primitive beauty of nature. The ancient trees scattered at random over stretches of dark turf, the happy accidents of soil, the hills with precipitous sides, the irregular cascades, the herds of bounding and timid deer. A new personage was there to attract Consuelo's attention. It was Gottlieb, seated negligently upon the pole of a sedan chair, in the attitude of a calm and dreamy expectation. He started on recognizing his friend of the prison, but on a sign from Marcus he refrained from speaking to her. "Do you then forbid this poor child to clasp my hand?" said Consuelo in a low voice to her guide. "After your initiation you will be free here in all your actions," replied he, in the same manner. "Be contented now with seeing that Gottlieb's health is ameliorated and that his physical strength is restored to him." "Can I not learn, at least," returned the neophyte, "if he suffered any persecution on my account, after my flight from Spandau? Forgive my impatience. That thought troubled me incessantly until the day when I saw him passing near the enclosure of the pavilion." "He did suffer, in fact," replied Marcus, "but only for a short time. As soon as he knew that you were delivered, he boasted with an artless enthusiasm of having contributed thereto, and his involuntary revelations during his sleep were near becoming fatal to some among us. They wished to shut him up in an insane hospital, as much to punish him as to prevent his helping other prisoners. Then he fled, and as we had an eye upon his movements, we caused him to be conducted here, where we have bestowed upon him the cares required by his body and his soul. We shall restore him to his family and his country as soon as we have given him the strength and prudence necessary to labor usefully in our work, which has become his, for he is one of our most pure and most fervent adepts. But the chair is ready, madam. Please to enter it. I shall not leave you, though I confide you to the faithful and sure arms of Karl and Gottlieb." Consuelo seated herself submissively in a sedan chair closed on all sides, and receiving air only by some openings made in that part which looked towards the sky. She therefore saw nothing more of what passed about her. Sometimes she saw the stars shine, and thus judged that she was still in the open air. At others she saw this transparency intercepted without knowing if it were so by buildings or by the thick shade of trees. The bearers walked rapidly and in the most profound silence. She tried for some time to distinguish, by the steps which creaked now and then upon the sand, if 4 persons or only 3 accompanied her. Several times she thought she perceived the step of Liverani on the right of the chair, But this might be an illusion, and moreover, she ought to try not to think of him. When the chair stopped and was opened, Consuelo could not avoid a feeling of terror at seeing herself under the portcullis, still standing and gloomy, of an old feudal manor house. The moon shed her broad light upon the courtyard, surrounded by buildings in ruins and filled with persons dressed in white, who came and went, some alone, others in groups, like capricious spirits. The black and massive arcade of the entrance made the depth of the picture appear more blue, more transparent and more fantastic. Those wandering shades, silent or speaking to each other in a low voice, their motions without sound upon the long grass of the court. The aspect of the ruins, which Consuelo recognized as those into which she had once penetrated, and where she had again seen Albert, so impressed her that she had a feeling of superstitious terror. She instinctively looked for Liverani at her side. He was in fact there with Marcus, but the darkness of the vault did not allow her to distinguish which of the two offered her his hand. And this time, her heart, chilled by a sudden sadness and indefinable fear, did not inform her. They arranged the cloak over her garments and the hood upon her head in such a manner that you could see all without being recognized by anyone. Some person told her in a low voice not to let a single word, a single exclamation escape her lips, whatever she might see, and she was led thus to the extremity of the court, where a strange spectacle indeed was presented to her eyes. A bell of low and funereal tone called the shadows at this moment towards the ruined chapel in which Consuelo had formerly, by the glare of the lightning, sought a refuge from the storm. That chapel was now illuminated by tapers disposed in a systematic order. The altar seemed to have been recently erected. It was covered with a funeral pall and adorned with strange insignia, in which the emblems of Christianity were mingled with those of Judaism, with Egyptian hieroglyphics, and with various cabalistic signs. In the middle of the choir, the enclosure of which had been renewed with symbolical balustrades and columns, was seen a bier surrounded by tapers, covered with bones in the form of crosses and surmounted by a death's head, in which burned a flame of the color of blood. A young man, whose features Consuelo could not see, was led towards this cenotaph. A broad bandage covered half of his face. It was a candidate who appeared exhausted with fatigue or emotion. He had one arm and one leg bare. His hands were fastened behind his back, and his white robe was spotted with blood. A ligature on his arm seemed to show that he had, in fact, been recently bled. The shadows waved about him torches of burning pitch, and scattered upon his face and chest clouds of smoke and showers of sparks. Then commenced between him and those who presided over the ceremony, and who were distinguishing marks of their various dignities, a strange dialogue, which recalled to Consuelo that which Cagliostro had caused her to hear at Berlin, between Albert and certain unknown persons. Then some spectres armed with swords, whom she heard called the terrible brothers, laid the candidate prostrate upon the tiles and rested the points of their weapons upon his chest, while several others, with a great clattering of swords, began a violent combat, one party pretending to prevent the admission of the new brother, calling him perverse, unworthy, and traitorous, while the others said they fought for him in the name of truth and an acquired right. This strange scene agitated Consuelo like a painful dream. The strife, the threats, the magic ceremony, the sobs uttered by several youths around the bier, were so well feigned that a spectator uninitiated beforehand would have been really frightened. When the godfathers of the candidate had conquered in the dispute and in the combat against their opposers, he was raised, a poniard was put into his hand, and he was ordered to march forward and strike whomsoever should oppose his entrance into the temple. Consuelo saw nothing further, At the moment when the new initiate directed his steps, with his arm lifted and in a kind of delirium, towards a low door whither he was impelled, her two guides, who had constantly held Consuelo's arm, led her rapidly away, as if to withdraw her from the sight of a horrible spectacle, and closing the hood over her face, conducted her by numerous windings and among ruins over which she stumbled more than once, into a place in which the most profound silence prevailed. There the light was restored to her, and she saw herself in the great octagonal hall in which she had before overheard the conversation between Albert and Trenck. All the openings were now closed and veiled with care. The walls and ceilings were covered with black. Tapers burned in this place also in a peculiar order, different from that in the chapel. An altar in the form of a Calvary and surmounted by 3 crosses masked the great chimney. A tomb, upon which were deposited a hammer, some nails, a lance, and a crown of thorns, rose in the middle of the hall. Some persons dressed in black and masked were kneeling or seated around, on carpets embroidered with tears of silver. They neither wept nor groaned. Their attitude was that of an austere meditation or of a mute and profound sorrow. Consuelo's guides caused her to approach the bier, and the men who guarded it, having retired to the other extremity, one of them addressed her thus: "Consuelo, you have just seen the ceremony of a Masonic reception. You have seen, there as here, an unknown worship, mysterious signs, funereal images, initiating pontiffs, a bier. What have you understood by that vain scene, by those trials terrifying to the candidate, by the words which were addressed to him, and by the manifestations of respect, of love, and of sorrow around an illustrious tomb?" "I know not if I have understood aright," replied Consuelo. "That scene troubled me. That ceremony seemed to me barbarous. I pitied the candidate whose courage and virtue were subjected to trials entirely material, as if physical courage were sufficient to initiate him to the work of moral courage. I blame what I saw, and I deplore those cruel plays of a gloomy fanaticism or those childish experiences of a faith entirely exterior and idolatrous. I heard obscure enigmas proposed, and the explanations given by the candidate appeared to me dictated by a distrustful or gross catechism. Still, that bleeding tomb, that immolated victim, that ancient myth of Hiram, a divine architect assassinated by jealous and avaricious workmen, that holy word lost for centuries and promised to the initiate as the magic key that is to open to him the temple. All this did not appear to me a symbol devoid of grandeur and of interest. But why is the fable so badly woven or so captious in interpretation?" "What do you mean by that? Did you listen attentively to the recital which you treat as a fable?" "This is what I heard, and what I had before learnt from the books I was ordered to meditate upon during my retreat. Hiram, superintendent of the works of Solomon's temple, had divided the workmen by categories. They had different salaries, unequal rights. 3 ambitious men of the lowest category had resolved to share in the salary apportioned to the rival class, and to force from Hiram the word of order, the secret formula which enabled him to distinguish the journeymen from the masters at the solemn hour of distribution. They lay in wait for him in the temple, where he had remained alone after the ceremony, and posting themselves at each of the 3 exits from the holy place, they prevented his departure, threatened him, beat him cruelly, and assassinated him, without having been able to tear from him his secret, the fatal word which was to make them equal to him and his privileged fellows. Then they carried away his body and buried it under the rubbish. And since that day, the faithful adepts of the temple, the friends of Hiram, search for his sacred word and pay almost divine honors to his memory." "And now how do you explain this myth?" "I have meditated upon it before coming here, and this is the manner in which I understand it. Hiram is the cold intelligence and governmental skill of ancient societies. They rest upon the inequality of conditions, upon the system of castes. This Egyptian fable was fitted to the mysterious despotism of the Hierophants. The three ambitious men are indignation, revolt, and vengeance. They are, perhaps, the three castes inferior to the sacerdotal, who endeavor to recover their rights by violence. Hiram assassinated is despotism which has lost its prestige and its strength, and which has descended into the tomb, carrying with it the secret of governing men by blindness and superstition? Is it thus, truly, that you would interpret this myth? I have read in your books that it was brought from the East by the Templars, and that they used it in their initiations. They must therefore have interpreted it nearly thus. But in baptizing Hiram, the theocracy, and the assassins, impiety, anarchy, and ferocity, the Templars, who wished to subject society to a kind of monastic despotism, lamented their impotence personified by the extinction of Hiram. The word of their empire, lost and again found, was that of association or of craft, something like the ancient city or the temple of Osiris. This is why I am astonished at seeing this fable still used in your initiations to the work of universal deliverance. I should wish to believe that it is proposed to your adepts only as a trial of their intelligence and their courage. Well, we who did not invent those forms of masonry, and who do, in fact, use them only as moral trials, we who are more than journeymen and masters in this symbolic science, since after having passed through all the Masonic grades, we have reached a point where we are no longer Masons, according to the understanding of the common ranks of that order. We adjure you to explain to us this myth of Hiram as you understand it, in order that we may pronounce upon your zeal, your intelligence, and your faith the judgment which will stop you here at the gate of the true temple, or will open to you the entrance of the sanctuary. You ask of me the word of Hiram, the lost word. It is not that which will open to me the gates of the temple, but that word is tyranny or falsehood. But I know the true words, the names of the three gates of the divine edifice by which the destroyers of Hiram entered to compel that chief to bury himself under the ruins of his work. They are liberty, fraternity, equality. Consuelo, your interpretation, exact or not, reveals to us the depths of your heart. Be therefore excused from ever kneeling at the tomb of Hiram. Neither will you pass through the grade in which the neophyte prostrates himself before the image of the remains of Jacob Mole, the grand master and the grand victim of the temple, of the soldier monks and of the prelate knights of the Middle Ages. You would issue victorious from the second trial as from the first. You would discern the lying traces of a barbarous fanaticism, still necessary at this day, as formulas of precaution against minds imbued with the principle of inequality. Remember well, therefore, that the Freemasons of the lower grades, for the most part, aspire only to construct a profane temple, a mysterious shelter for an association elevated to the rank of caste. You understand otherwise, and you will march directly to the universal temple, which must receive all men mingled in one same worship, in one same love. Still you must make here a last station and prostrate yourself before this tomb. You must adore the Christ and recognize in him the only true God. You say that to try me yet further, replied Consuelo with firmness, but you have deigned to open my eyes to exalted truths by teaching me to read your secret books. The Christ is a divine man whom we revere as the greatest philosopher and the greatest saint of ancient times. We adore him as much as it is permitted us to adore the best and the greatest of masters and of martyrs. We may well call him the Savior of men, in the sense that he taught those of his time truths of which they before had only glimpses, and which were to cause humanity to enter into a new phase of light and of holiness. We may well kneel beside his tomb in order to thank God for having raised up for us such a prophet, such an example, such a friend. But we adore God in him, and we do not commit the sin of idolatry. We distinguish between the divinity of the revelation and that of the revealer. I consent, therefore, to render to these emblems of a forever illustrious and sublime suffering the homage of a pious gratitude and of a filial enthusiasm. But I do not believe that the last word of the revelation was understood and proclaimed by the men of the time of Jesus, for it has not yet been authoritatively so upon the earth. I expect from the wisdom and the faith of his disciples, from the continuation of his work during 18 centuries, a more practical truth, a more complete application of the sacred word and of the doctrine of brotherhood. I expect the development of the gospel. I expect something more than equality before God. I expect and I invoke it among men. Your words are bold and your doctrines full of dangers. Have you thought carefully upon them in solitude? Have you foreseen the misfortunes which your new faith heaps up beforehand on your head? Do you know the world and your own strength? Do you know that we are 1 against 100,000 in the most civilized countries of the globe? Do you know that in the time in which we live, between those who render to the sublime revealer Jesus an injurious and gross worship, and those, almost as numerous now, who deny his mission and even his existence, between the idolaters and the atheists, there is no place for us in the light of the sun, but in the midst of the persecutions, of the mockeries, of the hatred and contempt of the human race? Do you know that in France, at this hour, Rousseau and Voltaire, the religious philosopher and the incredulous philosopher, are almost equally proscribed? Do you know, a thing more fearful and more unheard of still, that from the depths of their exile they mutually proscribe each other? Do you know that you are about to return to a world in which all will conspire to shake your faith and to corrupt your ideas? Do you know, in fine, that you must exercise your apostolate through dangers, doubts, deceptions, and sufferings? I am resolved to do so, replied Consuelo, casting down her eyes and placing her hand upon her heart. May God support me. Well, my daughter, said Marcus, who still held Consuelo by the hand, you are about to be subjected by us to some moral sufferings, not to try your faith, which we cannot now doubt, but to strengthen it. It is not in the calmness of repose, nor in the pleasures of the world. It is in sorrow and in tears that faith is increased and exalted. Do you feel courage enough to brave painful emotions and perhaps violent terrors? If necessary, and if my soul will be profited thereby, I submit myself to your will, replied Consuelo, slightly oppressed. Immediately the invisibles began to remove the carpets and the torches which surrounded the bier. The bier itself was rolled into one of the deep embrasures of the windows, and several adepts, having provided themselves with bars of iron, hastened to raise a round stone which occupied the middle of the hall. Then Consuelo saw a circular opening large enough to admit one person, the granite curbstone of which, blackened and worn by time, was incontestably as ancient as the other details of the architecture of the tower. A long ladder was brought and lowered into the dark void of the opening. Then Marcus, leading Consuelo to the entrance, asked her 3 times in a solemn voice if she felt strength enough to descend alone into the subterraneans of the great feudal tower. Listen, my fathers or my brothers, for I not know how I ought to call you, replied Consuelo. Call them your brothers, returned Marcus. You are here among the invisibles, your equals in grade. If you persevere but 1 hour longer, you will say farewell to them here. in order to meet them again in the presence of the council of the supreme chiefs, of those whose voices are never heard, whose faces are never seen. Those you will call your fathers. They are the sovereign pontiffs, the spiritual and temporal chiefs of our temple. We shall appear before them and before you, with uncovered faces, if you are well determined to come and rejoin us at the gate of the sanctuary by this road so gloomy and strewn with horrors, which opens here beneath your feet, and in which you must walk alone and without other aegis than that of your courage and your perseverance. I will walk in it if necessary, replied the neophyte, trembling. But this trial which you announced to me as so austere, is it then inevitable? Oh, my brothers, you do not wish, doubtless, to trifle with the reason, already quite enough tried, of a woman without affectation and without false vanity. You have condemned me today to a long fast, and though emotion silences hunger, yet for several hours I feel myself physically weakened. I know not if I shall faint under the labors you impose upon me. I care little, I swear it to you, if my body suffer and fail, but will you not consider as a moral cowardice that which will only be a failing of matter? Tell me that you will forgive me if I have the nerves of a woman, provided that, when restored to myself, I have still the heart of a man. Poor child, replied Marcus, I prefer to hear you confess your weakness, rather than that you should seek to dazzle us by a foolish boldness. We will consent, if you desire, to give you a guide, only one, to assist and succor you in your pilgrimage in case of need. Brother, added he, addressing the Chevalier Liverani, who, during all this dialogue, had remained near the door with his eyes fixed upon Consuelo, take the hand of your sister and conduct her through the subterranean passage to the place of general rendezvous. And you, my brother, said Consuelo, bewildered, will you not accompany me also? That is impossible. You can have but one guide, and he whom I designate is the only one I am permitted to give you. I will have courage, replied Consuelo, wrapping her cloak around her. I will go alone. You refuse the arm of a brother and a friend? I refuse neither his sympathy nor his interest, but I will go alone. Go then, noble daughter, and fear nothing. She who descended alone into the cistern of tears at Riesenberg, she who braved so many dangers to find the hidden grotto of the Schreckenstein, will easily pass through the bowels of our pyramid. Go then, like the young heroes of antiquity, search for initiation through the trials of the sacred mysteries. Brothers, present to her the cup, that precious relic which a descendant of Ziska has brought among us, and in which we consecrate the august sacrament of fraternal communion. Liverani took from the altar a roughly worked wooden chalice, and having filled it, he presented it to Consuelo with a piece of bread. My sister, resumed Marcus, it is not only pleasant and generous wine and bread of pure wheat that we offer to you to restore your physical strength. It is the body and blood of the divine man, as he himself understood it. That is to say, the sign, at once celestial and material, of fraternal equality. Our fathers, the martyrs of the Taborite Church, thought that the intervention of impious and sacrilegious priests was not of equal value with the pure hands of a woman or of a child for the consecration of the august sacrament. Commune then with us here, while waiting until you seat yourself at the banquet of the temple, where the great mystery of the supper will be more explicitly revealed to you. Take this cup and drink first. If you have faith in that act, a few drops of this beverage will be for you a sovereign fortifier, and your fervent soul will bear your whole being onwards upon wings of flame. Consuelo, having first drank, extended the cup to Liverani, who had presented it to her, and when the latter had drunk in his turn, he passed it to all the brothers. Marcus, having drained the last drops, blessed Consuelo and requested the assembly to concentrate their thoughts and to pray for her. Then he presented to the neophyte a little lamp of silver, and assisted her to place her feet upon the first steps of the ladder. "It is not necessary for me to tell you," added he, "that no danger threatens your life, but fear for your soul. Fear never to reach the gate of the temple, if you have the misfortune to look once behind you as you walk. You will have several stations to make in different places. You must then examine everything that is presented to your eyes. But as soon as a door is opened before you, pass it and do not return." This, you know, is the rigid prescription of the ancient initiations. You must also, according to the ancient rites, carefully preserve the flame of your lamp, the emblem of your faith and of your zeal. Go, my daughter, and let this thought give you superhuman courage. What you are now condemned to suffer is necessary for the development of your mind and your heart in virtue and the true faith. Consuelo descended the steps with precaution, and as soon as she had reached the bottom, the ladder was withdrawn, and she heard the heavy stone again fall and close the entrance of the subterranean above her head. The end of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of the Countess of Rudolstadt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Countess of Rudolstadt by George Sand, translated by Francis G. Shaw. Chapter 39. In the first moments, Consuelo, passing from a hall in which shone the brightness of 100 torches into a place lighted only by the flame of her little lamp, could distinguish nothing but a luminous mist diffused about her, which her sight could not penetrate. But by degrees her eyes became accustomed to the obscurity, and as she saw nothing frightful between herself and the walls of a hall, exactly similar in its extent and octagon form to that which he had just left, she was sufficiently reassured to go and examine closely the strange characters which he perceived upon the walls. It was a single long inscription, disposed in several circular lines which extended round the hall and was not interrupted by any opening. On making this observation, Consuelo did not ask herself how she was to get out of this dungeon, but what could have been the use of such a construction? Ominous ideas, which she at first rejected, presented themselves to her mind, but those ideas were soon confirmed by the inscription, which she read walking slowly and holding her lamp on a level with the characters. Contemplate the beauty of these walls, seated upon the rock, 24 feet thick and erected 1,000 years since, and which neither the assaults of war, the action of time, nor the efforts of workmen have been able to injure. This masterpiece of architectural masonry was raised by the hands of slaves, doubtless to contain the treasures of a magnificent master. Yes, to enclose in the entrails of the rock, in the depths of the earth, treasures of hatred and of vengeance. Here have perished, here have suffered, here have wept, groaned, and blasphemed 20 generations of men, the greater part innocent, some heroic, all victims or martyrs, prisoners of war, serfs who had revolted or were too much crushed by taxes to pay new ones, religious innovators, sublime heretics, the unfortunate, the conquered, fanatics, saints, wicked men also, men educated to the ferocity of battlefields, to the law of murder and pillage, subjected in their turn to a horrible retribution. These are the catacombs of feudalism, of military or religious despotism. These are the dwellings which powerful men caused to be constructed for enslaved men, to stifle the cries and hide the bodies of their overpowered and enchained brothers. Here there is no air to breathe, not a ray of daylight, not a stone on which to rest the head, only rings of iron fastened to the wall through which to pass the end of the prisoner's chain, and to prevent his choosing a place for repose on the damp and chilly soil. Here there was air, light, food, only when it pleased the guards posted in the hall above to open the cabin for an instant, and to throw a morsel of bread to hundreds of unfortunates, heaped upon each other the day after a battle, wounded or bruised for the most part, and still more horrible. Sometimes to a single one, remaining the last and dying in suffering and despair in the midst of the putrefied corpses of his companions, sometimes eaten by the same worms before being entirely dead, and falling into putrefaction himself before the feeling of life and the horror of reflection were extinguished in his brain. This, O neophyte, is the source of that human greatness which you have perhaps contemplated with admiration and jealousy in the world of the powerful. Fleshless skulls, broken and dried human bones, tears, stains of blood, such is the meaning of the emblems on your coats of arms. If your fathers have bequeathed to you the lot of the patriciate, this is what should be represented on the shields of the princes whom you serve, or whom you aspire to serve, if you have issued from the people. Yes, this is the foundation of the titles of nobility, this the source of the hereditary glory and riches of the world, this the manner in which was raised and maintained a caste which the other castes still fear, flatter, and caress. This is what men invented to raise themselves, from father to son above other men. Having read this inscription by making the circuit of the jail 3 times, Consuelo, overpowered by grief and terror, placed her lamp upon the ground, and bent upon her knees to rest. A profound silence reigned in that gloomy palace, and horrible reflections were awakened in crowds. Consuelo's vivid imagination invoked somber visions about her. She thought she saw livid shadows, covered with hideous wounds, move around the walls or crawl upon the ground by her side. She thought she heard their lamentable groans, their death rattles, their feeble sighs, the clanking of their chains. She resuscitated in her thought the life of the past, such as it must have been in the Middle Ages, such as it had been even recently in the religious wars. She thought she heard above her, in the hall of the guards, the heavy and ominous step of those iron-shod men, the resounding of their pikes upon the pavement, their brutal laughs, their wassail songs, their threats and their oaths when the complaints of the victims ascended to them and interrupted their horrible slumbers. For they had slept, those jailers. They could have slept over that infected abyss, whence exhaled the miasmas of the tomb and the bellowings of hell. Pale, her eyes fixed and her hair stiffened with horror, Consuelo saw and heard nothing more. When she recovered sensation of her own existence and rose to escape the cold that was stealing over her, she perceived that a stone of the pavement had been raised and thrown over during her painful ecstasy, and that a new path was open before her. She approached and saw a narrow and steep staircase which she descended with difficulty, and which led her into another cavern, more confined and more flattened than the first. When she touched the ground, which was soft and as if yielding to the foot, Consuelo lowered her lamp to see if she did not sink in the mud. She saw only a grayish dust, finer than the finest sand, and showing here and there as accidents, like flintstones, the head of a thigh bone, the remains of a skull, a jaw still furnished with white and solid teeth, testimonials of youth and strength suddenly broken by a violent death. Some skeletons, almost entire, had been taken out of this dust and raised against the walls. There was one perfectly preserved, erect and chained by the metal of the body, as if he had been condemned to perish there without the power of lying down. His body, instead of bowing and falling forward, bent and dislocated, was stiffened, hardened in the joints, and thrown back in an attitude of superb boldness and implacable disdain. The ligaments of his frame and members were ossified. His head, upturned, seemed to look at the vaulted ceiling, and his teeth, closed by a last contraction of the jaws, appeared to laugh with a terrible laugh, or a transport of sublime fanaticism. Above him, his name and history were written in large red characters upon the wall. He was an obscure martyr of religious persecution, and the last of the victims immolated in that place. At his feet knelt a skeleton, whose head, detached from the vertebrae, lay upon the pavement, but whose stiffened arms still held the knees of the martyr. It was his wife. Among other details, the inscription bore, N. blank perished here, with his wife, his 3 brothers, and his 2 children, for not having been willing to abjure the Lutheran faith, and for having persisted, even under tortures, in denying the infallibility of the Pope. He died erect and dried up, in some manner petrified, and without being able to look at his family dying at his feet on the ashes of his friends and his forefathers. Opposite this inscription was read the following: Neophyte, the friable soil you tread is 20 feet deep. It is not sand, it is not earth, it is human dust. This place was the ossuary of the chateau. It was here they threw those who had expired in the jail above, when there was no longer room for newcomers. These are the ashes of 20 generations of victims. Happy and rare the patricians who can count among their ancestors 20 generations of assassins and executioners. Consuelo was less horrified at the sight of these funereal objects than she had been in the jail by the suggestions of her own mind. There is something too grave and too solemn in the aspect of death itself, to permit the weakness of fear and the heart-rendings of pity to obscure the enthusiasm or the serenity of strong and believing minds. In the presence of these relics, the noble adept of the religion of Albert felt more respect and charity than terror or dismay. She knelt before the remains of the martyr, and feeling her moral strength return, cried as she kissed that fleshless hand, "Oh, it is not the august spectacle of destruction that can occasion horror or pity. It is rather the idea of life, struggling with the torments of agony. It is the thought of what must have passed in those desolate souls which fills with bitterness and with terror the thoughts of the living. But thou, unhappy victim, dying erect, with thy head turned towards heaven, thou art not to be pitied, for thou didst not faint, and thy soul was breathed out in a transport of fervor which fills me with veneration." Consuelo rose slowly, and with a kind of calmness detached her bridal veil, which had caught upon the bones of the woman kneeling by her side. A narrow and low door had opened before her. She resumed her lamp, and careful not to look back, she entered a narrow and dark passage which descended with a rapid slope. On her right and left she saw the entrances of cells smothered under the mass of an architecture truly sepulchral. Those dungeons were too low for a man to stand erect in, and hardly long enough for one to lie down. They seemed the work of the Cyclops, so strongly were they built and arranged in the masses of masonry, as if to serve as dens for savage and dangerous animals. But Consuelo could not be deceived. She had seen the arenas of Verona. She knew that the tigers and bears formerly kept for the amusement of the circus, or the combats of gladiators, were 1,000 times better lodged. Besides, she read upon the iron doors that these impregnable dungeons had been reserved for conquered princes, for valiant captains, for the most important prisoners, those most feared on account of their rank, their intelligence, or their energy. Such formidable precautions against their escape testified the love or the respect with which they had inspired their partisans. This was the place in which had been silenced the roaring of those lions who had made the world shudder at their cry. Their power and their will had been broken against an angle of the wall. Their Herculean chests had dried up in panting for a little breath of air, by the side of an imperceptible opening cut, angling in 24 feet of stone. Their eagle eye had been worn out in seeking a feeble light in eternal darkness. It was there, were buried alive, those men whom their enemies feared to kill in broad daylight. Illustrious heads, magnanimous hearts, had there expiated the exercise and, doubtless also, the abuse of power. After having wandered some time in those dark and damp galleries which buried themselves under the rock, Consuelo heard a noise of running water, which recalled to her the fearful torrent of Riesenberg. But she was too much engrossed by the misfortunes and the crimes of humanity to think long of herself. She was compelled to stop a while in order to make the circuit of a well on a level with the surface, which was lighted by a torch. Beneath the torch she read upon a post these few words, which required no comment. There they drowned them. Consuelo leaned forward to look inside of the well. The water of the stream, which she had navigated so peacefully an hour before, was engulfed here at a frightful depth, and whirled roaring, as if greedy to seize and drag away a victim. The red light of the pitchy torch gave to those frightful waves the color of blood. At last Consuelo arrived before a massive door which she tried in vain to move. She asked herself if, as in the initiation of the pyramids of Egypt, she was to be raised in the air by invisible chains while a gulf opened beneath her feet, and a sudden and violent gust of wind extinguished her lamp. Another fear agitated her still more seriously. Since she entered the gallery, she had perceived that she was not alone. Someone followed her so lightly that she could not hear the least noise of steps. But she thought she had distinguished the rustling of a garment beside her own, and when she had passed the well, the light of the torch then behind her had thrown upon the side of the wall she followed 2 moving shadows instead of 1. What was then this fearful companion whom she was forbidden to look at, under penalty of losing the fruit of all her labors and of never crossing the threshold of the temple? Was it some frightful spectre, the ugliness of which would chill her courage and disturb her reason? She no longer saw his shadow, but she imagined she heard the noise of his breathing quite near to her, and that fatal door which would not open. The 2 or 3 minutes which passed in this expectation appeared to her an age. That mute acolyte frightened her. She feared that he might wish to try her by speaking to her, while he compelled her by some trick to look at him. Her heart beat with violence. At last she saw that there was an inscription over the door for her to read. Here the last trial awaits thee, and it is the most cruel. If thy courage fail thee, strike 2 blows upon the left fold of this door. If not, strike 3 upon the right. Remember that the glory of the initiation will be proportionate to thy efforts. Consuelo did not hesitate, and knocked thrice on the right. The fold of the door opened as of itself, and she entered a vast hall lighted by numerous torches. There was no person in it, and at first she could not understand the strange objects symmetrically arranged in lines around her. They were machines of wood, of iron and brass, the use of which was unknown to her. Curious weapons, displayed upon tables or suspended from the walls. For an instant she thought herself in a museum of artillery, for there were in fact muskets, cannon, culverines, and a whole apparatus of warlike machines serving as a foundation for other instruments. There were collected all the means of destruction invented by men to immolate each other. But when the neophyte had advanced a few steps through this arsenal, she saw other articles of a more refined barbarism. Wooden horses, wheels, saws, melting tubs, pulleys, hooks, a whole museum of instruments of torture, and upon a large inscription raised in the midst and surmounting a trophy formed of masses of pincers, scissors, files, toothed hatchets, and all the abominable utensils of the tormentor. She read, "They are all very precious, all authentic. They have all been used." Then Consuela felt a faintness in her whole being. A cold sweat bathed the tresses of her hair. Her heart no longer beat. Incapable of withdrawing from the horror of this spectacle and from the direful visions which assailed her in crowds, she examined what was before her with that stupid and fatal curiosity which seizes upon us in an excess of horror. Instead of closing her eyes, she contemplated a kind of bell of bronze which had a monstrous head and a round cask placed upon a misshapen body, without legs and cut off at the level of the knees. It resembled a colossal statue of rough workmanship, intended to ornament a tomb. Little by little, Consuelo, issuing from her torpor, understood by an involuntary intuition that the sufferer was placed bent under this bell. The weight was so terrible that by no human effort could he possibly raise it. The interior dimension was so exact that he could not move. Still, it was not with the design of smothering him that he was there placed, for the visor of the helmet lowered in the place of the face, and all the parts surrounding the head were pierced with little holes, in some of which still remained sharpened stilettos. By means of these cruel stings, the victim was tormented, in order to force from him an avowal of his real or imaginary crime, the betrayal of his relatives or friends, the confession of his political or religious faith. Footnote: anyone may see an instrument of this kind, with 100 others not less ingenious, in the arsenals of Venice. Consuelo had not seen it there. Those horrible instruments of torture, as well as the sight of the cells of the Holy Office and of the leads of the Ducal Palace, were not open to the examination of the world until after the entrance of the French into Venice, during the wars of the Republic. Upon the upper part of the helmet, in letters cut in the metal, were these words in the Spanish language: "Long live the Holy Inquisition." And below, a prayer which seemed dictated by a ferocious compassion, but which perhaps came from the hand and heart of the poor workman condemned to fabricate this infamous machine. Holy Mother of God, pray for the poor sinner. A lock of hair, torn away in the torments and doubtless glued with blood, had remained under this prayer as a frightful and indelible stigma. It issued from one of the holes enlarged by the stiletto. They were white hairs. Suddenly Consuelo saw no more and ceased to suffer, without being warned by any feeling of physical pain, for her soul and her body existed no longer, but in the body and soul of violated and mutilated humanity. She fell straight and stiff upon the pavement, like a statue detached from its pedestal. But at the moment when her head was about to strike the bronze of the infernal machine, she was received in the arms of a man whom she did not see. It was Liverani. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of the Countess of Rudolstadt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Countess of Rudolstadt by George Sand, translated by Francis G. Shaw. Chapter 40. When restored to consciousness, Consuelo saw that she was seated upon a purple carpet which covered the white marble steps of an elegant Corinthian peristyle. Two masks, in whom, by the color of their cloaks, she recognized Liverani and him whom she rightly thought must be Marcus, supported her in their arms and reanimated her by their attentions. About 40 other persons, cloaked and masked, the same whom she had seen around the similitude of the bier of Jesus, were ranged in 2 lines along the steps, and sang in chorus a solemn hymn in an unknown language, while they waved crowns of roses, palms, and branches of flowers. The columns were ornamented with garlands, which crossed each other in festoons like a triumphal arch before the closed door of the temple and above Consuelo. The moon, brilliant at the zenith, in all her splendor, alone illumined that white facade. And outside, all about this sanctuary, ancient yews, cypresses, and pines formed an impenetrable thicket, similar to a sacred grove, under which murmured a mysterious stream like glancing silver. "My sister," said Marcus, aiding Consuelo to rise, "you have passed victorious through all your trials. Do not blush at having suffered and failed physically under the weight of sorrow. Your generous heart was broken with indignation and pity before the palpable testimonials of the crimes and woes of humanity. If you had arrived here erect and without assistance, we should have felt less respect for you than when bringing you dying and overcome. You have seen the crypts of a seigneurial chateau, not of a particular one, celebrated above all for the crimes of which it was the theater, but similar to all those the ruins of which cover a large portion of Europe. Frightful remains of the vast network by the help of which, for so many centuries, the feudal power enveloped the civilized world and oppressed men with the crime of its barbarous dominion and with the horror of civil war. Those hideous abodes, those savage fortresses, have necessarily served as a den for all the crimes which humanity was obliged to see accomplished before arriving at the notion of the truth. Through the wars of religion, through the labor of the emancipating sex, and through the martyrdom of the elect among men. Travel over Germany, France, Italy, England, Spain, the Slavonic countries. You will not pass through a valley, you will not climb a mountain, without perceiving above you the imposing ruins of some terrible chateau, or at least without discovering at your feet in the grass the vestige of some fortification. They are the bloody traces of the right of conquest, exercised by the patrician caste upon the enslaved castes. And if you explore all those ruins, if you turn up the soil which has devoured them and which incessantly labors to make them disappear, you will find, in all, the vestiges of what you have just seen here: a jail, a cellar for the oversurplus of dead bodies, narrow and fetid cells for prisoners of importance, a corner in which to assassinate without noise, and at the summit of some tower or in the depth of some subterranean, a wooden horse for rebellious serfs and refractory soldiers, a gibbet for deserters, seething kettles for heretics. How many have perished in boiling pitch? How many have disappeared under the waves? How many have been buried alive in mines? Ah, if the walls of the chateaus, if the waters of the lakes and rivers, if the caves of the rocks could speak and relate all the iniquity they have witnessed and concealed. The number is too great for history to register the smallest part. But it was not the lords alone, it was not the patrician race exclusively, that reddened the earth with so much innocent blood. The kings, the princes, and the priests, the thrones and the church, these were the great sources of iniquity. These were the living forces of destruction. An austere care, a gloomy but strong idea, has collected in one of the halls of our old manor house a portion of the instruments of torture invented by the hatred of the strong against the weak. A description of them would not be credited. The eye can hardly comprehend them. The thought refuses to admit their possibility. And yet they have been used for centuries, those hideous machines, in royal chateaux as well as in the citadels of little princes, but especially in the dungeons of the Holy Office. What do I say? They are still used there, though more rarely. The Inquisition still exists, still tortures, and in France, the most civilized of all countries, there are provincial parliaments that still burn pretended sorcerers. Moreover, is tyranny yet overthrown? Do kings and princes no longer ravage the earth? Does not war carry desolation into wealthy cities, as well as into the hut of the poor man, at the smallest caprice of the smallest sovereign? Does not servitude still prevail in half of Europe? Are not the troops still subjected almost everywhere to the discipline of the lash and of the stick? Are not the finest and bravest soldiers in the world, the Prussians, drilled like beasts by blows of rod and of the cane? Are not the Negroes more badly treated in America than the dogs and horses? If the fortresses of the old barons are dismantled and converted into inoffensive dwellings, do not those of the kings still stand? Do they not serve as prisons for the innocent more frequently than for the guilty? And you, my sister, you the most gentle and the most noble of women, have you not been a captive at Spandau? We knew you to be generous. We could depend upon your spirit of justice and of charity. But seeing you destined, like a portion of those here, to return into the world, to frequent courts, to approach the persons of sovereigns, to be, you especially, the object of their temptations, it was our duty to put you on your guard against the intoxications of that life of brilliancy and dangers. It was our duty not to spare you even the most terrible teachings. We have spoken to your mind by the solitude to which we condemned you, and by the books which we placed in your hands. We have spoken to your heart by paternal words, and by exhortations alternately severe and tender. We have spoken to your eyes by trials more painful, and of a deeper meaning than those of the ancient mysteries. Now, if you persist in receiving the initiation, you can present yourself without fear before those incorruptible but paternal judges whom you already know, and who await you here in order to crown you or to restore to you the freedom of leaving us forever. Speaking thus, Marcus, raising his arm, designated to Consuelo the door of the temple above which the three sacramental words, liberty, equality, fraternity, had just been enkindled in letters of fire. Consuelo, physically weakened and broken, no longer lived but in spirit. She had not been able to listen, standing, to Marcus's discourse. Compelled to seat herself upon the pedestal of a column, she reclined against Liverani, but without seeing him, without thinking of him. Still she had not lost one of the initiator's words. Pale as a spectre, her eyes fixed and her voice extinct, she had not the bewildered look which follows a nervous crisis. A concentrated exultation filled her chest, the weak breathing of which was no longer perceptible to Liverani. Her black eyes, which fatigue and suffering had somewhat sunk in their sockets, glowed with a dark fire. A slight fold of her brow indicated an unshakable resolution, the first of her life. Her beauty at this moment excited the fear of those present who had before seen her invariably gentle and benevolent. Liverani trembled like the leaf of the jessamine which the breeze of the night gently waved upon the brow of his beloved. She rose with more strength than he had expected, but immediately her knees failed her, and in ascending the steps she allowed herself to be almost carried by him, while the clasp of those arms which had so much agitated her, the proximity of that heart which had so inflamed her own, did not distract her for a moment from her internal agitation. He placed between his hand and that of Consuelo the cross of silver, that talisman which gave him a right over her and which served him as a mark of recognition. Consuelo did not appear to recognize either the gauge or the hand which presented it. Her own was contracted by suffering. It was a mechanical pressure, as when one seizes a branch to hold by on the brink of an abyss. But the blood of the heart did not reach that frozen hand. "Marcus," said Liverani in a low voice, as the former passed them to knock at the door of the temple, "do not leave us. The trial has been too severe. I am afraid." "She loves you," replied Marcus. "Yes, but perhaps she will die," returned Liverani, shuddering. Marcus knocked thrice upon the door, which opened and again closed as soon as he had entered with Consuelo and Liverani. The other brothers remained under the peristyle, awaiting their admittance to the ceremony of initiation. For between that initiation and the last trials, there was always a secret interview between the invisible chiefs and the candidate. The interior of the kiosk, in form of a temple, which was used for these initiations at the Chateau of Blanc, was magnificently ornamented and decorated between each column with the statues of the greatest friends of humanity. That of Jesus the Christ was there placed in the middle of the amphitheater, between those of Pythagoras and Plato. Apollonius of Diana was by the side of St. John, Abelard beside St. Bernard, John Huss and Jerome of Prague beside St. Catherine and Joan of Arc. But Consuelo did not stop to look at external objects. Entirely concentrated within herself, she again saw without surprise and without emotion those same judges who had probed her heart so deeply. She no longer felt in the least troubled by the presence of these men, whoever they might be, and she awaited their sentence with great apparent calmness. "Brother Initiator," said to Marcus, the eighth personage, who, seated below the judges, always spoke for them, "whom do you bring us? What is her name?" "Consuelo Porporina," replied Marcus. "That is not what was asked of you, my brother," returned Consuelo. "Do you not see that I present myself here in a bridal dress and not in widow's weeds? Announce the Countess Albert de Rudolstadt." "My daughter," said the brother orator, "I speak to you in the name of the council. You no longer bear the name that you invoke. Your marriage with the Count de Rudolstadt is dissolved." "By what right? And in virtue of what authority?" demanded Consuelo in a quick, strong voice, as if in a fever. "I recognize no theocratic power. You have yourselves taught me to recognize in you no other rights over me than those which I myself have freely given you, and to submit only to a paternal authority. Yours would not be such if it were to dissolve my marriage without my husband's consent and my own. That right neither he nor I have conferred on you." "You are mistaken, my daughter. Albert has given us the right to dispose of his lot and yours, and you have yourself also given us that right by opening to us your heart and confessing to us your love for another." "I have confessed nothing to you," replied Consuelo, "and I deny the avowal you wish to force from me." "Introduce this Sibyl," said the orator to Marcus. A woman of tall stature, dressed entirely in white, and with her face concealed by her veil, entered and seated herself in the middle of the half-circle formed by the judges. By a nervous trembling, Consuelo easily recognized Wanda. "Speak, priestess of truth," said the orator. "Speak, interpretess and revealer of the most hidden secrets, of the most delicate impulses of the heart. Is this woman the wife of Albert de Rudolstadt?" "She is his faithful and respectable wife," replied Wanda. "But at this moment it is your duty to pronounce her divorce. You see well by whom she is conducted here. You see well that the one of our children whose hand she holds is the man whom she loves and to whom she ought to belong, in virtue of the imprescriptible right of love, in marriage." Consuela turned with surprise towards Liverani, and looked at her own hand, which was numb and as if dead in his. She seemed to be under the influence of a dream, and to make an effort to awaken herself. She freed herself at last with energy from that clasp, and looking at the hollow of her hand, she saw there the impress of her mother's cross. "This is then the man whom I have loved," said she with the melancholy smile of a holy ingenuousness. "Well, yes, I have loved him tenderly, madly, but it was a dream. I thought that Albert was no more, and you told me that this one deserved my esteem and my confidence. Then I again saw Albert. I thought I understood from his language that he did not wish to be my husband, and I did not guard myself from loving this unknown, whose letters and attentions intoxicated me with a foolish attraction. But I have been told that Albert loves me still, and that he renounces me from virtue and generosity. But why then is Albert persuaded that I will remain inferior to him in devotedness? What criminal act have I committed hitherto, that I should be thought capable of breaking his heart by accepting a selfish happiness? No, I will never stain myself with such a crime. If Albert considers me unworthy of him because I have another love than his in my heart, if he feels a scruple about destroying that love, and does not desire to inspire me with a greater, I will submit to his decision. I will accept the sentence of that divorce, against which nevertheless my heart and my conscience revolt. But I will be neither the wife nor the lover of the other. Farewell, Liverani, or whoever you may be, to whom I entrusted my mother's cross in a day of effusion for which I feel neither shame nor remorse. Restore to me that pledge, in order that there may no longer be between us anything else than the remembrance of a reciprocal esteem and the feeling of a duty accomplished without bitterness and without effort." "We recognize no such morality, as you know," returned the Sibyl. "We do not accept such sacrifices. We wish to inaugurate and to sanctify love, lost and profaned in the world, the holy and voluntary union of two beings equally attached. We have over our children the right of correcting the conscience, of remitting faults, of assorting sympathies, of breaking the bonds of ancient society. You therefore have not that of disposing of your being in sacrifice. You cannot stifle love in your bosom and deny the truth of your confession unless we give you permission so to do." "Why do you speak to me of liberty? Why do you speak to me of love and of happiness?" cried Consuelo, making a step towards the judges with a burst of enthusiasm and the radiance of a sublime expression. "Have you not made me pass through trials which ought to leave an eternal paleness on my brow, and an invincible austerity in my soul? How insensible and cowardly you must consider me, if you judge me still capable of dreaming and seeking for personal satisfaction after what I have seen, after what I have comprehended, after what I know henceforth respecting the history of men and my duties in this world. No, no, no more love, no more marriage, no more liberty, no more happiness, no more glory, no more art, nothing more for me, if I must cause suffering to the least among my kind. And is it not proved that every joy in the world of this day is purchased at the cost of the joy of some other? Is there not something better to be done than to satisfy oneself? Does not Albert think thus, and have not I the right to think like him? Does he not hope to find in his very sacrifice the strength to labor for humanity with more ardor and intelligence than ever? Let me be as great as Albert, Let me fly from the deceitful and criminal illusion of happiness. Give me work, fatigue, sorrow, enthusiasm. I can no longer conceive of joy but in suffering. I have the thirst of martyrdom since you have imprudently shown to me the trophies of execution. Oh, shame to those who have understood duty and who care still to share happiness or rest upon the earth. Of what consequence are we? Of what consequence am I? Oh, Liverani, if you love me with love after having gone through the trials which have led me here, you are insensate. You are only a child, unworthy of the name of man, unworthy, assuredly, that I should sacrifice to you Albert's heroic affection. And you, Albert, if you are here, if you listen to me, you ought at least not to refuse to call me your sister, to extend to me your hand and assist me to walk in the rough path which leads you to God. Consuelo's enthusiasm was carried to its highest pitch. Words were not sufficient to express it. A sort of dizziness seized upon her, and as it happened to the Pythonesses in the paroxysm of their divine crises, that they gave themselves up to cries and strange furies, so she was led to manifest the emotion with which she overflowed, by the expression that was most natural to her. She began to sing in a brilliant voice and with a transport at least equal to that she had experienced when singing the same air at Venice, in public for the first time of her life, and in presence of Marcello and Porpora. I cieli immensi narrano, del grande ideo la gloria. This song came to her lips because it is perhaps the most artless and the most striking expression that music has ever given to religious enthusiasm. But Consuelo had not the calmness necessary to restrain and to direct her voice. After these two lines, the intonation became a sob in her chest. She burst into tears and fell upon her knees. The Invisibles, electrified by her fervor, had risen simultaneously as if to hear standing, in the attitude of respect, that song of the inspired one. But seeing her sink under her emotion, they all descended from the enclosure and approached her, while Wanda, seizing her in her arms and throwing her into those of Liverani, cried to her, "Well, look at him then, and know that God grants to you the power of reconciling love and virtue, happiness and duty." Consuelo, deaf for an instant, and as if entranced in another world, at last looked at Liverani, whose mask Marcus had just torn off. She uttered a piercing cry and almost expired on his bosom as she recognized Albert. Albert and Liverani were the same man. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41, Part 1 of the Countess of Rudolstadt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Countess of Rudolstadt by George Sand, translated by Francis G. Shaw. Chapter 41, Part 1. At this moment, the doors of the temple opened, giving forth a metallic sound, and the Invisibles entered in pairs. The magic voice of the harmonica, then recently invented. Footnote. It is well known that the harmonica produced such a sensation in Germany at its appearance that poetical imaginations wished to perceive in it the sound of supernatural voices invoked by the consecrators of certain mysteries. This instrument, considered magical before it became common, was for some time exalted by the adepts of German theosophy to the same divine honors as was the lyre among the ancients, and as are many other instruments of music among the primitive inhabitants of Himalaya. They made of it one of the hieroglyphic figures of their mysterious iconography. They represented it under the form of a fantastic chimera. The neophytes of the secret societies, who heard it for the first time after the terrors and the emotions of their severe trials, were so strongly impressed that many fell into ecstasy. They thought they heard the song of invisible powers, for the performer and the instrument were concealed from them with the greatest care. There are some extremely curious details respecting the extraordinary part played by the harmonica in the ceremonies of reception among the illuminates, the penetrating vibration of which was a wonder unknown to Consuelo's ears, was heard in the air and seemed to descend from the cupola open to the rays of the moon and the vivifying breezes of the night. A shower of flowers slowly fell upon the happy couple, placed in the center of that solemn march. Wanda, standing by the side of a golden tripod, whence her right hand caused to burst forth dazzling flames and clouds of perfumes, held in her left the two ends of a chain of flowers and symbolic leaves which he had thrown around the lovers. The invisible chiefs, their faces covered with long red drapery, and their heads bound with the same leaves of the oak and the acacia, consecrated by their rites, were erect with their arms extended to welcome the brothers, who inclined themselves as they passed before them. Those chiefs had the majesty of the ancient Druids, but their hands, pure from blood, were opened only to bless, and a religious respect replaced in the adepts the fanatical terror of the religions of the past. As the initiated presented themselves before the venerable tribunal, they took off their masks to salute with uncovered faces those august unknown chiefs, who had never manifested themselves to them but by acts of clement justice, of paternal love, and of exalted wisdom. Faithful, without regret and without mistrust, to the religion they had sworn, they did not seek to read with curious glances beneath those impenetrable veils. Doubtless their adepts, without being conscious of it, knew these magi of a new religion, who, mingling with them in the society and in the very bosom of their assemblies, were the best friends, the most intimate confidants of the greater number among them, of each of them, perhaps, in particular. But in the exercise of their common worship, the person of the priest was always veiled, as was the oracle of ancient times. Happy childhood of artless beliefs, almost fabulous aurora of sacred conspiracies, which the night of mystery envelops in all times with poetical uncertainties. Although hardly a century divides us from the existence of those invisibles, it is problematical to the historian. But 30 years later, Illuminism reassumed these forms unknown to the vulgar, and drawing both from the inventive genius of its chiefs and from the traditions of the secret societies of mystical Germany, terrified the world by the most formidable, the most scientific, political, and religious conspiracies. For a moment it shook all the dynasties upon their thrones, and sank in its turn, bequeathing to the French Revolution, as it were, an electric current of sublime enthusiasm, of ardent faith and terrible fanaticism. Half a century before those days marked by fate, and while the gallant monarchy of Louis XV, the philosophic despotism of Frederick II, the skeptical and mocking royalty of Voltaire, the ambitious diplomacy of Maria Theresa, and the heretical tolerance of Ganganelli, seemed to announce as the destiny of the world only decrepitude, antagonism, chaos, and dissolution. The French Revolution was fermenting in the dark and germinating beneath the soil. It brooded in minds ardent even to fanaticism under the form of a dream of universal revolution. And while debauch, hypocrisy, or incredulity reigned openly over the world, a sublime faith, a magnificent revelation of the future, plans of organization as profound and perhaps more scientific than our Führerism and Saint Simeonism of this day, realized already in some groups of exceptional men the ideal conception of a future society, diametrically opposed to that which covers and still conceals their action in history. Such a contrast is one of the most striking features of that 18th century, too full of ideas and of intellectual labor of all kinds, for its synthesis to have yet been made with clearness and profit by the philosophical historians of our day. The reason is that there exists a mass of contradictory documents and of misunderstood facts, incomprehensible at first sight, fountains muddied by the tumult of the age, which it would be necessary to purify patiently in order to reach the solid bottom. Many energetic laborers have remained obscure, carrying with them to their graves the secret of their mission. So many dazzling glories then absorbed the attention of their contemporaries. So many brilliant results at this day seize upon the retroactive examination of critics. But, little by little, light will issue from this chaos, and if our age succeed in recapitulating itself, it will also recapitulate the life of its father, the 18th century, that immense logogryph, that brilliant nebula in which so much meanness stands opposed to so much grandeur, so much science to so much ignorance, so much barbarism to so much civilization, so much light to so much error, so much seriousness to so much intoxication, so much incredulity to so much faith, so much pedantry to so much frivolous mockery, so much superstition to so much proud reason. That period of 100 years, which saw the reigns of Madame de Maintenon and of Madame de Pompadour, Peter the Great, Catherine II, Maria Theresa and the Dubarry, Voltaire and Swedenborg, Kant and Mesmer, Jean-Jacques Rousseau and the Cardinal Dubois, Schrieffer and Diderot, Fenelon and Law, Zinzendorf and Leibniz, Frederick II and Robespierre, Louis XIV and Philippe Egalite, Marie Antoinette and Charlotte Corday, Weishaupt, Babeuf, and Napoleon. A frightful laboratory in which so many heterogeneous forms were thrown into the crucible that they vomited, in their monstrous ebullition, a torrent of smoke in which we still walk enveloped in darkness and confused images. Neither Consuelo nor Albert, neither the invisible chiefs nor their adepts, cast a very clear-sighted glance upon that age, into the bosom of which they burned to rush with the enthusiastic hope of regenerating it by storm. They believed themselves on the eve of an evangelical republic, as the disciples of Jesus had believed themselves on the eve of the kingdom of God upon earth, as the Taborites of Bohemia had believed themselves on the eve of a paradisiacal state, as more recently the French Convention believed itself on the eve of propagandism victorious over the whole face of the globe. But without this insensate confidence, where would be the great acts of devotedness? And without great enthusiasm, where would be great results? Without the utopia of the divine seer Jesus, where would be the notion of human brotherhood? Without the infectious visions of Joan of Arc, would we still be Frenchmen? Without the noble chimeras of the 18th century, would we have acquired the first elements of equality? That mysterious revolution which each sect of the past had dreamed of for its own time, and which the mystical conspirators of the last century had vaguely predicted 50 years beforehand, as an era of political and religious renovation, neither Voltaire nor the calm philosophic brains of his time, nor Frederick II himself, the great realizer of logical and cold force, foresaw either its rough storms or its sudden abortion. The most ardent, as well as the most wise, were far from reading clearly in the future. Jean-Jacques Rousseau would have denied his work if the mountain had appeared to him in a dream surmounted by the guillotine. Albert de Rudolstadt would suddenly have again become the lethargic madman of the Schreckenstein. If those bloody glories followed by the despotism of Napoleon and the restoration of the old regime, followed by the reign of the vilest material interests, had been revealed to him who thought he was laboring to overthrow, immediately and forever, the scaffold and the prison, the barrack and the convent, the board of the money changer and the citadel. They dreamt then, those noble children, and they acted upon their dream with all the strength of their soul. They belonged neither more nor less to their age than did the skilful politicians and the wise philosophers, their contemporaries. They saw neither more nor less than did these the absolute truth of the future, that great unknown, which we each clothe with the attributes of our own power, and which deceives us all, at the same time that it confirms us, when it appears to our sons clothed in the thousand colors of which each of us has prepared a shred for its imperial toga. Happily, each century sees it more majestic, because each century produces more laborers for its triumph. As to the men who would wish to rend it purple and cover it with eternal mourning, they can accomplish nothing against it. They do not comprehend it, slaves of the present reality. They do not know that the immortal has no age, and that whoever does not dream of it as it may be tomorrow can by no means see it such as it must be today. Albert, in that moment of supreme joy in which Consuelo's eyes at last fixed themselves on his with rapture, Albert, rejuvenated by all the benefits of health and beautified by all the intoxication of happiness, felt himself invested with that almighty faith which could remove mountains, if there were other mountains to bear in such moments than the weight of our own reason shaken by that intoxication. Consuelo was at last before him like the Galatea of the artist beloved by the gods, awakening at the same time to love and to life. Silent and engrossed, her features illumined with the celestial glory, she was completely, incontestably beautiful for the first time in her life, because she existed completely and really for the first time. A sublime serenity shone upon her brow, and her large eyes were moistened by that rapture of the soul of which the intoxication of the senses is but a weakened reflection. She was thus beautiful only because she was ignorant of what was passing in her heart and upon her face. Albert alone existed for her, or rather, she no longer existed except in him, and he alone appeared to her worthy of immense respect and boundless admiration. The fact was that Albert also was transformed, and as if surrounded with a supernatural radiance as he gazed upon her. She again found, indeed, in the depth of his glance, all the solemn grandeur of the noble sorrows he had undergone. But those bitternesses of the past had left no trace of physical suffering upon his features. He had upon his brow the placidity of the resuscitated martyr, who sees the earth reddened with his blood fly from beneath his feet, and the heaven of infinite recompenses open above his head. Never did an inspired artist create a more noble figure of hero or of saint in the finest days of ancient or of Christian art. All the invisibles, struck with admiration in their turn, stopped after having formed a circle around them, and remained for some moments absorbed in the noble pleasure of contemplating that beautiful couple, so pure before God, so chastely happy before men. Then 20 manly and generous voices sang in chorus, to an air of antique grandeur and simplicity, O Hymen, O Hymenae. The music was by Porpora, to whom the words had been sent with the request for an epithalamic song for an illustrious marriage, and he had been nobly recompensed without knowing from whose hands came the benefit. As Mozart, on the eve of expiring, was one day to find his most sublime inspiration for a mysteriously ordered requiem, so old Porpora had recovered all the genius of his youth to write a hymeneal song, the poetical mystery of which had awakened his imagination. From the first notes, Consuela recognized the style of her dear old master, and turning with effort from the glance of her lover, she searched among the coryphees for her adopted father, but his spirit only was there. Among those who had shown themselves as worthy interpreters, Consuela recognized several friends. Frederick de Trenck, the Porporino, the younger Benda, the Count Goliquin, Schubart, the Chevalier d'Eon, whom she had known at Berlin and whose real sex she, as well as the rest of Europe, was ignorant of. The Count de Saint-Germain, the Chancellor Cossey, the Barberini's husband, the librarian Nikolai, Gottlieb, whose fine voice rose superior to all the others. Lastly, Marcus, whom Wanda, by an energetic gesture, pointed out to her, and whom a sympathizing instinct had caused her to recognize beforehand in the guide who had presented her, and had performed for her the duties of godfather. All the invisibles had opened and thrown back upon their shoulders their long black robes of gloomy aspect. A costume of purple and white, elegant and simple, relieved by a chain of gold which bore the insignia of the order, gave to their group the aspect of a fete. The mask was wound around the wrist, ready to be replaced upon the face at the slightest signal of the watcher, stationed as the sentinel upon the dome of the edifice. The orator, who filled the office of interpreter between the invisible chiefs and their adepts, also unmasked and came to congratulate the happy couple. It was the Duc de Blanc, that rich prince who had devoted his fortune, his intellect, and his enthusiastic zeal to the work of the invisibles. He was the host of their assemblages, and his residence had for a long time been the asylum of Wanda and of Albert, hidden therein from all profane eyes. That residence was also the principal headquarters of the operations of the Tribunal of the Order, although there existed several others, and their rather numerous meetings were only annual, during some days in the summer, except in extraordinary cases, initiated into all the secrets of the chiefs. The Duke acted for them and with them, but he did not betray their incognito, and, taking upon himself alone all the dangers of the enterprise, he was their interpreter, and their visible medium of communication with the members of the association. When the young couple had exchanged sweet expressions of joy and affection with their brethren, each resumed his place, and the Duke, again becoming the brother orator, spoke thus to the pair crowned with flowers and kneeling before the altar. Dear and well-beloved children, in the name of the true God, all power, all love, and all intelligence, and after him, in the name of the three virtues which are a reflection of the divinity in the human soul, activity, charity, and justice, which are translated in application by our formula, liberty, fraternity, equality. Finally, in the name of the Tribunal of the Invisibles, which is vowed to the triple duty of zeal, of faith, and of study, that is, to the threefold investigation of political, moral, and divine truths. Albert Podebrad, Consuela Porporina, I pronounce the ratification and confirmation of the marriage already contracted by you before God, in the presence of your relatives, and also in the presence of a priest of the Christian religion, at Giant's Castle, the blank of the year 1750 blank. That marriage, valid in the eyes of men, was not valid in the sight of God. There were wanting thereto three things. First, the absolute devotedness of the wife to live with the husband, who appeared to be at his last hour. Second, the sanction of a moral and religious authority recognized and accepted by the husband. Third, the consent of a person here present, whose name I am not permitted to mention, but who is closely connected with one of the couple by the ties of blood. If these three conditions are now fulfilled, and neither of you has any reservation or objection, join your hands, and rise to take heaven as a witness to the freedom of your act and the holiness of your love. Wanda, who continued unknown to the brothers of the order, took the hands of her two children. The same impulse of tenderness and enthusiasm caused all three to rise, as if they had been but one. The formulas of marriage were pronounced, and the simple and touching rites of the new worship were accomplished with concentration and fervor. This engagement of a mutual love was not an isolated act in the midst of indifferent spectators, strangers to the moral bond which was contracted. They were all called upon to sanction this religious consecration of two beings, united with them in a common faith. They extended their arms over the pair to bless them. Then they all took each other by the hands and formed a living enclosure, a chain of fraternal love and religious association around them, while they pronounced the oath to assist them, to protect them, to defend their honor and their life, to support their existence in case of need, to recall them to goodness by every effort if they should falter in the rough career of virtue, to preserve them as much as possible from persecutions and temptations from without, on all occasions, in all encounters, finally to love them as holily, as cordially, as seriously as if they were bound to them by name and by blood. The handsome Trenck pronounced this formula for all the others in eloquent and simple terms. Then he added, addressing the husband, "Albert, the profane and criminal usages of the old society, from which we separate in secret in order to bring it to us some day, demand that the husband should impose fidelity upon his wife in the name of a humiliating and despotic authority. If she fall, he must kill his rival. He has even the right to kill his wife. That is called washing away in blood the stain brought upon his honor. Thus, in that blind and corrupt old world, every man is the natural enemy of that happiness and of that honor so savagely guarded. The friend, the brother even, arrogates to himself the right to rob the friend and the brother of the love of his companion, or at least they take a cruel pleasure in exciting his jealousy, in rendering his watchfulness ridiculous, in sowing distrust and trouble between him and the object of his love. Here, as you know, we understand better what our honor, love, and the pride of family. We are brothers before God, and he of us who should cast a bold and disloyal glance upon his brother's wife would already, in our eyes, have committed the crime of incest in his heart." All the brothers, affected and carried away, drew their swords and swore to turn those blades against themselves, rather than break the oath they had pronounced by the mouth of Trenck. But the Sibyl, excited by one of those enthusiastic transports which gave her so much ascendancy over their imaginations, and which often modified the opinion and the decisions of the chiefs themselves, broke the circle by rushing into the midst. Her language, always energetic and burning, enthralled their assemblages. Her tall stature, her drapery waving upon her emaciated form, her majestic though unsteady movements, the convulsive trembling of that always veiled head, and with this, moreover, a kind of grace which revealed the past existence of beauty, that charm so powerful in a woman that exists even after it has disappeared, and still affects the mind when it can no longer move the senses. Finally, even her extinguished voice, which under the empire of exaltation suddenly acquired a shrill and strange grandeur, all contributed to make of her a mysterious being, almost terrifying at first sight, and soon invested with a persuasive power and an irresistible prestige. All kept silence to listen to the voice of the inspired one. Consuelo was affected by her attitude as much as they, and more than they, perhaps, because she knew the secret of her strange life. Shuddering with involuntary terror, she asked herself if this spectre escaped from the tomb really belonged to this world, and if, after having breathed forth her oracle, she would not fade into air with that flame of the tripod which made her appear so transparent and so unearthly. "Hide from my eyes those glittering weapons," cried the shuddering Wanda. Those are impious oaths which take as the object of their invocation instruments of hatred and of murder. I know that the usage of the old world has bound that steel to the side of every man considered free, as a mark of independence and bravery. I know that in the ideas which, in spite of yourselves, you have retained from that old world, the sword is the symbol of honor, and that you believe you assume a holy engagement when you have sworn by its blade, like the citizens of primitive Rome. But here it is profaning an august oath. Swear rather by the flame of this tripod. The flame is the symbol of life, of light and divine love. But you then still require emblems and visible signs? Are you still idolaters? And do the figures which adorn this temple represent to you anything else than ideas? Ah, swear rather by your own feelings, by your best instincts, by your own hearts, and if you do not dare to swear by the living God, by the true, eternal, and sacred religion, swear by holy humanity, by the glorious bursts of your courage, by the chastity of this young woman, and by the love of her husband. Swear by the genius and the beauty of Consuelo, that your desire and even your thought will never profane this holy arch of marriage, this invisible and mystic altar upon which the hand of angels engraves and enregisters the oath of love. Do you indeed know what love is? Added the Sibyl, after having reflected for a moment, and with a voice which became every instant more clear and more penetrating. Did you know, O venerable chiefs of our order and ministers of our worship, you would never have caused to be pronounced before you that formula of an eternal engagement which God alone can ratify, and which, when consecrated by men, is a kind of profanation of the most divine of all mysteries. What force can you give to an engagement which is in itself a miracle? For every soul is eternally free by virtue of a divine right. And yet, when two souls give and enchain themselves, each to the other, by love, their mutual possession becomes as sacred, as much of divine right as is individual liberty. You see that there is herein indeed a miracle, of which God forever reserves to himself the mystery, as much as he does that of life and death. You are about to ask of this man and of this woman if they wish to belong to each other exclusively in this life, and such is their fervor that they will answer you, not in this life alone, but in eternity. God therefore inspires them by the miracle of love, with much more faith, with much more strength, with much more virtue than you could, or would dare to ask of them. Away then with sacrilegious oaths and brutal laws. Leave to them the ideal, and do not bind them to reality by the chains of law. Leave to God the care of continuing the miracle. Prepare souls so that the miracle may be accomplished in them. Form them to the ideal of love. Exhort, instruct them. Praise and demonstrate the glory of fidelity, without which there is no strength, no sublime love. But do not intervene, as do the Catholic priests and the magistrates of the old world, in the execution of the oath. For, I tell you once again, men cannot hold themselves vouchers, nor constitute themselves guardians of the perpetuity of a miracle. What do you know of the secrets of the eternal? Have we already entered into that temple of the future, in which, as we are told, man will converse with God under the sacred shades, as friend with friend? Has the law of indissoluble marriage ever issued from the mouth of the Lord? Have his intentions in this respect ever been proclaimed upon the earth? And you, O children of men, have you promulgated that law with a unanimous agreement? Have the pontiffs of Rome, who call themselves infallible, never broken the conjugal union? Under pretense of nullity in certain engagements, those pontiffs have consecrated veritable divorces, the scandal of which history has proclaimed in her records. And Christian societies, the Reformed sects, the Greek Church, have, after the example of the Mosaic and other ancient religions, frankly admitted the law of divorce in our modern world. What becomes, then, of the sanctity and efficacy of an oath when it is asserted that men can at any day free us from it? Ah, do not touch love by the profanation of marriage. You will only extinguish it in pure hearts. Consecrate the conjugal union by exhortations, by prayers, by a publicity which may render it respectable, by effecting ceremonies. You should do this if you are our priests, that is, our friends, our guides, our counselors, our consolers, our lights. Prepare souls for the holiness of a sacrament, and as the father of a family seeks to establish his children in conditions of well-being, of dignity and of security, so do you, our spiritual fathers, assiduously endeavor to establish your sons and your daughters in conditions favorable to the development of true love, of virtue, of sublime fidelity. And when you have caused them to undergo religious trials, by means of which you can ascertain that there is in their mutual attachment neither cupidity, nor vanity, nor frivolous intoxication, nor blindness of the senses devoid of ideality. When you shall have become convinced that they understand the greatness of their feelings, the sacredness of their duties, and the freedom of their choice, then permit them to give themselves to each other and mutually to alienate their inalienable liberty. Let their family and their friends and the great family of the faithful intervene to ratify with you that union which the solemnity of the sacrament must render respectable. But pay strict attention to my words. Let this sacrament be a religious permission, a paternal and social authorization, an encouragement and an exhortation to the perpetuity of the engagement. Let it never be a command, an obligation, a law with threats and punishments, an imposed slavery, with scandal, prisons, and chains in case of infraction. Otherwise you will never see the miracle accomplished upon the face of the earth in its entireness and duration. Eternally fruitful providence, God, the indefatigable dispenser of grace, will always bring before you fervent and artless young couples ready to bind themselves in good faith for time and for eternity. But your anti-religious law, your anti-human sacrament, will always destroy in them the effect of grace. The inequality of conjugal rights according to sex, and impiety consecrated by social laws, the difference of duties in the eye of opinion, the false distinctions of conjugal honor, and all the absurd notions created by prejudice, in consequence of bad institutions, will always come to extinguish the faith and chill the enthusiasm of the married couple. And the most sincere, those most disposed to fidelity, will be the soonest saddened, the soonest terrified at the duration of the engagement, and the soonest disenchanted with each other. The abjuration of the individual is in fact contrary to the will of nature and to the cry of conscience when men intervene, because they bring to it the yoke of ignorance and of brutality. It is conformable to the desire of noble hearts, and necessary to the religious instinct of strong wills, when it is God who gives us the means of striving against all the snares which men have spread around marriage, to make of it the grave of love, of happiness, and of virtue, to make of it a legalized prostitution, as said our fathers, the Lollards, whom you know well and whom you often invoke. Render therefore to God the things that are God's, and take from Caesar the things that are not Caesar's. And you, my son, said she, returning towards the center of the group, you who have just sworn never to attack the conjugal union, you have taken an oath of which you have not perhaps understood the importance. You have obeyed a generous impulse. You have responded with enthusiasm to the appeal of honor. That is worthy of you, disciples of a victorious faith. But now, know clearly that you have therein accomplished more than an act of private virtue. You have consecrated a principle without which conjugal chastity and fidelity will never be possible. Enter therefore into the spirit of such an oath, and recognize that there will never be true individual virtue so long as the members of society are not solidary with each other in respect to virtue. O love, O sublime flame, so powerful and so fragile, so sudden and so fugitive, flash of heaven, which seems to cross our life and be extinguished in us before its end from the fear of consuming and annihilating us. We feel truly that thou art the vivifying fire emanating from God himself, and that he who could fix thee in his bosom and preserve thee there until this last moment, always as pure and as complete, would be the happiest and the greatest among men. Thus the disciples of the ideal will always seek to prepare for thee in their souls sanctuaries in which thou mayst delight, that thou need not hasten to abandon them and reascend to heaven. But alas, those of whom we have made a virtue one of the bases of our human societies, in order that we may honor thee as we desire, thou hast nevertheless not wished to allow thyself to be enchained at the will of our institutions, and thou hast remained free as a bird in the air, capricious as the flame upon the altar. Thou seemest to laugh at our oaths, at our contracts, at our very wills. Thou fliest from us in spite of all we have imagined to fix thee in our customs. Thou dost not dwell in the harem, guarded by vigilant sentinels, any more than in the Christian family placed between the threats of the priests, the sentence of the magistrate, and the yoke of opinion. Whence, then, thy inconstancy and ingratitude? O mysterious fascination! O love cruelly symbolized under the features of an infant and blind God! With what tenderness and what disdain art thou, by turns inspired toward these human souls, all of whom thou enkindlest with thy fires, and almost all of whom thou desertest and leavest to perish in the anguish of regret, of repentance, or of still more horrible disgust. Whence is it that thou art invoked with bended knee over the whole surface of our globe, that thou art exalted and deified, that divine poets sing of thee as the soul of the world, that barbarous nations sacrifice human victims to thee by casting widows upon the funeral pyres of their husbands, that young hearts invoke thee in their sweetest dreams, and the old curse life when thou abandonest them to the horrors of solitude? Whence is that worship, sometimes sublime, sometimes fanatical, which has been decreed to thee from the golden infancy of humanity even to our iron age, if thou art only a chimera, the dream of a moment's intoxication, an error of the imagination excited by the delirium of the senses? Oh, it is that thou art not a vulgar instinct, a mere necessity of animal nature. No, thou art not the blind child of paganism. Thou art a son of the true God and the very element of divinity. But thou hast as yet been revealed to us only through the cloud of our errors, and thou hast not wished to establish thy abode among us, because thou hast not been willing to be profaned. Thou wilt return, as in the fabulous times of Astrea, as in the visions of the poets, to fix thyself in our terrestrial paradise, when by sublime virtues we shall have deserved the presence of a guest like thee. Oh, then the abode upon this earth will be sweet to men, and it will be good to have been born here, when we shall all be brothers and sisters, when union shall be freely consented to and freely maintained by strength derived from thee alone. When, instead of this frightful, this impossible strife which conjugal fidelity is obliged to sustain against the impious attempts of debauchery, of hypocritical seduction, of unbridled violence, of perfidious friendship and skilful depravity, every husband shall find around him only chaste sisters, jealous and delicate guardians of the happiness of the sister whom they have given to him as a companion, while every wife will find in other men so many brothers of her husband, happy and proud in his happiness, born protectors of his repose and his dignity. Then the faithful wife will no longer be the solitary flower which hides itself to guard the fragile treasure of its purity, the often forsaken victim who consumes herself in retreat and in tears, powerless to revive in the heart of her well-beloved the flame which she has preserved pure in her own. Then the brother will no longer be obliged to avenge his sister, and to kill one whom she loves and whom she regrets, in order to restore to her a semblance of false honor. Then the mother will no longer tremble for her daughter. Then the daughter will no longer blush for her mother. Then, above all, the husband will no longer be suspicious nor a despot, and the wife will abjure on her side the bitterness of the victim or the rancor of the slave. Atrocious sufferings, abominable injustices, will no longer disgrace the calm and smiling sanctuary of the family. Love can then endure, and who knows, perhaps then, the priest and the magistrate, trusting with reason to the permanent miracle of love, may one day consecrate indissoluble unions in the name of God himself, with as much wisdom and justice as they now display unknowingly in piety and folly. But those days of recompense have not yet arrived. Here, in this mysterious temple in which, according to the words of the gospel, 3 or 4 of us are met together in the name of the Lord, we can only dream of and attempt virtue among ourselves. That external world, which would condemn us to exile, captivity, or death, did it penetrate our secrets, cannot be invoked as a sanction of our promises or a guarantee of our institutions. Let us therefore not imitate its ignorance and its tyranny. Let us consecrate the conjugal love of these 2 children who come to ask of us the blessing of paternal and fraternal love, in the name of the living God, the dispenser of all love. Authorize them to promise to each other an eternal fidelity, but do not inscribe their oath upon the book of death, in order to remind them of it hereafter by terror and constraint. Let God be its guardian. It is for them to invoke him every day of their lives, that he may preserve in them the sacred fire which he has caused to descend upon them. It is this that I expected, O inspired Sibyl, cried Albert, receiving in his arms his mother, exhausted by speaking so long, with the energy of conviction. I expected the avowal of this right which you grant me, to promise everything to her whom I love. You acknowledge that it is my dearest and most sacred right. I therefore promise to her, I swear to her, to love her entirely and faithfully all the days of my life. And I call God to witness. Tell me, O prophetess of love, that this is not a blasphemy. You are under the influence of the miracle, replied Wanda. God blesses your oath, because it is he who inspires you with the faith to pronounce it. Always is the most passionate word that can come to the lips of lovers in the ecstasy of their divinest joys. It is an oracle which then escapes from their bosoms. Eternity is the ideal of love, as it is the ideal of faith. Never does the human mind more truly reach the height of its power and of its clearness than in the enthusiasm of a great love. The always of lovers is therefore an internal revelation, a divine manifestation which should cast its sovereign brightness and its beneficent warmth over all the moments of their union. Woe to whomsoever profanes this sacred formula. He falls from the state of grace into sin. He extinguishes faith, light, strength, and life in his heart. And I, said Consuelo, I accept your oath, O Albert, and I adjure you to accept mine. I feel myself, I also, under the influence of the miracle, and this always of our short life seems to me as nothing in comparison with the eternity for which I wish to promise myself to you. Sublime rash one, said Wanda, with a smile of enthusiasm which seemed to radiate through her veil. Ask of God an eternity with him whom you love, as a recompense for your fidelity towards him in this short life. "Oh, yes," cried Albert, raising towards heaven his wife's hand clasped within his own. "That is the aim, the hope, the recompense. To love each other greatly and ardently in this phase of existence in order again to meet and be united in others. Oh, I feel sure myself that this is not the first day of our union, that we have already loved, already possessed each other in anterior life. So much happiness is not an accident of chance. It is the hand of God that brings us together and reunites us as the two halves of a being inseparable in eternity." End of chapter 41, part 1. Chapter 41, part 2 of the Countess of Rudolstadt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Countess of Rudolstadt by George Sand, translated by Francis G. Shaw. Chapter 41, Part 2. After the celebration of the marriage, and although the night was far advanced, they proceeded to the ceremonies of the definitive initiation of Consuelo into the Order of the Invisibles. And afterwards, the members of the tribunal having disappeared, they wandered under the shade of the sacred wood, but soon returned and seated themselves around the banquet of fraternal communion. The prince, brother orator, presided at it, and took upon himself to explain to Consuelo its profound and touching symbols. This repast was served by faithful servants affiliated to a certain grade in the order. Carl presented Matthias to Consuelo, and she at last saw uncovered his honest and pleasant face. But she remarked with admiration that these estimable valets were not treated as inferiors by their brothers of other grades. No distinction prevailed between them and the eminent persons of the order, whatever might be their rank in the world. The serving brothers, as they were called, filled with goodwill and pleasure the offices of butlers and stewards. They performed the necessary service as assistants qualified in the art of preparing a festival, which they moreover looked upon as a religious ceremony, as a Eucharistic Passover. They were therefore no more degraded by this office than were the Levites of the temple by presiding over the details of a sacrifice. Each time they had supplied the table, they came and took their seats at it, not in places set apart and isolated from the others, but in intervals reserved for them among the guests. All called them, and found a pleasure and a duty in filling their cups and plates. As in the Masonic banquets, the cup was never raised to the lips without invoking some noble idea, some generous sentiment, or some august patronage. But the cadence sounds, the childish gestures of the Freemasons, the mallet, the slang of the toasts, and the vocabulary of the utensils were excluded from this festival, at once cheerful and grave. The serving brothers maintained a demeanor respectful without servility, and modest without constraint. During one service, Carl was seated between Albert and Consuelo. The latter remarked with delight, besides his sobriety and good manners, an extraordinary progress in the understanding of this good peasant, who could be educated by the heart and imbued with healthy religious and moral notions by a rapid and admirable education of the feelings. "Oh, my friend," said she to her husband, when the deserter had changed his place, and Albert again drew to her side. "That is then the beaten slave of the Prussian militia, the savage woodcutter of the Bernewald, the assassin of Frederick the Great. Enlightened and charitable teachings have succeeded, in so short a time, in making of him a sensible, pious, and just man, instead of a bandit who the ferocious justice of nations would have driven to murder, and corrected with the assistance of the whip and the gallows." "Noble sister," said the prince, seated just then on the right of Consuelo. "You had given at Rosewall some grand lessons in religion and clemency to that heart distracted with despair, but endowed with the most noble instincts. His after-education was rapid and easy, and when we had anything good to teach him, he trusted to it at once, saying, 'That is what the Signora told me.' Be certain that it would be more easy than is thought to enlighten and render moral the rudest men, if we wished them well, to elevate their condition and to inoculate them with respect for themselves by beginning with loving and esteeming them, requires only a sincere charity and respect for human dignity. Still, you see that these honest people are initiated only into the lower grades. That is because we consult the extent of their understandings and their progress in virtue to admit them more or less into our mysteries. Old Matthias has 2 grades more than Karl, and if he does not pass that which he now occupies, it will be because his mind and heart have not been able to go any further. No lowness of extraction, no humbleness of social condition will ever deter us. And you see here Gottlieb, the shoemaker, the son of the jailer of Spandau, admitted to a grade equal to your own, although in my house, from taste and from habit, he performs subaltern services. His vivid imagination, his ardor for study, his enthusiasm for virtue, in a word, the incomparable beauty of the soul which inhabits that ugly body, soon rendered him worthy to be treated as an equal and a brother in the interior of the temple. There was almost nothing to be communicated in ideas and virtues to that noble child. He had too much, on the contrary. It was necessary to calm in him an excess of exaltation, and to treat him for moral and physical maladies which would have led him to madness. The immorality of his environment and the perversity of the official world would have irritated without corrupting him. But we alone, armed with the spirit of Jacob Boehme and the true explanation of his profound symbols, could convince without disenchanting him, and guide aright the wanderings of his mystical poetry without chilling his zeal and his faith. You will remark that the cure of his soul has reacted upon his body, that his health has been restored as by enchantment, and that his odd face is already transformed. After the repast, the guests resumed their cloaks and walked upon the gentle declivity of the hill, which was shaded by the sacred grove. The ruins of the old chateau, reserved for the trials, overtopped this beautiful spot, of which Consuelo by degrees recognized the paths she had hastily run through on a stormy night a short time before. The abundant fountain, which escaped from a rustic grotto cut in the rock and formerly consecrated to a superstitious worship, ran murmuring among the thickets towards the bottom of the valley, where it formed the beautiful stream which the captive of the pavilion knew so well. Alleys, covered by nature with a fine sand, silvered by the moon, crossed under these beautiful shades, where the wandering groups met, intermingled and exchanged pleasant conversation. High open-work barriers bounded this enclosure, the vast and rich kiosk of which passed as a cabinet of study, the favorite retreat of the prince, forbidden to all idlers and curious persons. The serving brothers walked also in groups, but following the barriers and watching in order to give notice to the brethren in case of the approach of any profane person. This danger was not much to be feared. The Duke appeared to be occupied only with Masonic mysteries, as in fact he was so secondarily. But Freemasonry was then tolerated by the laws and protected by the princes who were or thought themselves initiated. No one suspected the importance of the higher grades, which, from degree to degree, terminated in the tribunal of the invisibles. Moreover, at this moment, the ostensible fete, which illumined at a distance the facade of the ducal palace, engrossed the numerous guests of the prince too much for them to think of leaving the brilliant halls and the new gardens for the rocks and ruins of the old park. The young Margravine of Brize, an intimate friend of the Duke, did for him the honours of the fete. He had feigned a slight indisposition in order to disappear, and immediately after the banquet of the Invisibles, he went to preside at the supper of his illustrious guests in the palace. On seeing those lights shine in the distance, Consuelo, resting upon Albert's arm, remembered Anzoletto, and naively accused herself before her husband, who reproached her for it, with an instant of cruelty and of irony towards the beloved companion of her childhood. Yes, it was a culpable impulse, said she, but I was very unhappy at that moment. I was resolved to sacrifice myself to Count Albert, while the malicious and cruel Invisibles threw me once more into the arms of that dangerous Liverani. I had death in my soul. I again met with delight him from whom I should be obliged to separate with despair, and Marcus wished to distract me from my sufferings by making me admire the handsome Anzoletto. I should not have believed I could have seen him again with so much indifference, but I thought myself condemned to the trial of singing with him, and I was ready to hate him for thus snatching from me my last instant, my last dream of happiness. Now, my friend, I shall be able to see him again without bitterness, and to treat him with indulgence. Happiness renders us so good and so merciful. Perhaps I may some day be useful to him, and inspire him with the serious love of art, if not with the taste for virtue. Why despair of it, said Albert. Let us await him in a day of misfortune and abandonment. Now, in the midst of his triumphs, he would be deaf to the voice of wisdom. But let him lose his voice in his beauty, and we may perhaps obtain possession of his soul. Will you undertake that conversion, Albert? Not without you, my Consuelo. Do you not fear, then, the remembrances of the past? No, I am so presumptuous as to fear nothing. I am under the whole influence of the miracle. And I also, Albert, I could not doubt myself. Oh, you have good reason to be tranquil. The day began to dawn, and the pure morning air brought forth 1,000 exquisite odors. It was one of the most beautiful days of summer. The nightingales sung under the foliage and answered each other from hill to hill. The groups which formed every moment around the newly married couple, far from being troublesome to them, added to their pure transports the delight of fraternal friendship, or at least of the most exquisite sympathy. All the Invisibles present at this festival were made known to Consuelo as the members of her new family. They were the elect of the talent, the intelligence and the virtue of the order. Some illustrious in the world without, others obscure in that world, but illustrious in the temple by their labors and their light. Plebeians and patricians mingled in a tender intimacy. Consuelo was to learn their true names, and the more poetical ones which they bore in the secret of their fraternal relations. They were Vesper, Elops, Peon, Hylas, Euryalus, Bellerophon. Never had she seen herself surrounded by so numerous a selection of noble souls and interesting characters. The recitals which they made to her of their labors in proselytism, of the dangers they had braved, and the results they had obtained, charmed her like so many poems, the reality of which she would not have believed reconcilable with the course of the insolent and corrupt world she had passed through. Those testimonials of friendship and esteem, which partook of tenderness and effusion, and which were not stained with the least vulgar gallantry or the least insinuation of dangerous familiarity. That elevated language, that charming intercourse, in which equality and fraternity were realized in their most sublime aspects. That beautiful golden dawn which rose upon life at the same time as in the sky, All this was like a divine dream in the existence of Consuelo and of Albert. With arms intertwined, they did not think of withdrawing from their beloved brothers. A moral rapture, sweet and soft as the morning air, filled their chests and their souls. Love dilated their bosoms too much to cause them to thrill. Trenck related the sufferings of his captivity at Glatz and the dangers of his flight. Like Consuelo and Haydn in the Burmerwald, he had traveled through Poland, but in severe cold weather, covered with rags, with a wounded companion, the amiable Schellus, whom his memoirs afterwards depicted to us as the most gentle of friends. He had played upon the violin to earn his bread, and had served as a minstrel to the peasants, as had Consuelo on the banks of the Danube. Then he spoke to her in a low voice of the Princess Amelia, of his love and his hopes. Poor young Trenck! He did not foresee the horrible storm which was gathering over his head, any more than did the happy pair, destined to pass from this beautiful dream of a summer's night to a life of combats, of deceptions and sufferings. The Porporinos sang under the cypresses an admirable hymn, composed by Albert to the memory of the martyrs of their cause. Young Benda accompanied him on the violin. Albert himself took the instrument and ravished his hearers by a few notes. Consuelo could not sing. She wept with joy and enthusiasm. The Count de Saint-Germain related the conversations of John Huss and Jerome of Prague with so much warmth, eloquence, and probability that on listening to him, it was impossible not to believe he had been present. In such hours of emotion and transport, sad reason does not defend itself against the fascinations of poetry. The Chevalier d'Eon, depicted, in terms of sharp satire and an enchanting taste, the meannesses and follies of the most illustrious tyrants of Europe, the vices of courts and the weakness of that social scaffolding which it seemed to enthusiasm could so easily be bent under its burning flight. Count Golikin painted in a delightful manner the great soul and the artless oddities of his friend Jean-Jacques Rousseau. That philosophical personage, he would now be called eccentric, had a very beautiful daughter, whom he educated according to his ideas, and who was at once Emile and Sophia, now the handsomest of boys, now the most charming of girls. He was to present her to be initiated and entrusted to the teaching of Consuelo. The illustrious Zinzendorf described the organization and evangelical manners of his colony of Moravian Herrnhuters. He consulted Albert with deference respecting several difficulties, and wisdom seemed to speak by the mouth of Albert. The reason was that he was inspired by the presence and gentle glance of his friend. He seemed a god to Consuelo. For her he united all fascinations, philosopher and artist, tried martyr, triumphant hero, grave as a sage of the portico, beautiful as an angel, playful sometimes and artless as a child, as a happy lover, perfect, in fine, as a man whom one loves. Consuelo had thought she should faint with fatigue and emotion when she knocked at the door of the temple. Now she felt strong and animated as at the time when she played upon the shore of the Adriatic, in all the vigor of youth, under a burning sun tempered by the sea breeze. It seemed that life in all its power, happiness in all its intensity, had taken possession of her in every fiber, and that she drew them in by every pore. She no longer counted the hours. She could have wished that this enchanted night would never end. Why can we not stop the sun beneath the horizon in certain watchings, when we feel life in all the fullness of our being, and when all the dreams of enthusiasm seem realized or realizable? At last, the sky was tinged with purple and gold. A silvery-toned bell warned the invisibles that night was withdrawing from them her protecting veil. They sang a last hymn to the rising sun, emblem of the new day of which they dreamed and which they were preparing for the world. Then they bade tender farewells, made appointments for meeting, some at Paris, others at London, others at Madrid, Vienna, St. Petersburg, Warsaw, Dresden, Berlin. All engaged to be found in a year, at such a day, at the gate of the Blessed Temple, with new neophytes, or with ancient brothers now absent. Then they closed their cloaks in order to hide their elegant costumes, and noiselessly dispersed under the shady avenues of the park. Albert and Consuelo, guided by Marcus, descended the ravine as far as the stream. Carl received them in his closed gondola and conducted them to the pavilion, upon the threshold of which they stopped to contemplate the majesty of the luminary which was ascending the sky. Until then, Consuelo, when replying to Albert's impassioned words, had always given him his real name, but when he roused her from the contemplation in which she seemed to forget herself, she could only say to him, as she rested her burning brow upon his shoulder, "Oh, Liverani." End of chapter 41, part 2. Epilogue, part 1 of the Countess of Rudolstadt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Countess of Rudolstadt by George Sand, translated by Francis G. Shaw. Epilogue, Part 1. If we could have procured, respecting the existence of Albert and Consuelo after their marriage, as faithful and minute documents as have guided us hitherto, doubtless we could still have finished a long career by relating to you their journeys and adventures. But, O persevering reader, we cannot satisfy you, and you, wearied reader, we ask of you only a moment's patience. Do not consider this, either of you, a reason for blame or praise as regards us. The truth is that the materials, by the aid of which we could, as until now, have united and arranged the events of this history, disappear, in a great measure, for us, from the romantic night which saw the union of our two heroes blessed and consecrated by the Invisibles. Either the engagements entered into in the temple prevented their unbosoming themselves to friendship in their letters, or their friends, themselves initiated into the mysteries, have, in times of persecution, judged it best to destroy their correspondence, so that we no longer perceive them but through a cloud, under the veil of the temple or under the mask of adepts. If we should trust without examination to the rare traces of their existence, which appear in the manuscripts in our possession, we should often go astray in following them. For contradictory proofs show them both to us upon several geographical points at once, or following certain different directions at the same time. But we can easily understand that they voluntarily gave occasion to these mistakes, being at one time devoted to some secret enterprise directed by the Invisibles, and at another compelled to withdraw themselves, through 1,000 dangers, from the inquisitorial police of governments. What we can affirm respecting the existence of that soul in two persons, which was called Consuelo and Albert, is that their love kept its promises, but that fate cruelly belied those it had seemed to make to them during those hours of rapture which they called their midsummer night's dream. Still, they were not ungrateful towards Providence, which had given them that quick passing happiness in all its plenitude, and which, in the midst of their reverses, continued in them the miracle of love announced by Wanda. Under all their misery, suffering, and persecution, They constantly recurred to that secret recollection which marked in their life, as it were a celestial vision, a pledge made with the divinity for the enjoyment of a better life, after a phase of labors, trials, and sacrifices. Everything becomes, moreover, so mysterious to us in this history that we have not even been able to discover in what part of Germany was situated that enchanted residence in which, protected by the tumult of huntings and fetes, a prince, anonymous in our documents, served as a point of rallying and as the principal mover to the social and philosophical conspiracy of the Invisibles. That prince received from them a symbolical name which, after 1,000 attempts to divine the cipher used by the adepts, we presume to have been that of Christophorus, Christ-bearer, or perhaps also Christotomus, golden mouth. The temple in which Consuela was married and initiated they poetically called the Saint Grail, and the chiefs of the tribunal, the Templars, romantic emblems renewed from the ancient legends of the golden age of chivalry. It is well known that, according to those delightful fictions, the Saint Grail was concealed in a mysterious sanctuary at the bottom of a grotto unknown to mortals. It was there that the Templars, illustrious saints of primitive Christianity, devoted, in this world, to immortality, preserved the precious cup which Jesus had used to consecrate the miracle of the Eucharist when he celebrated the Passover with his disciples. That cup doubtless contained the celestial grace, symbolized sometimes by the blood, sometimes by the tears of the Christ, a divine liquid, in fine, a Eucharistic substance, respecting the mystical nature of which there was no explanation, but which it was enough to see in order to be morally and physically transformed, to be forever protected from death and sin. The pious paladins who, after formidable vows, terrible macerations, and exploits which made the earth tremble, devoted themselves to the ascetic life of knights errant, had for their ideal the discovery of the Saint Grail at the end of their peregrinations. They sought it under the ices of the north, upon the shores of Amorica, in the depths of the forests of Germany. It was necessary, in order to realize this sublime conquest, to brave perils analogous to those of the Garden of the Hesperides, to overcome monsters, elements, barbarous nations, hunger, thirst, even death. Some few of these Christian Argonauts discovered, it is said, the sanctuary, and were regenerated by the divine cup. But they never betrayed the terrible secret. Their triumph was known by the strength of their arm, by the holiness of their life, by their invincible weapons, by the transfiguration of their whole being. But they survived only a short time among us, so glorious in initiation. They disappeared from among men, as did Jesus after his resurrection, and passed from earth to heaven without undergoing the bitter transition of death. Such was the magic symbol which in reality was very well adapted to the work of the Invisibles. During several years, the New Templars retained the hope of rendering their Saint Grail accessible to all men. Albert labored efficaciously, without doubt, to propagate the fundamental ideas of the doctrine. He attained to the highest degrees of the order, for we have seen in some place the list of his titles which would prove that he had time enough to reach them. It is well known that 81 months are necessary to rise only to the 31st degree of Masonry, and we are certain that a much longer time was required to pass afterwards the unlimited number of the mysterious degrees of the Saint Grail. The names of the Masonic grades are no longer a mystery to anyone, but it would not perhaps be unsatisfactory here to recall some of them, for they depict quite well the enthusiastic genius and the fertile imagination which presided over their successive creation. Apprentice, journeyman and master mason, secret master and perfect master, secretary, provost and judge, English master and Irish master, master in Israel, elect master of the 9 and the 15, elect of the unknown, sublime elect knight, grand master architect, royal arch, grand scotchman of the sacred lodge or sublime mason, knight of the sword, knight of the east, prince of Jerusalem, knight of the east and the west, rose cross of France, of Herodon and Kilwinning, grand pontiff or sublime Scotchman, architect of the sacred vault, pontiff of the celestial Jerusalem, sovereign prince of masonry or master ad vitam, Neokite, prince of Lebanon, chief of the tabernacle, knight of the brazen serpent, trinitary Scotchman or prince of mercy, grand commander of the temple, knight of the sun, patriarch of the crusades, grand master of the light, knight Kadosh, knight of the white and black eagle, knight of the phoenix, knight of the iris, knight of the argonauts, knight of the golden fleece, grand inspector, inquisitor, commander, sublime prince of the royal secret, sublime master of the luminous ring, etc., etc. Footnote: several of these grades are of different creations and different rites. Some are perhaps posterior to the epoch of which we write. We refer the correction to learned Tylers. There have been, I believe, more than 100 grades in certain rites. With these titles, or at least the greater portion of them, we find others less known, attached to the name of Albert Protobrad, in a cipher less readable than that of the Freemasons, such as Knight of St. John, Sublime Johannite, Master of the New Apocalypse, Doctor of the Eternal Gospel, Elect of the Holy Ghost, Templar, Areopagite, Magus, Man-People, Man-Pontiff, Man-King, New Man, etc. We were surprised at seeing here some titles which appear to have been borrowed in anticipation from the Illuminism of Weishaupt. But this peculiarity was explained to us afterwards, and will require no comment for our readers at the conclusion of this history. Through the labyrinth of obscure but profound facts which relate to the labors, to the success, to the dispersion and apparent extinction of the invisibles, we have had much difficulty in following at a distance the adventurous star of our young couple. Still, by supplying with a prudent commentary what is wanting, the following is nearly an historical abridgment of the principal events of their life. The reader's imagination will assist the recital, and for ourselves, we do not doubt that the best denouements will be those which the reader will be pleased to construct for himself, in place of the narrator. Footnote: for this reason, the history of John Chrysler appears to us Hoffman's most wonderful romance, death having surprised the author before the termination of his work. The poem ends to different imaginations in 1,000 different forms, each more fantastic than the other. It is thus that a beautiful river ramifies towards its mouth and is lost in 1,000 capricious streams among the golden sands of the seashore. It is probable that it was on leaving the St. Grail that Consuelo went to the little court of Berith, where the Margravine, Frederick's sister, had palaces, gardens, kiosks, and cascades, in the style of those of Count Hoditz at Rosewald, though less sumptuous and less expensive, for that witty princess had been married without dowry to a very poor prince, and it was not long since she had had dresses the train of which was reasonable, and pages whose doublets did not always display embroidery. Her gardens, or rather her garden, to speak without metaphor, was situated in an admirable country, and she there allowed herself the pleasure of an Italian opera in an antique temple, somewhat of the Pompadour style. The Margravine was quite philosophical, that is to say, Voltairian. The young hereditary Margrave, her husband, was the zealous chief of a Masonic lodge. I do not know if Albert had any relation with him, and if his incognito was protected by the secret of the brothers, or if indeed he remained away from the court in order to rejoin his wife somewhat later. Doubtless Consuelo had there some secret mission, perhaps also to avoid drawing upon her husband the attention which was everywhere fixed upon herself. She did not live openly with him in the earlier days of their union. Their love had then doubtless all the attraction of mystery, and if the publicity of their union, consecrated by the fraternal sanction of the Templars, had appeared to them sweet and vivifying, the secrecy with which they were surrounded in a hypocritical and licentious world was to them, in the beginning, a necessary aegis and a sort of mute protestation, from which they derived enthusiasm and strength. Many Italian singers at that period charmed the little court of Brize. Carilla and Anzoletto appeared there, and the inconsistent prima donna burned with fresh fires for the traitor whom she had formerly devoted to all the furies of hell. But Anzoletto, while he cajoled the tigress, endeavored prudently and with a mysterious reserve to find grace in the eyes of Consuelo, whose talent, increased by so many secret and profound revelations, eclipsed all rivalry. Ambition had become the dominant passion of the young tenor. Love had been stifled by disdain, even pleasure by satiety. He therefore loved neither the chaste Consuelo nor the fiery Carilla, but he kept fair with both, quite ready to attach himself outwardly to that one of the two who would take him in her suite and assist him to make himself known advantageously. Consuelo testified for him a peaceful friendship, and did not spare good advice and conscientious lessons which might give an impulse to his talent. But she no longer felt any trouble by his side, and the gentleness of her forgiveness revealed to her the absolute confirmation of her freedom. Anzoletto did not deceive himself in that respect. After having listened with profit to the teachings of the artist, and appeared to hear with emotion the advice of the friend, he lost patience in losing hope, and his deep rancor, his bitter spite, displayed themselves unintentionally in his behavior and his words. In the meanwhile, it appears that the young Baroness Amelia de Rudolstadt arrived at the court of Brize with the Princess de Combach, daughter of the Countess Hoditz. If we are to believe some indiscreet or exaggerating witnesses, very strange little dramas then took place between these four persons: Consuelo, Amelia, Carilla, and Anzoletto. On seeing the handsome tenor appear unexpectedly upon the stage of the opera at Brize, the young Baroness fainted. No one thought of remarking the coincidence, but Carilla's lynx eyes had caught upon the brow of the tenor a peculiar expression of satisfied vanity. He had failed in his passage of effect. The court, absorbed by the indisposition of the young Baroness, had not encouraged the singer, and instead of cursing between his teeth, as he always did in such cases, he had upon his lips a smile of triumph, which was by no means equivocal. "Here," said Carilla in a stifled voice to Consuelo, as she re-entered the wing, "it is neither you nor me whom he loves. It is that little fool who has just made a scene for him. Do you know her? Who is she?" "I do not know," replied Consuelo, who had remarked nothing, "but I can assure you that he thinks neither of her, nor of you, nor of me." "Of whom, then, in that case?" "Himself, al solito," replied Consuelo with a smile. The chronicle adds that the next morning Consuelo was called into a retired grove of the residence to converse with the Baroness Amelia, pretty much as follows. "I know all," said the latter with an irritated air, before allowing Consuelo to open her mouth. "It is you whom he loves. It is you, unhappy scourge of my life, who have deprived me of Albert's heart and of his." "His, madam? I do not know." "Do not dissemble. Anzoletto loves you. You are his mistress. You were so at Venice, you are so still." "It is an infamous calumny, or a supposition unworthy of you, madam." "It is the truth, I tell you. He confessed it to me last night." "Last night? Oh, madam, what do you tell me?" cried Consuelo, blushing with shame and sorrow. Amelia burst into tears, and when the good Consuelo had succeeded in calming her jealousy, she became, in spite of herself, the confidante of that unhappy passion. Amelia had seen Anzoletto sing upon the stage at Prague. She had been intoxicated by his beauty and his success. Understanding nothing of music, she had unhesitatingly taken him for the first singer in the world, especially as he had a remarkable success at Prague. She had sent for him as a master of singing, and while her poor father, old Baron Frederick, paralyzed by inaction, slept in his armchair, dreaming of hounds in fury and wild boars at bay, she had fallen a victim to seduction. Ennui and vanity had impelled her to her ruin. Anzoletto, flattered by this illustrious conquest, and wishing to make himself notorious by a scandal, had persuaded her that she had the material to become the greatest cantatrice of the age, that an artist's life was paradise upon earth, and that she could do nothing better than run away with him in order to make her debut at Haymarket in Handel's operas. Amelia had at first rejected with horror the idea of abandoning her old father, but at the moment when Anzoletto left Prague, pretending a despair which he did not experience, she had yielded to a kind of vertigo. She had fled with him. Her intoxication had not been of long duration. Anzoletto's insolence and the brutality of his manners, when he no longer played the character of seducer, had restored her to herself. It was therefore with a kind of joy that, 3 months after her flight, she had been arrested at Hamburg and reconducted to Prussia, where, at the request of the Rudolstadts of Saxony, she had been mysteriously incarcerated at Spandau. But the penance had been too long and too severe. Amelia had become disgusted with repentance as speedily as with passion. She had sighed for liberty, the comforts of life and the consideration of her rank, of which she had been so suddenly and so cruelly deprived. In the midst of her personal sufferings, she had hardly felt sorrow at the loss of her father. On learning that she was free, she had at last comprehended all the misfortunes which had befallen her family, but not daring to return to the canoness, and fearing the bitter ennui of a life of reprimands and lectures, she had implored the protection of the Margravine of Berith, and the Princess de Combach, then at Dresden, had undertaken to conduct her to her relative. In that philosophical and frivolous court she found the amiable tolerance which fashionable vices then made the only virtue of the future. But on again seeing Anzoletto, she at once experienced the diabolical ascendancy which he knew how to exercise upon women, and against which the chaste Consuelo herself had so many struggles to sustain. Fear and sorrow had at first struck her to the heart, but after her fainting fit, having gone alone by night into the gardens to take the air, she had met him, emboldened by her emotion, and his imagination excited by the obstacles which had arisen between them. Now she again loved him. She blushed at it. She was terrified at it, and she confessed her faults to her former music mistress with a mixture of feminine modesty and of philosophical cynicism. It appears certain that Consuelo knew how to find the road to her heart by fervent exhortations, and that she induced her to return to Giant's Castle, in order there, in retreat, to extinguish her dangerous passion, and to watch over the declining days of her aged aunt. After this adventure, Brize was no longer an endurable abode for Consuelo. The stormy jealousy of Carilla, who, always foolish and always good at heart, accused her with grossness and threw herself at her feet a moment afterwards, singularly wearied her. On his side, Anzoletto, who had imagined he could avenge himself for her disdain by feigning passion for Amelia, did not forgive her for having withdrawn the young baroness from danger. He played her 1,000 bad turns, such as to make her miss all her entrances upon the stage, to take means in the midst of a duo to confuse her, and by his own aplomb to cause an ignorant public to believe that it was she who was in fault. If she had a scene to play with him, he went to the right instead of going to the left, tried to make her fall, or compelled her to entangle herself among the supernumeraries. These wicked tricks failed before Consuelo's calmness and presence of mind, but she was less stoical when she perceived that he spread the most unworthy calumnies respecting her, and that he was listened to by those idle great lords in whose eyes a virtuous actress was a phenomenon the existence of which they could not admit, or which it was at least too fatiguing to respect. She saw libertines of every age and every rank become bold with her, and refusing to believe in the sincerity of her resistance, unite with Anzoletto in defaming and dishonoring her, from a feeling of cowardly vengeance and ferocious spite. End of Epilogue, Part 1. Epilogue, Part 2, of The Countess of Rudolstadt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Countess of Rudolstadt by George Sand, translated by Francis G. Shaw. Epilogue, Part 2. These cruel and miserable persecutions were but the beginning of a long martyrdom which the unfortunate prima donna heroically endured throughout her whole theatrical career. Every time she met Anzoletto, he occasioned her 1,000 troubles, and it is sad to say that she met more than one Anzoletto in her life. Other Carillas tormented her with their envy and their malevolence, more or less perfidious or brutal. And of all these rivals, the first was still the least wicked and the most capable of a good impulse of the heart. But whatever may be said of the wickedness and the jealous vanity of the women of the theater, it was Consuelo's experience that when their vices entered the heart of a man, they degraded him still more and rendered him more unworthy of his part in humanity. Arrogant and debauched lords, the managers of theaters and news writers, also depraved by contact with so much pollution. Fine ladies, curious and fanciful protectoresses, quick to intrude, but soon irritated at finding in a girl of that class more virtue than they had or wished to have. Finally, the public, often ignorant, almost always ungrateful or partial, these with so many enemies against whom Liverani's austere wife had to contend in unceasing sorrows. Persevering and faithful in art as in love, she was never rebuffed and pursued her career, always growing in the science of music as in the practice of virtue, failing often in the thorny pursuit of success, rising often also by justly deserved triumphs, remaining, in spite of all, the priestess of art, better than Porpora himself understood it, and deriving constantly new strength from her religious faith, immense consolations from the ardent and devoted love of her husband. The life of that husband, though parallel with hers, for he accompanied her in all her journeys, is enveloped in thicker clouds. It may be presumed that he did not make himself the slave of his wife's fortune, and that he did not give himself up to the part of bookkeeper of the receipts and expenses of her profession. Consuelo's profession was moreover but little lucrative to her. The public did not then recompense artists with the prodigious munificence which distinguishes our times. Artists were enriched principally by the gifts of princes and the great, and those women who knew how to take advantage of their position, even then accumulated treasures. But chastity and disinterestedness are the greatest enemies of the fortune of a woman of the stage. Consuelo had many triumphs of esteem, some of enthusiasm, when by chance the perversity of those immediately about her did not interpose too much between her and the true public. But she had no triumph of gallantry, and infamy did not crown her with diamonds and with millions. Her laurels remained without a stain, and were not thrown to her upon the stage by interested hands. After 10 years of labor and journeys, she was not more rich than at the time of her departure. She had not known how to speculate, and moreover she had not wished to. Two conditions without which riches do not overtake, in spite of themselves, laborers of any class. Besides, she had not hoarded the often contested product of her labors. She had constantly employed it in good works, and in a life secretly devoted to a constant propagandism. Her resources had not even been always sufficient. The central government of the Invisibles had sometimes supplied the deficiency. What was the real success of the ardent and indefatigable pilgrimage which Albert and Consuelo pursued through France, Spain, England, and Italy? There was nothing manifest to the world, and I think we must refer to 20 years later in order to find, by induction, the action of the secret societies in the history of the 18th century. Did those societies produce more effect in France than in the bosom of Germany, which originated them? The French Revolution replies with energy in the affirmative. Still, the European conspiracy of Illuminism and the gigantic conceptions of Weishaupt also showed that the divine dream of the Saint Grail had not ceased to agitate German minds 30 years later, in spite of the dispersion or the defection of the first adepts. We are informed by some old newspapers that the Porporina sang with great eclat at Paris, in the operas of Pergolese, at London in the oratorios and operas of Handel, at Madrid with Farinelli, at Dresden with the Faustina and the Mingotti, at Venice, at Rome, and at Naples, in the operas and church music of Porpora and other great masters. All Albert's proceedings are unknown to us. Some billets of Consuelo to Trenck or to Wanda display to us that mysterious personage full of faith, of confidence, of activity, and enjoying, more than any other man, great clearness in his thoughts, up to an epoch at which authenticated documents entirely fail us. This is what has been related in a certain group of persons nearly all dead at this day, of Consuelo's last appearance upon the stage. It was at Vienna, towards 1760. The cantatrice might be about 30. She was, they say, more beautiful than in her early youth. A pure life, habits of moral calmness and physical sobriety, had reserved her in all the power of her grace and of her talent. Some beautiful children accompanied her, but her husband was not known, though fame published that she had won, and that she had been unchangeably faithful to him. Porpora, after having made several journeys into Italy, had returned to Vienna and produced a new opera at the Imperial Theatre. The 20 last years of this master are so unknown that we have not been able to find the name of this last work in any of his biographies. We only know that the Porporina filled the principal part. In it, with an undisputed success and drew tears from the whole court. The empress deigned to be satisfied, but during the night a check followed this triumph. The Porporina received from some invisible messenger tidings which filled her with horror and consternation. At 7 in the morning, that is at the moment when the empress was to be notified by the faithful valet, who was called Her Majesty's floor scrubber, inasmuch as his duty was to open the blinds, kindle the fire, and dust the chamber while Her Majesty woke by degrees. The Porporina, having gained all the keepers of the sacred passages by the power of gold and the force of eloquence, presented herself at the very door of the august sleeping chamber. "My friend," she said to the scrubber, "it is necessary that I should throw myself at the feet of the empress. The life of an honest man is in danger. The honor of a family is compromised. A great crime will perhaps be committed in a few days. If I do not see Her Majesty this very instant, I know that you are incorruptible, but I know also that you are a generous and magnanimous man. Everyone says so. You have obtained favors which the proudest courtiers do not dare to solicit. Goodness of heaven, is it you whom I at last see once more, O dear mistress?" cried the scrubber, clasping his hands and letting fall his feather broom. "Carl," cried Consuelo in her turn, "thanks, oh my God, I am saved. Albert has a good angel even in this palace." "Albert? Albert?" returned Carl. "Is it he who is in danger? In that case, enter quickly, Senora, even though I should be dismissed, and God knows that I should regret my place, for I can do some good in it, and I serve our holy cause better than I have yet been able to do elsewhere. But Albert, the empress is a good woman when she does not govern," added he in a low voice. "Enter, you will be supposed to have preceded me. Let the blame fall upon those scamps of valets who are not worthy to serve a queen, for they tell her nothing but lies." Consuelo entered, and the empress, on opening her heavy eyes, saw her kneeling and as if prostrate at the foot of her bed. "Who is that?" cried Maria Theresa, draping the bed covering over her shoulders with an accustomed majesty which had in it nothing affected, and rising as proud, as formidable in her nightcap and upon her pillow, as if she had been seated on the throne with the crown on her head and the sword by her side. "Madam," replied Consuelo, "it is a humble subject, an unfortunate mother, a despairing wife who, on her knees, asks of you the life and liberty of her husband." At this moment Carl entered, feigning a great surprise. "Unhappy!" cried he, pretending horror and fury. "Who has allowed you to enter here?" "I compliment you, Carl," said the empress, "on your vigilance and fidelity. Never before did such a thing happen in my life, as to be awakened with a start by such insolence." "Let your majesty but say the word," returned Carl boldly, "and I kill this woman before your eyes." Carl knew the empress well. He knew that she liked to perform deeds of mercy before witnesses, and that she could be a great queen and a great woman, even to her valets de chambre. "That is too much zeal," replied she, with a smile that was at once majestic and maternal. "Retire and allow this poor weeping woman to speak. I am not in danger from any of my subjects. What do you wish, madam? But it is you, my beautiful Porporina. You will ruin your voice if you sob in that manner." "Madam," replied Consuelo, "I was married before the Catholic Church 10 years since. I have not a single fault against honor with which to reproach myself. I have legitimate children whom I educate in virtue. I dare, therefore—" "In virtue, I know," said the empress, "but not in religion. You are chaste, I have been told, but you never go to church. Still, speak. What misfortune has befallen you?" "My husband, from whom I have never been separated," resumed the suppliant, "is now at Prague, and I know not by what infernal machination has been arrested, thrown into a dungeon, accused of wishing to take a name and title which do not belong to him, of wishing to despoil an inheritance, of being, in fine, an intriguer, a spy, arrested on this ground of high treason, and condemned to perpetual imprisonment, to death perhaps at this moment. At Prague? An impostor, said the Empress calmly. I have a story like that in the reports of my secret police. What is your husband's name? For you cantatrices do not bear the names of your husbands. His name is Liverani. That is it. Well, my child, I am grieved to know that you are married to such a wretch. That Liverani is in fact a chevalier d'industry, or a crazy man, who, owing to a perfect resemblance, wishes to pass for a Count de Rudolstadt, who died 10 years since, as has been ascertained. He presented himself as such to an old canoness de Rudolstadt, whose nephew he dares to call himself, and whose inheritance he would certainly have obtained if, at the moment of making her will in his favor, the poor lady, who had fallen into second childhood, had not been delivered from his arts by well-intentioned persons devoted to the family. He was arrested, which was right. I can conceive your sorrow, but cannot remedy it. The trial must proceed. If it be decided that this man, as I wish to believe, is insane, he will be placed in a hospital where you can see and nurse him. But if he be only a swindler, as I fear, it will be necessary to restrain him a little more severely in order to prevent his disturbing the possession of the true heiress of Rudolstadt, a Baroness Amelia, who, after some youthful errors, is on the point of being married to one of my officers. I like to persuade myself, mademoiselle, that you are ignorant of your husband's conduct, and that you are under an illusion respecting his character. Otherwise, I should consider your importunities as very much misplaced. But I pity you too much to wish to humiliate you. You can retire. Consuelo saw that she had nothing to hope, and that by endeavoring to establish the identity of Liverani with Albert de Rudolstadt, she would render his cause more and more unfavorable. She rose and walked towards the door, pale and ready to faint. Maria Theresa, who followed her with a scrutinizing eye, had pity on her, and recalling her, "You are much to be pitied," said she to her, in a more sympathizing voice. "All this is not your fault, I am convinced. Be calm, and take care of yourself. The matter shall be conscientiously examined, and if your husband does not wish to destroy himself, I will so arrange that he shall be adjudged insane. If you can communicate with him, give him so to understand. That is my advice." "I will follow it, and I bless your majesty. But without your protection I can do nothing. My husband is imprisoned at Prague, and I am engaged at the Imperial Theatre of Vienna. If your majesty does not deign to grant me a congé, and to give me an order that I may communicate with my husband, who is au secret." "You ask a great deal. I do not know if Monsieur de Kraunitz will be willing to grant you that congé, and if it will be possible to fill your place at the theatre. We will see about it in a few days." "In a few days," cried Consuelo, recovering her courage. "But in a few days it will be too late. I must depart on the very instant." "That is enough," said the Empress. "Your persistence will be injurious to you, if you display it before judges less calm and less indulgent than I am. Go, mademoiselle." Consuelo ran to the Canon Blank and entrusted her children to his care, informing him that she was going away and did not know the duration of her absence. "If you leave us for a long while, so much the worse," replied the good old man. "As to the children, I am not sorry. They shall be thoroughly educated, and will be company for Angela, who gets rather tired with me." "Listen," replied Consuelo, who could not restrain her tears after having clasped her children for the last time to her heart. "Do not tell them that my absence will be long, but know that it may be eternal. I am, perhaps, about to undergo sorrows from which I may not recover, unless God performs a miracle in my favor. Pray to him for me, and teach my children to pray." The good canon did not try to draw her secret from her, but as his peaceful and nonchalant mind did not easily admit the idea of a misfortune without remedy, he tried to console her. Seeing that he did not succeed in restoring hope to her, he wished at least to put her mind at rest respecting the lot of her children. "My dear Bertoni," said he to her, with an accent from the heart, and striving to assume a cheerful air through his tears, "if you do not return, your children belong to me. Remember that. I undertake their education. I will have your daughter married, which will somewhat diminish Angela's dowry, and will make her more industrious. As to the boys, I warn you that I shall make musicians of them." "Joseph Haydn will share that burden," replied Consuelo, kissing the canon's hand, "and old Porpora will still give them some lessons. My poor children are docile, and promise to be intelligent. I am not anxious about their physical existence. They will be able some day to earn their livelihood honestly. But my love and my advice, you alone can fill my place with them." "And I promise it to you," cried the canon. "I hope to live long enough to see them all established. I am not yet too fat, and my leg is still strong. I am not more than 60, though formerly that wretch of a Bridget wished to make me old in order to induce me to draw my will. Come, my daughter, courage and health, depart and return. The good God is with honest people." Consuelo, without troubling herself about her congé, caused post horses to be harnessed to her carriage, but at the moment of entering it, she was delayed by Porpora, whom she had not wished to see, anticipating a storm, and who was frightened at seeing her depart. He feared, in spite of the promises she made to him with a constrained and absent air, that she would not return in time for the opera of the next day. "Who the devil thinks of going into the country in the depth of winter?" said he, with a nervous trembling, half the effect of age, half of anger and fear. "If you get cold, my success is compromised, and everything was going on so well. I don't understand you. We triumphed yesterday, and you travel today." This discussion made Consuelo lose a quarter of an hour, and gave time to the managers of the theater, who were already informed, to send notice to the authorities. A piquet of Uhlans came and ordered the horses to be taken out. Consuelo was requested to re-enter, and a guard was placed about her house to prevent her escaping. She was attacked by fever. She did not perceive it, and continued walking to and fro in her apartment, in prey to a kind of distraction, and answering only by gloomy and fixed looks to the irritating questions of Porpora and the manager. She did not go to bed, and passed the night in prayer. The next morning she appeared calm, and went to the rehearsal by order. Her voice had never been more beautiful, but she had absences of mind which terrified Porpora. "Oh, cursed marriage! Oh, infernal madness of love!" murmured he in the orchestra, banging upon his harpsichord as if he would have broken it. Old Porpora was still the same. He would willingly have said, "Perish all the lovers and all the husbands in the world rather than my opera." In the evening Consuelo made her toilette as usual, and presented herself upon the stage. She took her place, and her lips articulated a word, but not a sound issued from her chest. She had lost her voice. The stupefied public rose en masse. The courtiers, who began to know something vaguely of her attempted flight, declared that it was an intolerable caprice. There were cries, shouts, applauses at each fresh effort of the cantatrice. She tried to speak and could not make a single word heard. Still she remained standing and sad, not thinking of the loss of her voice, not feeling humiliated by the indignation of her tyrants, but resigned and proud as an innocent victim condemned to an unjust punishment, and thanking God for having sent this sudden infirmity, which would permit her to leave the stage and rejoin Albert. It was proposed to the Empress to put the refractory artist in prison in order to make her recover her voice and willingness. Her Majesty had been angry for a moment, and the courtiers thought to gratify her by overwhelming the accused. But Maria Theresa, who sometimes permitted crimes by which she profited, did not like to make people suffer unnecessarily. Countess, she said to her prime minister, let a permit for departure be given to that poor creature without further question. If her extinction of voice be a ruse de guerre, it is at least an act of virtue. Few actresses would sacrifice an hour of triumph to a life of conjugal love. Consuelo, provided with all necessary powers, at last departed, ill as before, but without perceiving it. Here we again lose the thread of events. Albert's trial might have been celebrated. It was made secret. It is probable that it was similar, in its fundamental points, to the suit which, about the same epoch, Frederick de Trenck undertook, maintained and lost, after many years of struggle. Who would now know in France the details of that iniquitous affair, if Trenck himself had not taken pains to publish them and repeat his earnest complaints during 30 years of his life? But Albert left no writings. We shall therefore be compelled to refer to the history of the Baron de Trenck, since he also is one of our heroes, and his embarrassments will perhaps throw some light upon the misfortunes of Albert and Consuelo. Hardly a month after the assemblage of the St. Grail, a circumstance respecting which Trenck had kept the most profound secrecy in his memoirs, he was recaptured and confined at Magdeburg, where he consumed the 10 finest years of his life in a horrible dungeon, seated upon a stone which bore his anticipated epitaph. Here lies Trenck, and loaded with 80 pounds of fetters. Everyone knows the history of that celebrated imprisonment, the odious circumstances which accompanied it, such as the anguish of hunger which he was made to undergo for 18 months, and the care taken to build a prison for him at the expense of his sister, in order to punish the latter by ruining her, for having given him an asylum. His miraculous attempts at escape, the incredible energy which never abandoned him, and which his chivalric imprudences rendered of no avail. His labors of art in the prison, the marvelous chiselings which he succeeded in making with the point of a nail upon pewter goblets, and of which the allegories and poetical devices are so profound and so touching. Footnote: there are some still remaining in private museums of Germany. Finally, his secret relations, in spite of all, with the Princess Amelia of Prussia. The despair by which the latter was consumed, the pains she took to render herself ugly by a corrosive liquid which almost destroyed her sight, the deplorable condition to which she voluntarily reduced her own health in order to avoid the necessity of marriage, the frightful revolution which took place in her character, in fine, those 10 years of desolation which made of Trenck a martyr, and of his illustrious mistress an old woman, ugly and wicked, instead of an angel of gentleness and beauty, which he had been and might have continued to be in a state of happiness. Footnote: look in Thibaut for the portrait of the Abbess of Quedlinburg and the curious revelations appended to it. All this is historical, but is not sufficiently remembered in tracing the portrait of Frederick the Great. This crime, accompanied with gratuitous and refined cruelties, is an ineffaceable stain upon the memory of that philosophic despot. At last Trenck was set at liberty, as is known, thanks to the intervention of Maria Theresa, who claimed him as her subject, and this tardy protection was finally obtained for him by the cares of Her Majesty's chamber scrubber, the same with our Carl. There are some very curious and interesting pages in the memoirs of the day respecting the ingenious intrigues of that magnanimous plebeian to influence the mind of his sovereign. During the first years of Trenck's captivity, his cousin, the famous Pandor, the victim of accusations more deserved but not less hateful and cruel, had died of poison at Spielberg. Hardly free, Trenck the Prussian came to Vienna to claim the immense property of Trenck the Austrian. But Maria Theresa was not in the least inclined to surrender it to him. She had profited by the exploits of the Pandor. She had punished him for his violences. She wished to profit by his rapines, and she did profit, in fact. Like Frederick II, like all great crowned intellects, while the power of her character dazzled the masses, she did not consider as false those secret iniquities of which God and men will demand an account at the day of judgment, and which will weigh as much in one scale of the balance as official virtues in the other. Conquerors and sovereigns, in vain do you employ your treasures in the building of temples. You are not the less impious when a single piece of that gold is the price of blood and of suffering. In vain do you subdue whole races by the splendor of your arms. The men most blinded by the prestige of your glory will reproach you for one single man, for one single blade of grass coldly broken. The muse of history, still blind and uncertain, almost allows that there have been in the past necessary and justifiable great crimes, but the inviolable conscience of humanity protests against its own error by reproving at least those crimes which were useless to the success of great causes. The covetous designs of the Empress were wonderfully seconded by her proxies, the ignoble agents whom she had named curators of the Pandor's property, and by the prevaricating magistrates who decided upon the rights of the heir. Each had his share in the quarry. Maria Theresa thought she had secured that of the lion, but it was in vain that, some years later, she sent to prison and to the galleys the unfaithful accomplices of this great plunder. She could not obtain the complete fulfillment of her wishes. Trenck was ruined and never obtained justice. Nothing gives us a better knowledge of Maria Theresa's character than that part of Trenck's memoirs in which he describes his interviews with her on this subject. Without departing from his respect towards royalty, which was then an official religion with patricians, he causes us to perceive the dryness, the hypocrisy, and the cupidity of that great woman, a union of contrasts, a sublime and mean character, artless and crafty, like all fine souls subjected to the corruption of absolute power, that anti-human cause of all evil, that inevitable reef against which all noble instincts are fatally dashed and broken. Resolved to dismiss the plaintiff, the sovereign often deigned to console him, to give him hope, to promise him protection against the infamous judges who despoiled him, and at the end, pretending to have failed in the pursuit of truth and to understand nothing in the labyrinth of this interminable suit, she offered to him, as a compensation, the poor rank of major, and the hand of an ugly old woman, devout and gallant. Upon Trenck's refusal, the matrimoniomaniac empress declared to him that he was a presumptuous fool, that she knew no means of satisfying his ambition, and turned away to think no more of him. The reasons which were given for the confiscation of the Pandor's property had varied according to persons and circumstances. One tribunal had decided that the Pandor, having died under the operation of an ignominious sentence, was not capable of making a will. Another, that if the will was valid, the rights of the heir as a Prussian subject were not so. Another, finally, that the debts of the deceased absorbed more than the inheritance, etc. Objection was raised after objection. Justice was sold 1,000 times to the claimant and was never granted to him. Footnote. We will here recall to the reader, not to recur to it again, the remainder of Trink's history. He grew old in poverty, employed his energy in the publication of an opposition journal of quite an advanced character for the times, and married to a woman of his choice, the father of numerous children, persecuted for his opinions, for his writings, and doubtless also for his connection with secret societies. He took refuge in France at quite an advanced old age. He was there welcomed with the enthusiasm and confidence of the earlier days of the Revolution. But, destined to be the victim of the most fatal mistakes, he was arrested as a foreign agent during the Reign of Terror and conducted to the scaffold. He went thither with great firmness. He had before seen himself flattered and represented upon the stage in a melodrama, which retraced the history of his captivity and deliverance. He had saluted with transport the liberty of France. Upon the fatal card he said, smiling, "This also is a comedy." He had seen the Princess Amelia only once for more than 60 years. On learning the death of Frederick the Great, he hastened to Berlin. The two lovers, at first terrified by the aspect of each other, burst into tears and swore a new affection. The abbess ordered him to bring his wife, took charge of their fortune, and wished to retain one of the girls with her as a reader or governess, but she could not keep her promises. In a week she was dead. Trink's memoirs, written with the passion of a young man and the prolixity of an old one, are nevertheless one of the most noble and most interesting monuments of the history of the last century. To despoil and proscribe Albert there was no need of all these artifices, and the spoliation was doubtless effected without so much ceremony. It was enough to consider him dead, and to forbid him the right of resuscitating mal apropos. Albert certainly had claimed nothing. We only know that at the time of his arrest, the Countess Wenceslawa had just died at Prague, whither she had gone to be treated for an acute ophthalmia. Albert, learning that she was in extremity, could not resist the voice of his heart, which cried to him to go and close the eyes of his dear relative. He left Consuelo on the frontiers of Austria and hastened to Prague. It was the first time that he had re-entered Germany since the year of his marriage. He flattered himself that an absence of 10 years and certain precautions of dress would prevent his being recognized, and he approached his aunt without much mystery. He wished to obtain her blessing and to make amends by a last testimonial of love and sorrow for the abandonment to which he had been compelled to leave her. The Countess, almost blind, was struck by the simple sound of his voice. She did not account for what she experienced, but gave herself up to the instinct of tenderness which had survived in her both memory and the activity of her reasoning powers. She pressed him in her failing arms, calling him her well-beloved Albert, her forever blessed son. Old Hans was dead, but the Baroness Amelia, and a woman of the Bermerwald who served the Countess and had formerly been sick nurse to Albert himself, were astonished and terrified by the resemblance of this pretended physician to the young Count. Still, it does not appear that Amelia positively recognized him. We do not wish to believe her an accomplice in the persecutions which were so bitter against him. We only know that some circumstances attracted the attention of that cloud of agents, half magistrates, half spies, by the help of whom the court of Vienna governs subject nations. What is certain is that hardly had the Countess breathed forth her last sigh in the arms of her nephew, when the latter was arrested and questioned respecting his employment and the motives which had brought him to the bedside of the deceased. They wished to see his physician's diploma. He had one in due form, but they disputed his name of Liverani, and certain persons remembered having met him elsewhere under that of Trismegistus. He was accused of having exercised the profession of quack and of magician. It was impossible to prove that he had ever received money for his cures. He was confronted with the Baroness Amelia, and this caused his ruin. Irritated and driven to extremity by the investigations to which he was subjected, tired of concealing and disguising himself, he suddenly announced to his cousin, in an absurd tete-a-tete, that he was Albert de Rudolstadt. Amelia doubtless recognized him at this moment, but she fainted, terrified at so strange an occurrence. Thenceforth, the affair took another turn. The magistrates wished to consider Albert as an impostor, but in order to give rise to one of those interminable suits which ruin both parties, employees of the same class as those who had despoiled Trenck succeeded in compromising the accused by making him say and maintain that he was Albert de Rudolstadt. A long inquest followed. They produced the testimony of Sufferville, who, perhaps in good faith, refused to doubt that he had seen him die at Riesenberg. The disinterment of the body was ordered. There was found in the tomb a skeleton, which it had not been difficult to place there the day before. They persuaded his cousin that it was her duty to contend with an adventurer determined to rob her. Doubtless no interview was again permitted. The complaints of the captive and the earnest appeals of his wife were smothered under the locks and tortures of a prison. Perhaps they were ill and dying in separate cells. When the affair was once commenced, Albert could only secure his honor and liberty by proclaiming the truth. It did no good for him to renounce the inheritance and wish to bequeath it on the moment to his cousin. They determined to prolong and embarrass the suit. They succeeded without difficulty, either because the Empress was deceived or because she was given to understand that the confiscation of this fortune was not to be despised any more than that of the Pandor. In order to succeed, a quarrel was sought with Amelia herself. The scandal of her former flight was brought up. Her want of devotion was remarked, and she was threatened with confinement in a convent if she did not surrender her rights to a litigated inheritance. She was obliged to do so, and to be contented with her father's estate, which was much reduced by the enormous cost she was compelled to pay in a suit to which she had been constrained. At last the chateau and domain of Riesenberg were confiscated to the profit of the state, when the advocates, the attorneys, the judges, and the reporters had obtained upon this plunder mortgages amounting to 2/3 of its value. Such is our commentary upon this mysterious suit, which lasted 5 or 6 years, and at the termination of which Albert was driven from the Austrian states as a dangerous madman, by the special grace of the Empress. From this epoch, it is certain that an obscure and more poor life was the lot of our couple. They recalled their youngest children. Hayden and the canon tenderly refused to give up the 2 oldest, who were educated under the eyes and at the expense of those faithful friends. Consuelo had irrevocably lost her voice. It appears too certain that captivity, inaction, and sorrow at the sufferings experienced by his companion had again shaken Albert's reason. Still, it does not appear that their love had become less tender, their souls less proud, or their conduct less pure. The Invisibles had disappeared under persecution. The work had been ruined, especially by the charlatans who had speculated upon the enthusiasm of new ideas and the love of the marvelous. Persecuted anew as a Freemason in the countries of intolerance and despotism, Albert must have taken refuge in France or England. Perhaps he there continued his propagandism, but it must have been among the people, and his labors, if they bore their fruit, made no display. Here there is a great gap, which our imagination cannot supply. but a last authentic and very detailed document has enabled us to find, towards the year 1774, the couple wandering in the forest of Bohemia. We will transcribe this document as it has come to us. It will be for us the last word respecting Albert and Consuelo, for afterwards, of their life and of their death, we know absolutely nothing. End of Epilogue, Part 2,